promise I'm going to try not to talk about the door today. Got a bit obsessed with that the other day.
Should I close it up?
Should we do it? Although, are we going to...
Probably people
he'll
are gonna...
tell us on there, won't he? There's my phone. Yeah, let's do it. Needs 3 bits of wood, 2 blocks and a bit across it. We've got a handle.
One Andrea handle.
But yeah,
that's all we need.
Anything. I have been keeping an eye on some of these handles. I'm so bad with my flexibility. That's half the reason I don't really train megalith board-offs. But I think you would get away with really taking the piss with handles now. I mean, what's the biggest you've seen? I mean, like,
honestly, yeah.
And no one even cares. It's like, so what?
That's why I really like if someone just goes by the fin.
Yeah.
Or the reel.
Stino
Yeah.
does the sickest shit. I love seeing him. He's so in control.
Yeah. And he also doesn't want to adapt to whatever the judges score. He just goes, okay, I don't want to do it by the fin, I do it by the fin.
I'm here. Welcome back then to the Lords of Tram. It's the 2024 edition, and this is the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. It's round 1 of the men and women's big air here in the south of France. I'm Lewis Crathen, and joining me just to my right hand side is Marijn Plug, a very experienced judge, as I said before, very involved at SpaceX, and a bit with Surfer as well, and a top rider. Good morning to you, Marijn.
Good morning.
Goedemorgen. Does that work? Okay, it's my...
We say morgen.
Morgen, okay. You can tell I've tried my Afrikaans with you there. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's I had a very good night's sleep. We had a long day yesterday with great winds in the morning, and around the afternoon the wind started dipping a bit. We ran round 3 of men up to the semi-finals, and then unfortunately the wind kicked the bucket in the end. But we had a very nice start, and a pretty long day yesterday, but exciting day. And here we are in the morning with the women, already in the first heat.
And here's Lana. Oh, nice start. Straight big mega loop with the delayed back roll. Looks like a nice landing area today. A bit of a crowd on the beach already at 8:04 a.m. in the morning, and that was a nice start. They told me to be a bit more serious today.
Ah.
Yeah, so I have a joke for you to start with. What do you call a practice wind? A first draft. That was a good... I just pulled that one off Google, I'll be honest. But so, yeah, we're less than 30 seconds in, and I haven't been so serious. So thank you for that feedback about staying serious today. I did take it on board for a little while. Moving on, we go to Jasmine Show. Here she is, speeding in on that core kite, and she starts off with a
nice
lovely lovely control. Really nice move from here. I think these are lovely conditions here this morning. It's one of those mornings you actually wish you were out there.
Yeah, it's beautiful, and we see the beautiful inverted rotation there. She's with the legs up as she's putting the kite loop, so that's nice to see.
pushing the bar out at the end as well, making sure that kite gets up to the top of the window.
See the flag, the red flag goes up there for Zara with the red lycra. She's on a bigger kite there as the other girls are as well. The Lana's on the 8 and Jasmine on the 7 it seems, as Zara seems to be on the 8 as well. And we don't have the strongest wind as we had yesterday. We had a bit of a lighter breeze this morning, but as you just saw with Lana and Jasmine, the girls are making it work. 6.17 for that laid back roll for Lana, and 5.9 for Jasmine. It's not often we've seen Lana in competitions. Jasmine and Zara are more well known for their competition experience, but Lana just showcasing that she's ready for this competition, starting out with the first trick for the women with a huge laid back roll there, and riding with new kites as well, with Harlem Kite. She was riding different kites before, slingshot, but she's changed things up for this competition.
Here comes Zara then, the top seed in this one. Doesn't really get a big jump there, of course. A bit of a bomb out. Really didn't connect with a gust then. And almost in the same way that we repeated with the opening heat of the men, it's the top seed not having the best start. But she's very experienced, Zara, and I'm sure she'll bounce back from that. But the other two have had a great start here. Look, 6.17 and a 5.90. Jasmine, for me, had the more technically difficult move there, Marine, with the boogie loop.
Yeah.
Lana scored a bit more for her mega loop back roll. I guess just because it was a little bit higher, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that Lana went quite a bit higher there on her trick attempt, and that's why she got the higher score there. So yeah, let's see what she's gonna do here now with the 8s, jumping again, going pretty high there, and just going for an inverted boogie loop as well. Taking it to Jasmine to do her trick, but it seems like she did it a bit higher there. A great performance from Lana. She was out with food poisoning 2 days ago when the women started initially, but she looks like she's comfortably back there on the water.
One more time, a big welcome to you all from around the world. I can see a few hundred of you checking in on our live stream. I'm sure that will build up. Got all the way up to a few thousand yesterday at any given time. Some great jokes. I'm not sure if I appreciate that joke, 82, but was unexpected, that's for sure. So hello to you. Why not let us know where you're tuning in from around the world? We are tuning in, or certainly are, in the south of France, and we are in heat 1, round 1 of the women, with Zara Hugenrad here, who was last year's finished 4th overall, and so she is was 4th seed, but she may well have gone up to a different seeding, as the winner of the event is not here from the ladies, which is Mikhaili Sol. Same in the men, Liam Whaley winning last year, not here. Some of you asking about what sort of wind we've got here. I'd say we have a very solid 25 knots, maybe a bit more. I'd say they're on 8-meter kites, some of these women. I don't know if there's a 7. There's a 7
7 for
here.
Jasmine, yeah.
Yeah, but it's just solid. It looks like, it really does look like one of them mornings where you see everyone setting up, looks a bit cold, and then once you get out there, it's classic as kiteboarders, a rainbow in the background that we can see. It must be beautiful to be out there right now. Mornings are the best sometimes.
As we saw yesterday morning as well, beautiful winds come in then. We see behind the grass there some white caps on the bigger lake. Sweet Jasmine just go up here. She's gonna go for a laid back row, I think. There we go. Ooh, bounce out. She did manage to ride out there.
Now, I hope we can get a replay on this one, because that is the bizarre time. I'm going to call for a replay. Replay. Do we have a replay? No replay. She broke the replay cam with that landing. Sometimes you can land so hard you bounce into the landing.
Yeah. As long as you keep pulling the kite there. As we see Zara come in, she has a heart rate of 151, so she's excited this morning, riding back and forth. She's showing the US flag. Oh, there we go. It's a Dutch flag again. I was going to say she's not from the United States, but from Holland, Zara Hogeraad. One of my good friends here. She's the heavier weight rider, the tallest rider of the women fleet, so she's going to be struggling the most here with the wind conditions, battling against Lana and Jasmine, who are a bit lighter weight. So let's see if she can make this work. It's challenging if you don't have enough power to go high enough to pull the kite loops. So Zara has to battle a bit against the lighter winds here this morning, riding back and forth. We see Giel there with the blue hood at the rocks, caddying for her. And she's riding back and forth, trying to find the right gust.
I wonder if she'd be better off on a 9 out there at the moment.
Yeah, the tricky thing is in the light winds, when you size up, it becomes as well harder to loop your kite. So you do have more power. You could go a bit higher there, but to loop that kite is increasingly difficult with the size you go up. So every size you increase, yeah, it's sometimes harder to get the kite round because it's just not quick enough in the wind you have. And Zara just stacking back and forth here.
Really searching for the wind. She does have you know, they're being flexible, but the race director Cedric today was very much like, look, if it's windy and it's okay and you're on 6-meter kites, we want you to go and change. So on an 8-meter here, Zara, who has been pushed up to the 3rd seed here after Michele's exit. She looks like she's going to have to perform right foot forwards for me here. 8:11 a.m. starting so early because we've got a lot to run and they're hoping to finish today. You know, we still have 12 heats to run here. We got through 16 so far over the last days. I guess you could include Monday as part of that with the 2 tricks that we attempted, but not really. So 16 yesterday. Should be able to do 12 today, but the wind has been, I mean, we say this, feels like we say it every year, but it's not always solid for the whole day perfectly. Some days it is. Here is Zara.
Looks like she found some power there finally. Unfortunately bailing out again.
Commentator's curse. She's going to be, she really have to go for it here. I feel like they're going to get ready to drop her flag. I can see the flag man or woman getting agitated here, but Zara is taking her time, and I wonder how much time she has left. They've been told it's about 40 seconds to a minute. There's no big timers here. We're not trying to push riders to go for it, you know, because as they're taking it in turns, as you probably well know, a lot of you joining us, maybe some of you haven't done before, welcome to you. They take it in turns here.
Not going here again. Yeah, they're taking in turns, and on their wrist they do have a watch that will indicate their turn. With a countdown as well, but it might be that the judges can be a bit more lenient if the wind is not favorable in your heat. We saw yesterday as well the judges giving some riders a little bit more time than the 60 seconds that is initially shown on the watch and is initially set.
What flag seems to be blowing quite nicely now. Jasmine Cho, interestingly, coming into the box with the white rash vest. She's to the right-hand side now, perhaps trying to indicate there is enough wind. The other 2 here with good scores on the board will be wanting Zara Hugenrad to get on with this.
There we go. Nice laid back roll then from Zara. Managed to find the wind finally, sticking it there.
Yeah, but this is not going to suit her, this lighter wind to start with. She really wants the more powered wind to demonstrate her skills and expertise when the wind gets stronger. So a straight mega loop delayed back roll for her is going to give her a score at least. But the other 2 riders here looking like they're up for this, and interesting for me to just see Jasmine come through left foot forward. She's out to the right-hand side at the moment, but it's it's Lana Herman's turn now. Lots of talk about this lady behind the scenes, and rightfully so. Look at these 2 scores she's put on the board. Here she goes. Can she get a 3rd score on the board? A mega loop board off.
Oh, there we go. Wow. Oh, just
cool.
Not having the height there, but very, very nice attempt from Lana. She's from Lithuania, and I've seen her this season in Cape Town training very well. She can do boogie board-offs as well, big kite loop board-offs. So she definitely has very nice tricks. We haven't seen a lot of her in competition. Especially, I think this is her first world tour competing here in France. But she looks like she's up for it. Just missed the height there on that kite loop board off 8.8 meters. Didn't give her just the right amount of height that she needed to land that trick. As we see, she's just body dragging back to her board here. In the bottom left of your screen, you do see that Jasmine Cho has a heart rate of 0, but doesn't mean she is she's not alive anymore. But it means that she's wearing the watch on her wetsuit, not on her skin. So the heart rate is not being detected at the moment, and she's just waiting for Lana to fetch her board right back to the side and go for her turn.
And to remind you, we got all the way up to the men's semi-finals yesterday. A day full of drama, it has to be said. What with the sort of rerun between Jason and Edgar, which was run off air, just to make sure those 2 had a fair result. And we're confident we're up to the semi-finals with the men. But we are on hold for the men, and we go into the ladies here. It's 12 ladies, to remind you. 5 of these ladies have qualified through seeding, and 5 of them have qualified through the video entry system, which is getting very hard to get through. That's a competition on its own. And the two wild cards here, chosen by the organisers, are Pippa van Ursel, 2 times winner of Lords of Tram, and Svenja as well, making it in here too. So there would have been a rider that was seeded 6th that would have made it into this event due to the removal of Michaeli Sol, but that was a voluntary removal by herself, focusing on other things, I believe, other than competition right now. So who was that 6th rider that would have gone in, who would have been greatly appreciating not having to make a video?
Yeah, we see as well that due that Michaeli is out, that I believe that it's Nora Clement moving in as well, as she was the first reserve. So good for her to make it into the competition, because she's a very good rider. As we see Jasmine here finding the wind as well. Going for a nice laid back roll, retrying there. Oh, and unfortunately again missing out on that landing there.
Are we going to get a replay on this one? Come on, that wasn't too bad.
Good height there from her. Bummed about that crash, it seems like.
Why not? That wasn't so bad. Come on, we need a replay. Because actually what I wanted to talk about there was her style of mega loop. It was a bit more old school. Park it out the side like we used to do.
Yeah.
We now complete more of a full 360 loop, even further. Sometimes you left it out the side, and that delayed the tension that she received. It got a bit out of sorts, and I think that's why that... I mean, the kite angle was wonderful.
Yeah.
It was low, but...
You do drop a lot more on that trick then.
Yeah, and she wasn't maybe quite high enough, but...
Yeah, it's fun to play with those different kite angles if you're an experienced kiter, and probably Louis, you played with it as well. Putting the kite on the left or putting the kite on the right after your kite loop can make a big difference in how you come out of a rotation. And there we see for Jasmine, it was quite tricky for her to remain control of her body movement as she was coming out of that laid back roll. As we see Zara here finding some wind, hopefully, with a big boogie loop there.
Yeah, just found the wind nicely, but just going back to what you're saying, Marine, it was necessary to put it out the side and not go full 360, just for how far it got out the side. As we see, nice controlled upside down. Looked like she had that in the bag all day, and some height data coming in nicely there, 60 meters of distance. But the sort of orbit that the sea kite would go on, and you know, we don't need to talk about sea kites all day, but it definitely became a different trick in some ways.
Yeah.
Learning the kite would come up through 12 very quickly whilst you're halfway around a rotation, rather than your kite be out the side. But
yeah,
here
definitely.
is Lana Herman.
She's probably gonna try that kite loop board off again, I would say. She's got the front rotation, she's got the back rotation in, so if she gets a nice board off trick here, that will mean that she has 3 very solid tricks up on the scoreboard, and it will definitely give the other competitors in her heat some challenges to improve. So let's see if she can find the gust here to land that kite loop board off. Unfortunately crashing the previous attempt, but she looked like she almost had it there. Yeah, taking back around.
So it was Francesca Maini who ended up being pushed down from 6th seed into 5th seed, not having to make a video. And she's actually had good success here before. She knows how to ride this spot. She has made it to the final, unfortunately finishing 4th last year, just off the... Well, she was on the podium. We do 1 to 4 as the finals are 4, so she knows how to get to the final. It'd be interesting to see how she rides. She's been on board with North now for a while.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say quite a year, but it's it's probably very much used to the equipment. But
yeah, she's been training on the kites since Cape Town. I saw her in Cape Town riding the new kites from North. She came from F1, and definitely there's a bit of a difference in the way the kite flies. So hopefully she's adjusted to how the orbit flies for her, and she can perform on the kite there. But I've seen some big tricks from her in Cape Town, and I think she's really ready for this competition. She hasn't kited the most in the past months, as she is busy with university, finishing up university. But she's definitely here, and I saw her on the beach, and she's looking very much ready for this competition. Very big moves last year from her, and also being the first woman to ever pull a double loop in competition last year in Cape Town. So we can expect some big things from Francesca. As we're just waiting here for Lana to ride up and down, find and connect with the wind. So hopefully she can find it there. Does seems like she has wind there. Taking off. Probably gonna go for the kite loop board off again. Yeah, there we go.
Got to go on.
Beautiful. Oh!
What an effort to land that. Oh, and
the kite seems to be
was that a release?
Become unhooked there on the landing. She fell forward, so it could be that the chicken loop came out of her hook. But it looked like she's swimming back and trying to reconnect that bar. Beautiful attempt there from Lana. We can see 9.1 meters. It was 20 centimeters higher than the previous attempt, which was 8.9 meters. But seems like it's just still not enough height to get the board on in time and pull the down loop. But she's relaunching now and will have another go in her next turn. And she's got 2 very solid scores on the board. If she gets this kite loop board off down, it will solidify her first place and will make it challenging for the other 2 girls to catch up.
So the big news now to tell you is that the Tramontana has arrived. We can see it on the water. We can see in the trees, the birds. We can hear it on the door, of course, in the live stream booth. I said I wouldn't talk about that today, but it is our reference in here. We can hear the wind pumping through. It's definitely gone up to 30 knots now. So those of you thinking it doesn't look too good, well, here you go. It has arrived in this first heat now. Jasmine Cho just coming down to rescue a board. She's next to Trick. So
no, it's Zara. It's Zara. Her board.
Sorry, it's Zara. So, but it's
very nice of her to bring it back.
Yeah,
will cost her some energy, but she's not up for the next attempt, so she has some time to get back upwind there. She drops the board for.
And I'm still wondering if she'll be in for a pit stop here, Lana, because just the way that kite fell out the sky, just for a second or two, something like you said, either the chicken loop release, but are these riders clipping into a one-line re-ride? I was under the impression that sometimes they would, if they were unhooked, they were still on a suicide maybe, so they didn't lose lift.
Yeah. What I see most riders here on the training do is, there we go, see Jasmine. Not connecting there with the height, unfortunately. But I see a lot of riders that ride semi-suicide, which means that you put your safety leash on your safety ring and your chicken loop. That if in case you come unhooked, you don't release the kite. But as soon as you release the kite, you actually are only on the flag line with your kite. So I ride with that as well always. If you're trying big tricks, it's quite a safe way actually to
and the reason why it's safe is because any reason should you come unhooked, you're not just suddenly dropping out of the sky. You know, we saw Ruben have that crash in Barcelona where I think even if he was actually leashed into what we're suggesting, because the chicken loop was fully released, it's more if the chicken loop stays in isn't released, but you come unhooked for any other reason, that actually you've still got some sort of lift or help. So
sort of breaks you still before you hit the water.
And it totally makes sense as we see a
front row contra loop.
Crash.
Whoa! Big crash there for Zara. Oh,
that is a big one. And if she's taken that,
she can take some very big hits.
So
beautiful attempt there though from Zara. Double front roll with a contra loop there. We don't see those often from the girls, so impressive attempt there. And she's getting back up on the water now. Seems she's in good condition as we see Giel on the right there.
No replay.
Not unfortunately, he's not happy with that crash. But Zara can bounce back from this and try that again. It seems like she was close, just a bit more height, and she would have landed that amazing trick, and it would have scored pretty well.
We need replays of this. It's the best. Yeah. Okay. That had to be real. I want a replay of that. I know you all do at home. What a caner!
Yeah.
That is definitely the sign of the wind coming in there. Just didn't quite have the right balance on the way up, and we see just how powerfully that wind hit her kite here. Lana Herman is next up. Looks like her kite and bar lines is okay. Look at this golden sunshine now appearing on the spot. It is the perfect spot for light for these photographers. Now the sun coming in from the east to your left-hand side as we look towards the southwest, lighting up this arena, this competition zone so perfectly. It moves through so many wonderful stages in the morning of sunrise, early morning, 8:25 a.m. We're starting early because we've got a long day of action here, but all these professionals are used to it. Are we going to see is that a back roll?
Wow, beautiful.
Double back roll, mega loop. Can she stick the landing? Oh, lovely and controlled.
So with that move, she's going to try to improve her 6.17 for the kite loop back roll she performed in her first trick. Here we see finally the replay actually for that trick. There we go, back roll. Taking off, and a beautiful added rotation there during the kite loop. That's gonna, I think, is gonna improve her score for the first trick attempt. So she had a 6.17 for that laid back, but now she's gonna, with an 11.7 meter height, one of the higher tricks
She
this
really,
heat.
really connected with some power on the way around that second roll. But for me, needs to be getting a third trick score on here before maybe going for these upgrades. However, it will for sure. I think that's going to be above a 7 for the power that she was able to achieve here. Now we turn our attentions back to the American Jasmine Cho. Looks like she's thinking about left foot forwards, but she'll then change to right foot forwards. Big crash by Zara Hugenrad. I really wanted to see that again. The kite just got laid right out, and that's probably one of the scarier ones to have laid out, is a contra loop hit in the wind. It's already scary, that move, when you feel like, you know, if you pull it early especially, some of the riders often wait, then pull it to get a bit more tension with the kite. But if you pull that one early, just like a mega loop, but pull it the other way, you feel nothing almost. It's a very bizarre sensation, especially with a front roll.
Here we see Jasmine opting out of this tech also. But Zara is a very power and extreme rider. She when she connects with the gust, she goes with beautiful extreme rotations and can stick those maneuvers very well. So it looks like the wind is definitely picking up here, which is gonna be good for Zara. She's a bit of a taller rider and heavier weight rider than Lana and Jasmine. As we see Jasmine now coming in for her tech here to the left. Speeding up. Taking off there then. Going for a boogie loop. Oh, a front roll contra there.
Now that was very well controlled. That was really well executed, that move. She was just up on her time really to get on with that. It's not the fastest takeoff she ever had. Cameraman just getting that. But actually what you can see here is that there is, her bar wasn't sheeted in the whole way throughout that move. Just trying to get that leading edge to be, you know, going into the wind, getting it to climb. And sometimes if you haven't got gone absolutely massive, that's the best thing to do. If you're pulling the bar in and hitting a block out gust there, you might have it low down.
There we go, Zara.
That's her version of her front roll contra loop, just making sure she landed that cleanly.
Good for her to get another trick there on the board. It will mean she have 3 scoring tricks. So that will mean that she's probably going to take first place with this attempt here, because she's then the only one with 3 scoring maneuvers on the board. Let's see, it's not going to be the highest score for her, I think, on that move, since she didn't get the best of height with 6.3 meters there, but good for her to get 3 scores on the board at least.
Lana's got to go contra loop here for me now. She keeps on trying this mega loop board off. It looks like it's a challenging trick. I can only think she's setting up for that. Just a jump, so that's not going to score too much. That was an amazing upgrade. We saw her highest scoring trick, 7.43 kite loop back roll, but it means she's kicked out a 6.17 already scoring. I think she just even a straight contra loop there would have put her in a nice position going into her last move. She's now got 1 move left where she really, she scored a 1.33. You know, this could maybe undo her great work here. Let's see. Maybe she'll get a nice big move and it won't all matter. But the way the other 2 are going about constructing the heat, Jasmine also here. She's got a contra loop front roll. It's going to be a back roll variation, I would have thought here. It's nice and big. There we go.
She goes again for the laid back. And now it seems like she's...
she can't take...
Unfortunately, they're missing out as well. But smart riding for her to go for that back roll. She needs that 3rd trick, and we see Zara very calculated there with the 3 tricks on the board. And here we see her laid back roll, 3rd attempt there for the laid back. And unfortunately not having the kite in front of her on landing, but behind her. And that means as you land, you don't have any speed to ride out. If she would have had the kite there in front of her on that landing, she would probably ride out there. As we see Zara, what would she improve then? She has the lowest score of her 3 scoring moves is the contra loop front roll. So if she's riding smart, or if she is getting caddied well by her boyfriend Giel Vlucht, then she would try that contra loop again, probably maybe with an extra rotation as well to improve that 5.3 to solidify her first position in this heat. But very smart riding from her.
Tough for Jasmine that she didn't land that one. She really had the bar sheeted out quite a lot during the end there, which meant it really did overfly. Yeah,
and the tricky thing can be if you sheet all the way out that you don't feel the kite anymore. So to pull it back around and to get power again is tricky. As we see a laid back roll there for Zara. She has a 6 for another laid back there. Let's see if this one is going to improve for her.
I don't think it is going to. So it's interesting she's looking to replace that move when there's a 5.3. Maybe she's not so confident with the contra loop front roll left foot forwards. It looks like they're avoiding the kite loop board offs for now, these 3. Certainly Lana's had a go. Lana for me here needs to just be putting in, you know, a simple a simple contra loop of some sort. She is in first place, but you feel very much that one of the other two is going to land one of their last moves. You know, she's got 2 high trick scores, but she's not in the clear by any means. So here we go.
No, they're probably going to go for the kiteboard again. Yeah, there she goes. Does seem like she's connecting there now.
Yeah, wonderful. She's confident with that trick. And to do that on her last move, riding away downwind now, finished with that heat, she'll be absolutely stoked. She
Looking
really
at her watch there to see if she's going to get the right score in.
She's really controlled that. Didn't go super high. Punching her hand up in the air. That should be maybe enough for her with 2 sevens and above on her scores. I think she's going to be very hard to catch. She's going to need something very special from the other riders.
I see Victor running, her caddy Victor running back to her.
It's going to be on around 22 at least when the 1.33 is dropped. I would have thought that must be up in high in the sevens again. Perhaps maybe not for height, but technical difference. 7, a nice solid 7. 21.43 for me. Jasmine can only catch her with something like a 9, but Zara is the threat. But
Jasmine gonna go here for another laid back. Oh, again there, not having the kite in the best position coming out of that rotation.
I mean, photo-wise, it looks amazing, and if she's going another 3 or 4 meters, that's the real old
we can
school.
see that she gets stuck in this position here because the kite is not there to support her landing, and then it becomes very tricky to get your body back straight and to ride out. I've seen her do huge laid back rolls in Cape Town, and she's been training in Cape Town for 5 months. But Cape Town is kickers, and to take off here, and you get extra height, and you have the time to fall into your kite then. So it might be for her that it's just new here with, as we see Lewis rush to the door as someone is knocking. But it's tricky if you're taking off on the flat and you don't get the height, and you do put the kite in the position there to actually have enough time to fall underneath your kite, have your kite catch you, and go back up. So it's going to be the last attempt then for Zara, and looks like Jasmine is going to end up 3rd in this heat, and Zara can still have another chance to improve her contra loop front roll to try and be 1st. Currently 1st is Lana with 21.43 points, and Zara is 2nd with 17.6. So she would need to improve her trick by quite a lot to become 2nd there, or to become 1st, I mean. But she's riding now a bit more power than at the beginning of the heat. There we go, taking off. Wanting to go for that kite loop board off there, but not having the right amount of height on the takeoff. Unfortunately, just a straight kite loop, and looks like she's dipped into the water there, which is gonna result in a crash for her. But I think that concludes this heat. It's gonna be Lana Herman from Lithuania in 1st place. Then Zara Hogeraad from the Netherlands in 2nd, and Jasmine Cho from the United States in 3rd.
Commercial.
Mate, I just lost my board. Help me, please.
So here we are, back with Heat 2. And I'm very happy to see one girl in this list, which is Pippa van Eersel. It's going to be her first competition again in 2 years, and I'm getting goosebumps just saying that. She's been injured, and she's been training really, really hard to be here back again in France. And she's competing here. She's well known for competing for a long time already, vice world champion in freestyle. And she's competing against Nora Clement from Germany. And Angélie Bulot, local French and very well known. She's ridden King of the Air. She's ridden for a long time, and she's known for her extremely high and powered kite loops. It's going to be a very nice heat to watch, and I'm very stoked to see again Pippa van Eersel back on the water. So let's see how this heat is going to unfold.
Yeah, tough heat this one then. So Pippa, a multiple winner of this event, and she's really had to show some patience. It would have been the making of her and really developed her character, having to spend so much time out of injury. She loves kiteboarding. She's so passionate, and she's had to really just be calm behind the scenes and wait for her time. Could this well be her time, being the first person to win 3 Lords of Trams in both disciplines? It's lined up perfectly for her here. She's looking good and strong out there. Michele's not here as well. Interestingly, Angeli Bouillot, one of the legends of the sport, also in this heat. She's actually seeded second in this competition. She's actually seeded third, but of course Michele's out, so she gets pushed up one. But it's Natalie that has the top seed, even though Angeli Bouillot finished second last year, Natalie third. But then we had the GKA Big Air World Championships in Tarifa. Angeli finished fourth there. Natalie finished second, which is why her second and third is a bit more powerful in the rankings than a second and fourth from Angeli. So that is what's happened here. And obviously Pippa, out for so long, didn't have a ranking, qualified here as a local wild card. I think she's earned that for somebody
for sure.
that's won the event twice. So for her, it'd be interesting that she's first in sequence with the lowest seeding or the highest seeding or ranking.
There we go. First trick attempt then from Pippa. Going for a straight kite loop there.
Oh, and that's probably the last thing she needs, is to drop out the sky a little bit and not get wind on the way up, as the wind just looks like it pulled back.
On your feet, you actually can get hurt, as we saw yesterday with Mark as well. So we see this kite loop 1 foot from Nora Clement, landing that one. Not the best amount of height, but a good trick. Good first trick to get a score on the board. But again, to land in a wrong position, thinking I'll be fine. I always opt out for kicking my board off and just making sure that I crash without my board.
What a stylish move that was in the meantime from Nora.
Yeah.
Kite loop 1 footer, loads of control. Really nice entry here. I enjoyed watching that. 5.8 meters in height, 50 meters. That was pretty decent. She's going to get solid 5 or something on the board for that. Welcome to you again for the second full day of action here. I think it goes down as day 3, doesn't it? But it feels very much like day 2 for us. This is Angeli Bouillot riding left foot forwards with the red lycra, trying to build up speed. Looks like she's going to connect into a back roll.
Beautiful double back roll kite loop there.
It was nice.
Beautiful and signature trick there from Angeli, showing that she's known at this spot. She knows the spot, I mean, and there we see her connect with the wind very nicely. Beautiful move there from Angeli. We can call it, I think, the signature Angeli trick. I see riders train that, and they say, "I want to do the Angeli trick." So nice of her to have that trick landed in her first attempt. As we see, Pippa's up next. The red flag is still up for Angeli, but soon it will move down. And it will move to the turn of Pippa.
A solid 5. Exactly what Nora put on the board. Pippa looking to go right foot forwards then, but it's Angeli's turn, so she's... Oh no, there
It's
goes
still
her
Pippa's
lycra.
turn, but we're waiting for a score to drop for Angeli, as we just got it in then. And Pippa's up here.
That's what happens when you turn your head away. Lovely take
That's
off
better.
this time.
Nice laid back roll there from Pippa. Connecting with the wind. Very controlled. Very calculated move there.
And I'm sure the team managers back at Duotone are happy with that move. Can see some of them around here now looking on. And Pippa, nice move for her. Lots of distance downwind there. And we just see she's very relaxed. 121 beats per minute.
So up next is Nora again. Probably going to ride to the left as we see a nice 7.5 for Angeli there drop for the double back row kite loop. Someone is just cleaning the lens there, giving us a nice high resolution view of the action. Nora going up, going for a front row kite loop there. Oh, just losing her board. Maybe she saw that she didn't have the height to land that and kicked off her board there, which would be very smart riding from her. We're going to see the replay here. You see her come out of that rotation as she goes here and looking at the water, and then she decides to kick off the board there, which is a smart move from her. You don't want to crash on your board. from a height like that with a fall like that, it could injure yourself.
The other two putting some 7s on the board already. Nora's going to have to really pick up her game now. She started quite solidly with that 5, sensibly bailed that out, but didn't find full connection and lift on the way up with that manoeuvre. We had some great conversation with Cohen yesterday, just about how loose they ride their straps, just to be able to kick the board off like that. That's a skill on its own. Meanwhile, Angélique Bouillot, French rider, into a back roll. I think she was trying to take the board off, perhaps, throughout that move. Looks like she got stuck a bit.
Yeah, one of Angelique's big moves as well as a back row kite loop board off. So probably wanting to go for that to put a second score on the board. Unfortunately, not getting the board out, so she's gonna get a score for that, but it's probably not gonna count since her 7.5 for that other double back row kite loop is gonna be a higher score then.
But she must be very confident with that move to have gone for that second move, knowing that if she didn't take the board off, I mean, if she goes for the front roll board off and doesn't quite get the board off, she will actually score for that. So
yeah,
interesting decision. But now we go back to Pippa van Ursels. We're starting to accelerate through these heats now, as for me, looks like the wind just switched a little bit north, perhaps, for her to be riding in this, or is it just that she's riding in a different sort of area here? She's really lining up her right foot forwards moves, which maybe does indicate that there's better wind over to the right hand side. This angle back into the sand there does tell me actually the wind might be a bit more north than northwest as she pre-pops into this one. And it's
beautiful boogie loop there.
Oh, it just got
just not the height for that extra
rotation.
rotation.
To be thrown into the next one. Maybe a 180 an extra 180 might have been best. Here's the replay, Marijn. Why didn't she ride away from this?
Well, she's gone for the first rotation there, and then coming out, she thought she had the height, and she was falling into the second rotation there. It was a controlled rotation, but just missing out the extra meter to come out the rotation and land that trick.
Often riders like to go into that second front roll, actually, just with the, if you don't, if you haven't got a nice slow half a front roll going on for your boogie, which it looked like Pippa was into a full front roll there as the power hit her, and as we know with kite loops, once they go through the window, you get at least another half a rotation, free of charge, by the way. So when you're learning your first back roll kite loops, just go for half a back roll. Don't go for a full back roll. You're going to get nailed into a back roll and a half. Everyone's had that on the back.
Yeah, and as you try to force yourself to not rotate, you're actually going to come down even harder. Just go with the kite.
Could be another rotation here, but well, she really did resist trying to go for another rotation.
Yeah.
Release the bar out here, Nora. And she'll be happy to get that on the board to keep up with the other two for now.
There she goes in the front roll there. And here we see her just wanting to tense her abs and force her to not go in a second rotation, as she wouldn't have had the height to land there with a second rotation. So smart riding from her.
I think if she kept the bar sheeted in, it for sure would have given her a bit more momentum and force her. The only way she was able to kill that energy was to release the bar out fully. But what that does with a boogie loop is it really changes your body position and posture to release the bar in such an aggressive way. But she really engineered a great landing here. Here is Angélique Bouillot.
Gonna get that board off there. Yes, she does. Wanting to put the board back on, but seeing that she didn't have the height there, throwing the board to her side to not crash into the board.
I'm surprised at this. I have to say, Marijn, that she must be so confident with this move to be performing one of her top moves here when she's only got one trick on the board. I'd be expecting some basic contra loops, with a high scoring 7 here, with Pippa starting to show that she's got some big moves. And Nora also, fortunately for Angélique, none of the others have got 2 or 3 moves on the board right now, but this is an interesting tactic. And if she repeats that move again, then I will be questioning her tactics, but she knows what she's doing more than myself, because she has been on the podium multiple times over the last years and is a big air legend of the sport. Perhaps that is just one of her easier moves and she's just frustrated and wants to get it done early.
In the training on the water here, I did see her land those tricks quite often, quite consistently. See Pippa go up for another boogie there. There she's connecting with the height, catching a huge gust there as well, and sticking that one. That was beautiful move from Pippa. Finding the wind on the right there, on the right tack.
She got the uplift very nicely. No replay, unfortunately, with that, but she definitely landed quite far downwind. Got a bit pulled out of sorts on the way up, but controlled it really nicely. Okay, so we're going into 2 minutes after this to the next heat. They're really getting on with things here. Heat 2 of the ladies, and that's a big back roll mega loop with a grab from Nora. She's really riding well here, and I think she's going to put a spanner in the works of these other riders here. She is the second-ranked rider in this heat due to Pippa's no seeding.
But very calculated riding from Nora, going for kite loop 1, foot kite loop front roll, and now a back row kite loop. So she's solidifying 3 solid scores there on the board. Very, very smart riding of Nora to get those scores on the board, and now she can start pushing to improve her current scores.
I think she might go into the lead, you know. All she needs is sort of a 5.15 to go into the lead, Nora. Let's see if that was enough, as we see better riding from Angie now. Just a straight mega loop. Start catching up with the other riders. So will Nora go into the lead as we see a replay of a straight mega loop? We've focused our attention. I think she needs a 5.15 according to my maths. 5.14 would equal Pippa van Ursel, currently in the lead with 15.07.
Pippa's flag is being raised any moment now. There it goes, the blue flag. As she's riding, she's going to come into your screen right now, riding to the right again.
Interesting, she came all the way back here. Did she change kites without us knowing?
Might be that she's changed to a bit of a smaller size to go for a kite loop board off. With a big kite, it can be quite tricky to loop the kite with one hand while you're taking your board off. So she might have switched down to a bit of a smaller size to go for that attempt, but it's hard to see from here.
So on my screens, Nora Clement, I'm looking at the GKA website here, gkakiteworldtour.com/live. Nora Clement from Germany goes into the lead, now on 15.40. That should update on your screens very shortly. So scoring a 5.47 for that kite loop. She's in a great position.
There we go. Front row contra loop then, from Pippa.
Great riding from Pippa. That's the first big one of those we've seen in this heat. And what would she need to put herself back? Well, she actually just needed just a 0.37.
Throwing her shoulder there over her, throwing her head over her right shoulder and looping with her front hand. Very nice move from Pippa, and controlled landing. It's going to give her a nice score, nice third scouting score. She has got a 7.17 and a 7.9. So it's going to be a comfortable riding for Pippa here with 3 solid scores on the board then. Yeah,
and she's now really powering through this. It's actually Angeli that's got a bit of work to do here. And might decide she could do with something around a 6. Something. She's just turning around. I think
wanting
she's looking
to go to the right
yeah,
there.
maybe, but she's going to come back left foot forward. Let's see. She's had a scoring kite loop. Should have done that second trick, I think. Will she be tempted for the kite loop back roll, or is she wanting to go right foot forwards? Oh no, she's going to jump here. She's got her arm. So often we see that released. Nice big jump. It's a mega loop
with a
grab, and it's actually Nora. Apologies. Oh, she's got some work to do to control. Wow, what a control landing this. So looking to upgrade. I think she was trying to upgrade her kite loop 1-footer, perhaps here, but just going for a standard kite loop. She's got the kite loop 1-footer, the kite loop front roll, the kite loop back roll. That would be a different category,
yeah,
I believe. I think that is separate than the kite loop 1-footer,
yeah.
Ryan.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
Will that score more than a 4.93? I'm not sure. It was quite a nice big loop, but I think that for me is a bit under a 5. As
so we definitely see the wind picking up at the moment. I see more and more whitecaps forming on the lake in front of me here in Barcarès. As we see Angeli speeding up, she might then have enough power to go for that back row kite loop board off again. No, unfortunately.
Sorry to interrupt you, Marianne. I think she was just going for a standard mega loop board off.
Yeah.
Angeli Buyol, last year's second place finisher, in trouble then in heat number 2, round 1. In trouble. I mean, is that a bit dramatic for me to say? She's had 5 moves now, still doesn't have 3 moves on the board, unlike the other 2 riders who have got. I mean, look at Pippa's score, 21.6. Nora's now in a position to upgrade. It's just the position she's in now. She can't really be thinking about upgrading her moves, unlike the other 2 riders. Pippa van Ursel's got a 6.53. Will she go for a double front roll contra loop, perhaps, to try and improve that? Or will she think I've done maybe enough here?
Maybe she's going to go try for a board off there. There we go. Whoa. Beautiful kite loop board off. Oh, not managing to get her feet back on the board there, but smart decision for her to go for that board off. It would put a 4th score for her, a different 4th score, so it would give her an indication which trick would score highest. And kite loop board off is one of the higher scoring tricks here for the women division. Unfortunately, not managing to get her board back in the strap stand.
We've seen a bit of strange wind entering these riders' wins. That's not the first Houdini we've seen here, with the kite going through itself in a very forward position in the window, then recovering. But here goes Nora Clement. What would be her decision, do you think, here, Marijn?
Well, let's see what she's going to do. She's taking off there, going to improve her kite loop 1 foot. Her first trick there, which was a score of 5, kite loop 1 foot. This one looked to be a bit higher than. There we go. She's taking off, kicking her feet back, and landing with good speed and control. Smart riding from her to improve that. Try and improve that trick there.
Once again, a big welcome to you all on our live stream here, tuning in from around the world. I'm Lewis Crathen. I'm joined by Marijn Prug next to me. It's the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour Stop 1, Round 1 of the Big Air here at the 2024 Lords of Tram in the south of France. 8:52 local time, an early start for these riders as we look out on your screens there, looking into the south direction, the southwest. On your screens is Angélie Bouillot, who has got some work to do here. The second seed in this event. She finished second here last year. Sets up for the Mega Loop.
Kite loop 1 foot.
Got to land this, really.
That's smart from Angélie. Definitely very smart. She felt that she didn't have the wind to go for a board off, but she definitely needed a third high trick score there. So it's smart riding from her to go for that kite loop 1 foot. She still has a trick attempt left, so she's going to wait for her score to drop in to see what she needs to do, but definitely a smart move from her.
Lots of great conversation going on our stream, and we enjoy seeing that. Very much enjoying seeing people's definitions of what a mega loop is, and I've always felt the beauty of that is that a mega loop is in the eye of the beholder, I guess. It's all down to, we do have Ruben listening somewhere. It'd be interesting to know what his definition of a mega loop would be, but it's always open to, as I've learned eventually, whatever you think it is.
I feel like you've when you've done a mega loop, when you felt you've done a mega loop. It's not a definition, it's a feeling. Once you're flying through the air, you have the kite just in front of you, you're getting yanked horizontal, and you land with speed, you can say, well, that felt like a mega loop.
Well, that definitely backs up the vision of a mega loop for my hang time hotline WhatsApp group back at home. Some of their 1 and 2 meter mega loops, for them, they feel like mega loops and they talk about them. So yes, I'd agree with that. Nice big mega loop. Now that's a mega loop for me by Pipit. She got swung backwards again though. She's had some very bizarre sensation she's having to deal with. However, she is in a great position in this heat.
Yeah, we can see on the replay here, she tries to take the board off there, looping the kite with one hand, and then she sheets the bar all the way out, which puts the kite suddenly above her, dropping her a bit more, and it makes it tricky for her to then get the kite back sheeted in with power to ride out. The tricky thing with looping with one hand is to finish the kite in the right position, and then when you sheet out, you lose the tension in your line, so you're going to fall down a bit faster. Unfortunately, then a crash for Pippa, but she has 3 very solid scores on the board at the moment, and it's going to be quite a challenge for the other 2 ladies with their last trick attempt coming up to try and take that first place.
And my definition of a mega loop's just come to me. I feel that the bar's got to be fully sheeted in.
Yeah.
And which is hard to do with one hand, of course. And I also feel like you have to be travelling upwards. You can't be waiting to hit the zenith and then be hitting the apex. I feel you still got to have that movement that you're going upwards just to get that kite and that acceleration downwind as well. That's my definition of a mega loop. There's many different ones around the world, and we're enjoying hearing yours as well. But here is Nora Clement. Is she going to show us her definition?
Going to the right, back row contra loop. Interesting move there.
Was it a contra loop?
Yeah, I believe it was a back row contra loop there from Nora. So we're going to see the replay.
Very interesting. You don't often see the back roll.
So there we go, back roll.
Yeah, you're right. Pulling on the right hand, very difficult move to do that one. It sort of goes against.
It's reversed.
Yeah, very strange. Do your lines come out equal?
No.
After that one, or is it only the front? A double twisted. Double twisted. It shows how much I've done that move. Don't mind the front roll contra loop. I've never really.
Yeah, the front row contra puts you in the. You don't have to untwist your lines there.
Ready to go unhooked or do something afterwards. Here's Angélie Bouillot getting a bit of advice from the beach then, because what's Nora going to score here? Because she's now in a position, Angélie, where I think she's going to need quite a big move. Let's imagine she pushes out that 4.13. That's going to put her back down to around 12.7. She needs something quite big here to do anything about, she needs well over an 8.5 if she's going to try and beat Pippa, but she'll just be finding out here from a caddy there. Who's
on
that?
On the beach with the blue hat.
Or is that a
probably
private,
telling her the scores.
Maybe a video call to her parents?
She's looking at the watch as well on her left wrist there. She can probably see her position in the heat, second.
She'd be trying to work out what she needs to take first here.
Very calm there with a 71 beats per minute on her heart rate. Looking on her watch there. Wondering what she's gonna do here. She needs a big score, and for that she needs some big wind as well. Gonna go for something on the right. Then I would think that she's gonna do a front roll, as Angeli's known for doing those tricks to the right. Then there we go, front roll, kite loop there from Angeli. Smart for her to get.
She's just trying to get second for me there. That's what that suggested to me, is that she wasn't bothered about first. I think she'd have gone left foot forwards and gone for the back roll mega loop board off, but she's just going for a simple boogie loop to the right hand side. She would have been told that she needs to defend this position, although on your screens, actually, has that score come in already for her? She was actually okay in that was her 7th trick, right? 1, 2,
yeah,
3,
that was her
4,
7th trick.
5, 6, 7. So
she was in second already.
That was an interesting decision, Marianne, because it looked like she had already claimed, for me, 2nd place.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what that was about, really. Perhaps maybe just trying to get a better 2nd place position than some of the other riders going through. I'm not sure if the way the ladder works like that. Sometimes these riders trying to always be last in sequence. You're rewarded. We'll be back shortly. Heat number 3 then of the ladies. Sarah Sadek from Egypt, Francesca Maini seeded 5, and Justine Avril seeded 4 here in red. So 2 high seeds in this same heat. Around 25 knots, maybe touching a bit more when that comes in over there. Yeah, I think some of the gusts here are 30 knots. Just remember the kite sizes that we're seeing out here, they're all on 7s. They could well be taking 9s if they wanted to be going even bigger, Marine. I know some of you watching online wishing there'd be a bit more wind, but it's also down to what kite size you want to compete in. There we go.
Wow, Sarah Sadek there, opening with a back row kite loop. Quite some good height there. Egyptian rider Sarah riding on duotone kite. She was on slingshot before, but seems like the new kites are working for her then. Nice rotation there with a grab, showcasing to the riders that she's got the control of the landing.
You can't deny that was a great start to the heat though, Marine. That was blimey, that was brilliant, wasn't it? That really took me by surprise for her, the lowest seed in this one here.
Francesca then also with some new kites. Beautiful late back roll there from her. Seems like whoa! Just getting swung in that other rotation as we see.
And again, a Paul Daniels with the kite going through. You've got another name for that with your magician in the. Remind me.
Hans Klok.
Hans Klok. So that is the motion. Just committing into this one, but we've just got out of sorts there going into that second. You don't often go into a second.
Yeah, and the
back
confusing
roll.
thing is there. If you're backwards and you're gonna pull your down loop one way, it's actually the other way. So you have to think, okay, which way does the kite need to go in order for me to land there? And if you send it the wrong way, it's not gonna catch you, as we just saw with Francesca.
Sometimes you just pull it and hope in that situation.
Pull and pray.
Just have some sort of tension back from the kite. At least it's looping somewhere. Last thing you want to do is put a little bit of steering in and then release. Maybe you sent it straight down. Like you just don't know. So unfortunately for Francesca, she is a go big or go home rider to me. She
Yeah.
really loves to connect with her moves. But Justine Averill will be looking at the start of this heat. There is good wind out there. It's 30 knots for me. This looks like a 7 meter for her as well. Yeah, I think it is. Nice takeoff. Good start. Nice grab at the end of this mega loop. An experienced rider now, it has to be said. 4th seed here at the Lords of Tram, and a nice start for her. I think the men, if they were out here, wouldn't be so fast either. They'd be on 9s now, and they'd be going pretty big in this wind as well. We can't always guarantee 40, 50 knots, as you will know from the forecast, but wind should be picking up around the 40 knot mark later. But there's definitely a solid 30 out there for me, Marine, looking at what I'm seeing and knowing that they're only on 7s. Well, I say only on 7s. We're seeing quite some powerful gusts hit them when they connect with mega loops, but no need for 9s then for these ladies. And they could, of course, change to that if the wind was less.
Yeah, as we see Sarah riding back, maybe she's going to go for a straight kite loop or front rotation here to get a second good score on the board. She's got a 6.1 for that first back row kite loop. Good score there for Sarah from Egypt. There we go. Kite loop with a grab. Smart move just to get a second score on the board. Solid riding.
There'll be lots of judges in there looking for what type of grab that was. I don't think that was the most technical grab. Nonetheless, but they're not going to totally go crazy over that because it was grabbed. They're also very educated on every type of way you can grab the board, these judges, being, you know, good riders themselves. Here comes the Brit, Francesca Maini. Nice, we've got a few Brits now. You know, Hannah taking a bit of a break from competition, I believe. Aaron still going, probably be saying that in 50 years' time. Nice to see Max coming through as a Brit. And we've got, you know, there's a few others kicking about as well, which I think we'll see over the next couple of years. But here is Francesca, who is by no means a debut rider here. She knows what she's doing at her. She's got to the final. Loads of power. Will she try and repair the damage on the mega loop? Whoa, front roll contra loop. Will she go into a second rotation? Lovely control. Yeah. One of the most well-controlled ones of those we've seen so far from the ladies. Talk me through this replay, Marine.
Yeah, there we go. Very. She's taking the rotation slow there. Rotating, waiting for the kite to pull her out of the rotation, which is really smart. If you're rotating and you complete the rotation and then you pull the kite loop, the kite's going to yank you into a second rotation. So very controlled and calculated riding there from Francesca. Good for her to get a score on the board. And up next is Justine, French. She's riding here a lot. She's training here on this spot quite often as she's from France. And there she goes up. Oh, aggressive front row kite loop there. Oh, big wipe out there for Justine.
That's a biggie. Now, if maybe we're going to get the angle of the kite on this replay. She's oversteered this one round more than 360.
I would have definitely tried to keep my kick my board off there.
It's very difficult skill to do that though. Like, you know, if you ever try and kick a board off during a mega loop, last thing you want to do is kick it downwind. It's a skill on its own.
Yeah.
That we don't often talk about, how you need to be able to crash well. It's an art. You can never progress further in this sport without a big crash, and crashing well will obviously keep you away from injuries, and then you can keep going for it. So riders who kick these boards, the decision of boards got to come off now has to be made very quickly, because otherwise you're too late with it, as we saw with Mark trying to, well, he got a bit unlucky dropping out the sky yet, but board contact with legs never ends up well.
There we go. Wow. Beautiful front row kite loop there from Sarah. Can she manage to hold on to the kite there? Kite falling a bit.
Oh, what a shot
beautiful.
There. Tension coming back into the kite. What a wonderful replay.
Amazing performance so far in this heat from Sarah. Wow.
It was the ending I loved here. What a landing. She had a lot of work to do here. Nearly got dragged over.
She grabbed the front lines, as you saw on the water, to get that kite back in a powered position. Wow.
What a wonderful riding from Sarah Sadek here, who is on paper not seeded as well as the other two riders here, but she's had a great start.
Francesca then here, going up. Front row kite loop there. Nice kite angle for that front row kite loop, managing to ride out that as well.
Don't often see that, Marine, those full speed landings here as the water starts to chop up a bit more. But
she's committed to that trick as soon as she takes off there. Not cranking the bar as much, which puts the kite in a lower position there. Beautiful front row kite loop then from Francesca. Up next, Justine again. Big crash from the last trick attempt, but she seems to be in good condition to try something else here. Going for that boogie loop again. Now she's steering the kite in a good position there, and managing to down loop and land. That's, I think, what she wanted to do before, and luckily she lands it now, so we can see a replay here for that trick.
Really going into that front roll early, releasing the bar on the way round the front roll. I like to see the legs halfway between tucked and straight. It's about what I like to see, but everyone's got their different opinion. Left foot forwards, coming into the box. Looks very focused here. Sarah having a great hit. Good takeoff. Mega loop, delayed back roll. This looks good, Marine, for landing. She's
amazing again from Sarah. Wow.
Yeah, she's looking very good on the water, and we're going to see this replay. Just look at the takeoff here. So often we can just get an idea. Looks good from there. Got high up in the air. Lovely flip of the delayed back roll. There really is a sensation of flipping it round and going with the kite. There should never be this sort of dangly feeling coming out of that move. When you're really connected to the kite does all the work for you. You can almost set up a bit sideways on with that move. Difficult one to do on the opposite tack, that's for sure. One way just feels natural as hell with that move. The other way takes a bit more training. And here is Francesca Marini. For me, quite interesting that she hasn't gone back to the mega loop delayed back roll, which you'd probably say was the most simpler of the rotational maneuvers. She hasn't gone anywhere near that for her. Maybe that's her routine, but I'm expecting that move from her now. I'll be very surprised if we didn't see a mega loop delayed back roll from Francesca.
Powering up here then. Taking off. Wanting to go there, but deciding not to rotate. She didn't have the height. Quite smart. She had a very small butt check there on the landing, but good. She would have had a crash if she would have went for that rotation, I think.
Yeah, I like this. That she's just trying to get it in the block zone and spin around. A nice way to think about the mega loop back roll, if it's one you haven't ticked off yet, is actually being already a bit sideways on the way up. You know, have some of that rotation in, bringing up one of the back leg, the back knee into the back elbow. Really gets you in that position to go around. You've got to, and follow the kite was another great message for that with your head. So here is Justine Avril. There's another nice mega loop delayed back roll from her. So she hasn't actually got that one on the board either. So they're going to the more simpler rotation here to just try and complete some trick scores.
Yeah, for Sarah it was a score of 7.3 for that laid back roll. That was at 10.5 meters height, and this one from Justine is at 7.5. So probably he's going to score a bit less than Sarah, but definitely a good score for Justine to get on. So we see Sarah coming here again. Whoa! Early 1 foot kite loop there.
Was it a contra loop? 1
Perhaps
footer?
was it? Yeah, she
I
grabbed.
don't know.
I think so.
Looked strange on the way up.
She took her right foot out, which means she was with her right foot on the board, or right hand on the board, and her left hand must have been put in the kite
on the
loop.
front of the bar. That's a well recognised, Marine. So let's take a look. Does it make sense that she was going for the contra loop? Has she got one of those just yet?
She doesn't, and she doesn't have a 1 foot as well. So both could contribute to score, but just a normal contra loop wouldn't have been that much of an impressive score. But a contra loop 1 foot would have been. So smart decision to go for that. Unfortunately, not landing it.
Very close this heat. It's one of the closest heats we've seen so far, I think, at this stage of the competition. There's not much separating these two riders. In fact, there's hardly anything at all. 2.1. No,
Jessica speeding up here. Needs to go for that laid back roll again. Now she's going to connect with the wind there. Beautiful laid back roll then. Can she control the landing? Yes, she does. That's exactly what she needed to improve her lowest score, her 3.53 for the normal kite loop. So a very, very good good trick there for Francesca.
She'll go into the lead quite comfortably with this, Marine. And all these riders having a really good, solid heat, which probably just showing how good the conditions are right now. That looks like solid 30 knots for me right now if you are just watching. We can see, because these nice little white caps are starting to build, there's lots of power. And this on your screen is Justine Avril.
What is she going to do? Another frontal contra there. So she's going to have another different trick on the board. She hasn't attempted a contra then. So let's see if this is going to improve her 4.7 for the kite loop.
What do you think? Is this better than a 4.7 for her? It's not bad. It's technically more difficult.
Yeah, not the height.
I think she might be a solid 5 maybe for that. Let's take a look. Contra loop front row scoring 6.6 for Francesca Marini. It was higher. I think, yeah, she should be
Sarah
getting
riding full
around.
power there. Going for a kite loop, grabbing the board on the way down.
She's trying to improve her kite loop score of a
Perhaps
4
wanting
point.
to go for a 1 foot. One of her tricks that she's training a lot is the kite loop 1 foot. Maybe not getting the board out of the foot out of the board there, but good straight kite loop there for Sarah, who's had a very good heat so far actually. Francesca's up next. What would she improve? Go for that contra loop again? What do you think, Lewis?
Kite loop, the contra loop front roll. I mean, it was a pretty good one. She's heading right foot forwards here now, so she hasn't got. I think it. You either start taking the board off here, or it's not windy enough to try and throw any doubles. I don't believe for these ladies. So I think she'll be trying to improve the contra loop front roll. Whether or not she's got that in a double, I don't know. She has got a kite loop front row only scoring a 7. I bet she can do it better, so maybe it might be a big one of them.
There we go.
Yeah.
Wanting to go for that second rotation again there.
Yeah, just getting stuck between 1 and 2, somewhere around 1 1/4 in the end. But she's chosen, I think she'll feel happy with her contra loop front row and feels maybe she can't do any more with that. So it's going to be a second crash for her. As Justine Avril now looking at her scores, and you can do this too. I mean, on your screens it's quite clear that the lowest score she has is a 4.73. We can see via the website, which you can do to GKA kiteworldtour.com/live, that it's a kite loop. It's a straight kite loop that she's trying to replace. She doesn't really want to replace the kite loop front roll. She doesn't really want to replace the kite loop back roll. That would have been the information provided from her caddy there. Do a massive kite loop, or do a massive kite loop 1 footer, or a massive kite loop board off, or a contra loop. One of those categories.
Multiple
or a double.
options.
Or, I mean, there's lots of categories, but the wind and conditions really forces the hand of the riders. They get 3 of their best trick attempts out of 7, and we're seeing a wonderfully engineered heat by all 3 of these riders who
Very calculated.
they're showing us how heat in the ideal world would be constructed, where they can now start to upgrade and use the scoring system.
Going for the front row contra again there. Trying to add a rotation. Kite falling out the sky there. So we get the replay here.
It was
Yeah,
the
these
right
extra
decision.
rotations are tricky then to time. She's falling out the sky, trying to down up the kite, but Kite wasn't in the perfect position to pull her out of that rotation and land.
It's hard to get tension on the kite going into sort of slow front rolls as well, depending on what position you're in, to really crank the bar against the way you might be facing. The bar might end up in your face on the way round,
Yeah.
you know. So, but for me, that was a correct decision, and that's good caddying to say contra loop front roll. You know, that's the move that you need to try and get in the mix here, because she's currently down in 3rd place, is the best seeded rider in this one. Justine Avril seeded 4th here. Francesca Maini 5th. Sarah Sadek is really pushing hard here to try and oust Francesca Maini. So not much in this between those two. In fact, 0.59 separates... Sorry, 1.59 separating Francesca Maini and Sarah Sadek. But Sarah has a 4.73 kite loop scoring. Will she be thinking contra loop, or will she be thinking massive kite loop?
I think she's gonna try and go for a kite loop 1 foot to improve that kite loop
I
score.
think contra loop. Here it is. It's a big... That's a nice contra loop. Can she stick this? Is it going to be enough to put her in 1st place? She's going to need a high 5, I think. She needs to get 1.5 points more than that. She needs a mid 6 really to push Francesca Maini down into 2nd place. Will it be enough? As we can see, she's 1.59 away from Francesca's 21 point total. She's on 19.41. She's going to have to take away a 4.73 and add on whatever she gets from that score.
Francesca just riding in there.
Don't think it's going to be enough to put her in 1st. I think maybe with a rotation,
Perhaps.
it could have done, but it's going to be somewhere in the region between 5 and 6, maybe a bit more for me. 4.67. So
Not going to be enough
no,
then.
they don't. That shows the judges aren't really favouring just straight contra loops, you know. But that said, if you're needing a medium range trick to put you in a different position, lots of the other riders would have looked at that score and thought, oh, I could just do a straight contra loop. Maybe it's going to score, you know, base around there. So Francesca Maoni looks like...
Kite looked bored if she wanted to go there, but not the height she wanted and needed for that trick attempt. Crashing that one. But looks like Francesca's gonna take the lead in this heat unless Justine can pull a big trick out of the bag. Justine last year here did one of the biggest double loops, unfortunately crashing it, but definitely being able to do those tricks and capable of big moves. She's might gonna try the front row contra loop with an extra rotation again. If she gets a good height on that trick, it might be enough for her to actually go into that first position, but you would definitely need a big score for that.
Needs to be something massive here if she's going to go for that first position, but can she do enough to maybe go through in second here? Francesca Maoni really taking it to these other riders, but they've all had a great heat. Just over 3 points separate them. 3.04, Moraine.
Yeah, just Justine not going for the trick there, turning around and wanting to go for another tech. Just to wait a bit more for the wind.
So she needs over a 7.7 if she is going to try and go into first place. What's it going to be?
Oh,
it's
not
going to be a crash.
Not connecting with the wind.
Pretty sure she's not going to get a score for that. Moraine, are you tempted to score that sometimes as a judge? No. We're professional here. So unfortunately for her, a 0. But what a great heat that was. These riders not separated by much at all. And interestingly for me, really getting their moves in early, which suggests the conditions are very nice. We'll take a short break.
There we are then, back again here. Final heat of round 1, heat number 4. And competing in this heat we have Svenja Zoe Peters from Germany, riding on the North Kite. Alessa Sofia, German rider as well, riding on Irish Kites. And first seat, Natalie Lambrecht from Sweden, riding on the North Kite as well. So it's going to be a very nice heat here to watch the final heat of round 1. Natalie being first seed, vice world champion last year, and with world champion Michaela Sol not competing, looking to be the favorable rider in this competition. As we see, the yellow flag is up, indicating we have less than a minute until the start of this heat. Svenja doing a warm-up jump there, 7.8 meters high, as we can see on the surfer app there. And we're just waiting for the yellow flag to go down, for the blue flag to go up, indicating the first turn, which is going to be for Svenja there with the blue lycra. I'm just going to open the door here for my colleague Lewis. As the buzzer goes then for this heat and the blue flag goes up for Svenja's turn to go up, riding in the blue lycra with the white helmet. Gonna go for a first trick, brick preload there. Looks like a contra loop front row if I'm not mistaken. Just looking on the screen here and gonna check now if we get a replay of that. Yeah, going for the front row there. Nice move from Svenja then to open up her heat. Up next is Alessa with a yellow kite, yellow air rush there. Alessa from Germany. Up next for her attempt. Very well known rider, training a lot in South Africa as well. Seen in a lot of competitions, in all the GKA stops in the previous years. And she goes here for her first attempt on the left. Back row kite loop. She's gonna add a rotation there. No, she's not.
Really like that. Really liking that move a lot. Loads of control. Lots of downwind movement. The kite had a nice angle on it as well. That's a lovely move from her. Look at that preload pop. Never a chance of over rotating. That is a great example of how to do a back roll mega loop. And do you know what? Back roll mega loop can be a bit intimidating, that one. The other one's the delayed back roll. Way easier, I think, that one. You get to time it and control it. Back roll mega loops can go wrong. You really got to make a good decision on the way up with that move. And so often we see, and you know, doubles done. Maybe just going in for it a bit more and just committing and thinking, just holding off one back roll. Sometimes a bit harder than going into two, Marijn.
Definitely. So for both Svenja and Alessa, both German riders, good opening to this heat. As we still see currently the white flag is being is raised, indicating that Natalie is not up yet for her attempt. But anytime now the red flag will be raised, as we're just waiting for that to happen at the moment. There we go. Red flag goes up. So Natalie's gonna speed up here. Seat number 1, Natalie Lambrecht, and training here for the past 2 months already. Ready for this competition for sure. She goes then taking off. Very big kite of 1 foot there for Natalie. Oh, unfortunately they're missing out on the down loop and forward speed to ride that out, as we probably can see on the replay there. Very nice move though then, and just losing control on that landing.
Are we going into the men then after this round 1 of the ladies?
I haven't heard any word about that, so I'm not too sure. I think it's not confirmed yet. We're gonna check for you guys, but we're still in round 1 for women currently, as the conditions are building here. Looks like a nice windy day here in Barcarès, beautiful city of Barcarès. Amazing spot to come to kitesurf, windsurf, wing, foil. Anything to do with water sports. There's a very famous Tramontana wind here, which you can use to your advantage. Go on holiday here, park your camper close to the spot and enjoy the wind, as most of these riders do as well. Svenja's gonna go for a trick on the right, it seems. Taking off there. Back roll. Double back roll kite loop there. Inverted rotation from Svenja. Landing it. She's going to be happy about that.
Yeah, she'll be really happy about that, Marijn, as we see a nice replay. We're seeing this move appear a lot now, is the double back roll one. Nice and clear. At that stage there, you've got to be going for another one. Interestingly, keeping herself nice and inverted, which sort of locked the rotation for her nicely. She was very happy with it. Nice to see the riders stoked with it as well. So as pointed out, 66% of these riders are German in this, but they are up against Natalie Lambrecht, seeded 1 in this competition. She finished last year on the podium 3rd in the Lords of Tram 2023. In the World Championships in Tarifa, she finished 2nd. So will this be the event she can take the win? She is seeded 1 so far, but up against it here. There's an example, just getting pulled out of the body position, but controlled very well by Alessia Nench there with that boogie loop.
Yeah, beautiful. We're going to see the replay here. She went inverted for that front roll then, as we can see here. Just getting pulled out a bit out of control there on the way out of the loop, but good landing there for Alessa. And she's going to get a second score on the board.
I can tell you that the men's semi-final will be coming up after round 1 of the ladies. So very shortly, men's semi-final will take place. It is going to be extremely exciting. So your early wake-up time today will pay off because all of this action has taken place straight away today. We've gone in for the ladies. And look at these heights now. Wow, what a boogie loop from Natalie Lambrecht.
Beautiful front row kite loop there for Natalie. Not as inverted as Alessa, but definitely a bit higher and good control out of the kite loop there. So we're going to see the replay here. Throwing her head over her shoulder there and pulling the kite in the opposite way of her body rotation.
Definitely something I feel strongly about with the boogie loop is that inverted to me doesn't necessarily suggest a higher score. It's about the power gone through the body for me, whether that's with your board right above you, which I think is harder to get body behind bar in that position. Then maybe in more of a position like Natalie just showed. But the most important thing for me in that move is how sheeted the bar was in, how much energy you managed to wham with your kite during that move. And we now move on to the white helmet of Svenja Peters, who is on that north kite. Just relaxing here, arm off. Wouldn't have thought she'd gone for a move here with that nice tight angle here. Look at the cameraman in the background. That was nice to see.
Probably wants to go to do something on the right there. I've seen Svenja train here on the spot and often opting to go for tricks on the right, meaning that she's a bit more comfortable doing tricks that way. Powering up then. Arm on the side, taking off. Late back roll then.
Waiting for the uplift. She really waited for that uplift, but it wasn't the most radical move, but it's not what this is about. You've got to get some moves on the board, and there's nothing wrong with not doing your best version of a trick here. Nice and control, waits for the uplift. It's actually a pretty decent move, that Marine. She's going to be happy to get her, although she has already got a kite loop back roll on the scoreboard, so I'm surprised that she's gone for that move.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. Maybe she wanted to see which would score higher, the double rotation or a little bit higher and the single rotation. But for me, I think it's not going to improve her kite loop back roll score. As we see, Alessa also going to the right now. Taking off here. Going for that front row contra. Smart riding of her. Sticking the landing. That means she's going to have 3 solid scores on the board. And probably going to take first place with that. As we're going to see the replay here, she's going with her front roll there and then with her front hand pulling the kite around, coming out of the rotation, having the kite pull her out of the rotation. We do see a bit more technical moves there for Svenja and Alessa, and we see very big empowered moves from Natalie. So it's going to be a difference in style and power for these 3 competitors, and we're going to see what the judge is going to reward most. We do see the biggest score of the heat is a 7 here for Natalie. Probably because she was going pretty big on that front row kite loop as she's powering up for another trick here. Probably going to need to do something with the back roll then. Back row kite loop with an added rotation. Beautiful there for Natalie. Controlling the landing. Oof! Just going over a chop there, coming down. Unfortunately there, a beautiful move, but coming down on a chop. Which means she's not getting a score for this trick. Yeah, we can just see they're bouncing out.
Look at that blue flag now of the Lycra of Svenja Peters that's raised. That really was tailing up nicely. The flag's really starting to get... The scene is set for the semi-finals of the men, it has to be said. Great timing here from our race director, feeling the morning wind has been a bit better lately as there's a back roll contra loop.
Back roll contra, yeah.
For
it is what she needed. It's a different trick. She did a contra front roll to the left before. So interesting move to see again. We saw Nora attempt this as well. Back row contra loop. Pretty tricky move then. But it seems like it's working out for the girls. Controlling the landing. And it's going to mean that Svenja is going to have 3 scores on the board then as well. Pushing it to Alessa.
Winner of this heat, of course, will advance straight into the semi-finals. No reason to go into the next round, which is what all the women want. Nice takeoff with the back roll mega loop. Just can't quite stick that landing cleanly. She lost a bit of tension with that kite as she goes round the replay. Let's take a look at this replay, Marion. How did this not get landed? Looked good from here.
Yeah, it's just dropping out the sky there a bit. Landing on the chop. trying to pull the kite forward, but not having the enough power there.
Relying on tension that would never be there. Maybe would have been better off just trying to ride flat out downwind. But so often you get nailed with a gust on landing. It's hard to know that they clearly are powered up now, these riders here. Natalie Lambret, this is a massive
back roll kite loop then, attempting it again. This time without an extra rotation, but landing it clean. This is what she needs to solidify a second score then. So we're going to see the replay. Not having the gust she had before on the double rotation. But definitely a good and controlled landing for Natalie. Going, I think she's going a bit higher than her German colleagues or competitors in her heat. Not as technical, but definitely good height for Natalie. You see on her right hand there, she's wearing a yellow band with a watch that's showing her the scores and her heat position, but also shows us her heart rate and her speed and height and distance. Brought to you by the Surfer app. Kite loop, contra loop front row, I mean. She's gonna stick this one. Nicely done. Very good fifth landing and fifth trick for Svenja. So very calculated and good riding from her. Now she takes off the board, pulling the contra loop then. And she's happy with that as well. I think it will improve her lowest score, the 5.10 lowest counting score, her contra loop back roll with that contra loop board off. Alessa then waiting for her turn, waiting for the white flag to be raised.
So Pippa Lottie will have gone through, I believe, to the semi-finals. So she will be in quite some time to come. If you take a look on the website, gkakiteworldtour.com/live, just click the elimination ladders. And I believe Pippa won her heat. So she would have gone through, and we won't be seeing her for quite some time. Where is she? She is now, as on our screens, of course, we have action we won't forget about. Yeah, Pippa winning her heat comfortably in heat 2. She would have gone all the way through. She is in semi-final heat number 1, so that's a good few hours, I would have said, yet with the men's semi-finals following. So we do get back to you sometimes, and yes, we also see what you're saying about video. We've passed that on, but we're trying to turn our attention not too much to comments, just enough to let you know we know you're there, as we see a lovely mega loop back roll with a grab by Alessa Sofia Mensch. Wow, look at these scores as well. Natalie needing a third score at the moment. She's had the bigger scores, it has to be said, so far. 2 of the biggest scores in this heat, but these other 2 from Deutschland doing very well so far.
Yeah, it's Natalie needing probably a board off or a contra loop trick here to get a second or a third trick that's going to score. She does have the 2 highest scores of the heat because she's also going probably the highest, and there she needs just another, probably going to go for a board off trick or a contra loop trick is what I think. There she goes, taking off then.
Be risky taking this board off here.
There we go. Oh,
that looked like it might have bopped her on the head. So going for a bit more risky maneuvers there is Natalie Lambrecht. Got the kite loop back roll, as you were saying, and the kite loop front roll. Just a straight contra loop might have been a better maneuver. However, it goes to show me, seeing these mega loop board off so early now by the women, that they're not their most difficult tricks. They're expecting to land them, but they do add that extra bit of risk that sometimes I feel could be left to, or I guess we are nearly at the end of the heat. She's got another 2 trick attempts to land that move if she wants, but maybe she just felt she could take the risk early, knowing that maybe the next move is the banker, leaving herself with one more chance. She is at the last of the sequence, Marine, so she can react to the other riders, but it's never so nice knowing you're still in 3rd place in a heat with just 2 trick attempts left from the riders. They get 7 trick attempts, to remind you, their 3 best trick attempts count. Here is Svenja Zoe Peters on that north kite riding to the southwest here. She takes her hand off here. Is she searching for a takeoff? Yes, she is. It's going to be a back roll, double back roll mega loop. This looks really nice if she can land it. Lovely landing. What a clean landing that was. Absolutely brilliant. Will it be better than her 6.57 though? That's her highest trick score. Was it necessary to try and replace that score?
I perhaps would have gone for improving my contra loop there. But let's see if the judges are going to improve her score there a bit.
To be honest though, Mariah, there's only sort of just over half a point between all of her scores. 5.9 currently her lowest score, the contra loop board off I've got down here. Pretty good move. And, you know, her highest score 6.57, 0.6 in it. So she's probably going to upgrade what she felt she could best upgrade, which is fine in that situation.
There we go, Alessa going for a jump, not going for a trick there, not feeling the wind.
And she does improve her 6.57 kite loop back roll, does Svenja's OP. She gets a 6.8, so it's only a 0.23 on that, but it all counts, but it's not enough. Cool, that would have been interesting had that put her in first place, though. Perhaps she felt it would have been enough to put her in first place. Or, so often with these riders, they're not looking quite as accurately as we're able to do in the live stream booth. They're going on feeling and thinking about...
I think Natalie's going to go for a contra loop then here now.
Front roll contra.
Beautiful there. Oh.
And waiting at the top of that. She's on an 8 as well, Mariah, which I picked up, which is a bit... slower, really keeping the bar into her.
Just pushing it out as well, super far, which is going to completely release tension in your lines and making it hard to then get the kite back in a powered position.
So some real drama here in the fourth heat of round one with the ladies. Our top seed at the event, Natalie Lambrecht, has got to land her last move to do something about this double Deutschland domination going on right now with Svenja, Zoe Peterson and Alessa Sophia Mensch. So close. Look at that. Not much separating them. 0.06 separates these two. On our screens then, next to ride in the blue lycra is Svenja Zoe Peters. She must be thinking about contra loop front roll here. It surely is what she's thinking to me.
Yeah, and she's riding to the left as well. It's indicating for me that she is going to go for the contra. On the right, she's more comfortable with the kite loops. On the left, she's more comfortable with the contras then. As she does then go for the contra front roll again, repeating her first trick. To me, not very different than her first attempt, which she got a 5.97 for, so...
I'm not sure this is going to be aggressive enough to get over that mega loop. The mega loop delayed front roll, real interesting feeling. Doesn't feel as in control as the delayed back roll, but it can do. So I wonder, 6.8... Wow, she really got... Oh, no, sorry, that's her kite loop back. Sorry, I'm getting excited here. I just feel maybe the judges might just give her a little bit more than usual. The fact it's a delayed... You don't often see that move, you know. It's very rare. So let's wait for her score. No, nowhere near. They didn't like the power, perhaps. So Alessa Sophia Mensch currently in top spot here. What is she perhaps looking to upgrade?
She needs to do something big, because if Natalie is going to land her last trick with a big trick, she's going to take that first place. So it's not like the pressure is off Alessa. Being in first, you can see on her watch that she's in first place. But since Natalie has an attempt left, doesn't mean she can take it easy.
Bar result for you Germans there, with your two riders going through in places first and second.
Yeah, Natalie not having the right amount of height there, unfortunately, for landing that kite loop 1 foot. It was the right call to go for that trick, but unfortunately not landing it, meaning she only has 2 scoring tricks. She has the 2 highest scoring tricks of the heat, but that's not enough. You need a 3rd trick score there. As the red flag is raised, and I already see a lot of kites on the water from the men, meaning we're switching to the men semi-finals then for the men coming up.
Sorry about our technical problems that we have had slightly there with the lagging. Can always just put us on audio. Commercial break. Men coming up then. Men semi-finals coming up very shortly. Let's go for a lovely commercial break.
Wherever you go in the world, one airline goes further to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.
Welcome back. Great timing. It's the semi-finals of the men. The blue flag is up. It's the Lycra of, is that Baby Shark?
That's Baby Shark then going for a board of kite loop with a laid back row and an added rotation there.
What a move to open up the account for the semi-final of the men. Big hello to you on our live stream around the world. Let us know where you're tuning in from and perhaps who you think's going to win this heat. And that was Baby Shark. Interesting, he's only in the first part of the order here. He may not have got through as the, he must have had to go through round 2 to be in that position. Gilvloed and Jeremy Belando obviously getting through round 1 as first place winners. They are 3rd and 4th in sequence. They get the benefit of reacting to the other riders.
Edgar then going to the right there. Double front roll with a kite loop and a board off. And he's going to land that one. Nice one there for Edgar. We're going to get to see the replay of that move. Beautiful stretched legs and flipping himself into that forward rotation there. Beautiful landing as well. We got a 6.47 for Baby Shark on that first attempt. He had the highest trick score yesterday of the whole competition so far. 9.5 with a double loop with a front row and a board off. We see Giel powering up here. Riding to the left. Big speed then, going into this trick. Double front row kite loop board off. Or a doobie board off as its abbreviation is... just dipping in there. Unfortunately dipping in the water on the landing. He's gonna not get a trick score for that.
A devastating back rinse for Gilvloed there. He looked so calm and casual landing is he. He really wouldn't have expected to backslap that. Wind just obviously dropped out. We go quickly left foot forwards into Jabo, who just calms down, puts the brakes on there. And it did look to me like he was thinking about a left foot forward. So I'll be surprised if he goes right foot here. Just his body language suggests to me, yeah, definitely don't think he's going to go for something here. Just warming up. Give himself 2 runs into the box here. Could have easily got carried away with that first run in. All these riders, because of the way this is designed now, where riders take it in turn, it can change from one rider to the next. But here, he looks quite confident. Lots of spray. What do you think we're going to see here, Marijn?
I think we're going to see something with a back roll. Yeah, there we go. Gonna get the board on in time.
Oh, what a landing. That's a joke. So I think that was a double back roll, board spin, board off here. We're going to watch the replay just to make sure that is correct with the board spin with the mega loop. There it is. Board off by the handle. There. Board spin. Look at this landing.
Oh,
what
how
a landing.
much faith do you need in your kites to just ride that out?
It's definitely
falling
one of those
down.
terms we call home back of the net.
Yeah.
You know that one?
Back of the net,
it's
yeah.
a bit of a relevant term actually, but it works with everything, all sports. As I'm very passionate about all of them, especially kiteboarding. We are here in the semi-finals. Where have you been already this morning? 9:47 a.m. Bonjour. Buongiorno. Hello. Good morning.
Bom dia for the Brazilians watching.
Fluent. We're basically fluent in here. In all languages. Especially kiteboarding, the multinational language.
Probably going to go for a front row here then Baby Shark, as he did a back roll on the previous attempt. Doobie board off there. Nice. Oh, landing to blind there. Baby Shark. Josue. Beautiful doobie board off to blind. Showing amazing control to the judges. Hopefully we see this landing on the replay here.
Talk me through this move, Marijn. How did you know he was going to do a front roll?
Well, he did a back roll in his first attempt, and I've judged all these competitors for years already, so I sort of know their sequence going into a heat. And there we see beautiful blind landing, calculating his exit speed on that trick. An amazing and smart riding from Baby Shark there.
I have to say, look, nice shot of the seagull in the background there. I often speak to kids about how we can use seagulls to tell the wind. That, for me, the seagull's wings were flaps retracted. We got minimum of 30 knots on the water out there now. But more interesting for me here now, Marijn, is the water surface. It's very flat. We don't see blind landings every day out here in the Tramontana winds. Here we go. Front roll, contra loop, board off. The multiple rotations in the front. A bit dangling on the way down. Oh, my God, what's he just done there? Rewind landing on the end. So does that really count as a blind landing?
No, it doesn't count as a blind landing, but it does impress the judges a bit with the ability to just turn that quickly around. We saw Liam Whaley as well having this beautiful landing in King of the Air in 2019. But here we see Edgar do the same.
I can't believe he's just decided to do that here. One normal person would think, I've just got to land this, but wow, where did that come from? So what the judge is going to score, it's this water surface here. It's flatter than normal. It's usually choppy as hell as the wind gets stronger, 40, 50 knots. So great decision by race director to get the semis on the go here. The riders are off, well must have been behind that, because they do get a bit of an impact here with these riders meetings to say, like yesterday, didn't feel that the quality of the wind and the strength was, the consistency is the right word, that it was very gusty. Here we're seeing the lower end of big air extreme kiteboarding, but equally impressive marine.
Yeah, Giel there riding. Probably going to try that trick again then. Duby board off as he crashed the previous attempt. Can he land this one? Oh! Unfortunately missing again the right amount of exit height and exit speed there.
Just got to stay calm here, Hill. We're going to see a classic backside block side landing from Hill. You think he's on a 10 meter?
Yeah.
How do you know? There's no number on there.
Well, I know Giel very well. I've been riding with him very often in Cape Town, and I ridden this kite myself as well.
How do you know it's not a 1.0? Or a 7.
Could
no
be a
number.
9.8.
You know your stuff.
Giel has told me this is a 10, and
it won't be what he wants to be on, right?
Definitely not. He is most comfortable on the 7 or the 8, as we saw yesterday him performing beautiful double loops on that 7. Not perfect for him to be on the 10. He's a big guy, a very strong guy, so heavier weight as well.
He's got to stay calm here. Let's remind you, only the top 2 going through to the final. He's got no score on the board. The others are starting to get some 7s on there. So for him, he's really got to keep calm. Try not to get those thoughts going of, oh, the wind's not strong enough. What's going on? How I'm on a 10. So easy to let those thoughts filter into your mind as a competitor. Rather focus on what you can do. But when the wind isn't what you want it to be, it's very difficult to let that go. Only the best riders can be mentally strong. I expect a comeback from him, but already at this early stage, he has a lot of work to do. Edgar Ulrich from France, a 7.2 and a 7.37 on the board. Josue Sanferreira, as we know, Baby Shark, 6.47 and 7.17 opening tricks. Jabo about to trick here, already a 7.03. However, he's working his kite a little bit high. I don't think we're going to see him perform.
He's going to try something to the right then.
But they're so consistent, Mariah. You'd expect Jeremy Belando to hit 3 tricks out of 3 in these great landing conditions that we've got now. The landings are often the problem yesterday, not the moves themselves.
Yeah, we saw yesterday as well Jeremy being the rider that's taking his time that he's allowed to take to find the right wind, which is, I think, a very smart move of him. He knows the spot very well. He knows that if you catch the gust, you can really stand out in the heat, and he's working the kite up and down there, trying to find the gust, trying to find the power. Is he going to go for a takeoff then here? No, he's not. Moving his hand up. A bit frustrated at not having the gust. Going back to the right then here. There's a lot of spray coming off his board. Probably going to go for something now then. Front roll, double front roll contra with a flip. And just,
a landing.
Controlled, very controlled there by Jeremy.
Yeah, that very experienced riding from Jeremy. You just, all the way around that move, you thought, "Course, this doesn't look absolutely perfect." You know, it wasn't actually at the height you thought to. He obviously believed he could still deal with this, and of course, puts the landing down nicely. So this is putting further pressure on Giel Vlugt, who will be up. Well, where is he? The yellow flag is up at the moment.
Yeah, up next is Baby Shark first.
Yeah, we've got to go quite away for Giel, who will be...
See,
all
sitting
4
on the
riders
beach
there, sitting there comfortably. It looks quite relaxed out there, it has to be said. So reports of 30 knots is, I think, exactly accurate. Would you say, Marine? Maybe sometimes a bit less sometimes.
It's hovering around 30 knots, yeah, for sure. The riders are on 9s and 10s, so it's not the wind we saw yesterday, but definitely a wind that you can perform tricks in, perform bigger in, and it's just that the riders have to fight a bit to find the right gust. But once they do, they can really perform big tricks, big maneuvers, as we saw beautiful moves already from Baby Shark, Edgar and Jeremy. Giel just missing out on the wind, but for sure he's going to attempt a next time to try and land his doobie board off. So we see Baby Shark's going to go to the right. I know he's got some unhooked stuff as well. Perhaps he's going to throw that in the mix to throw off the other competitors. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful Kung Fu pass there, grabbing the bar, adding some rotation on the way down, down looping. Oh, might have wanted to go for an extra pass there.
He actually was a bit higher than it looked there. I was expecting him to touch down, and then there was another meter of drop. Perhaps that's why he didn't go to blind at least, but lovely execution.
Perhaps wanted to go for another pass there.
He thought, is he going blind? But it just wasn't worth and lovely to see him demonstrating that. Now, has this opened up the door for this man here to start thinking about the Mega Loop KGB? I know you're talking about it on the stream. I know it was widely reported about what happened yesterday, and we can tell you that with the discrepancy between his heat score and Jason van der Spy off air, them two had to get back out there and settle the difference. It was Edgar that got through, and it was the Mega Loop KGB he put down that just shocked us. The first trick he had, 2 tricks each they was allowed, best trick counts. Very interesting, bizarre situation. And a Mega Loop KGB was the last thing we thought would be pulled out, and we were just absolutely, I mean, I've never seen anything like it in my 20 years of kiteboarding, to see that situation and then that. It was almost like you couldn't believe the next step. So I think he's going to be eyeing up a Mega Loop KGB here after seeing. What is this? It here? There we go. Mega
there we
KGB.
go.
Can he hold on? He holds
on to that.
It scored very well yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday we had a 7.07. I remember if I remember correctly.
Now let's take a look at what Baby Shark got for his maneuver. This maneuver maybe not super high, but the technical difficulty in that maneuver. I've seen that move around here once upon a time. I'll take you really far back now to 2008 Mondial du Vent in a freestyle event. And Aaron Hadlow in the final with Yuri Zun of freestyle, comfortable at a stage in that final, feeling like he'd won it, decided to go massive. I'm talking like absolutely huge on an old sea kite, the Flexifoil, grabbed Mega Loop KGB for fun. People didn't even know what.
We see the scores come in here, yeah.
They didn't know how to talk about it. And actually, those sorts of moves aren't done really anymore. They're deemed too difficult.
It does reward Edgar there with a 7.5 for that Kite Loop KGB. 6.83 for that Kung Fu pass for Baby Shark, so not a bad score as well. As they're the two leading the heat now, with Edgar in first, and Baby Shark in second, Jeremy in third, and Giel in fourth, with not having a trick score on the board yet. He really needs to find the wind here and try and get a score on the board. Maybe he's going to change his strategy to go for a board of laid back here, but since the doobie board of is quite a technical trick to land in this wind, perhaps he's going to go for a laid back then. Not finding the gust on that tack and turning around here.
Unhooking is part of big air. There's no two ways about that. Sending these big high handle passes is something the riders are expected to do, especially when you combine, as we see, Giel Vlug now. Is he going to take this one? Oh, it's a rewind there. Very
rotation.
Bizarre landing. Cool. I wonder what the judge is going to judge that, hitting a big gust on that doobie Mega Loop rewind. Let's take a close look at this now before we carry on with our unhooked conversation. He's really trying to milk every bit of height he can out of this. Goes committed into the front roll, Marine.
There we go.
Into the second front roll. Something
throwing his head there
here.
over his shoulder.
Rotating back round and going back up. He'll be pretty happy about that. That's a sign that the wind's coming back strong. Jeremy Belando, meanwhile.
He seems to find the gust there. Going for the doobie board with the flip there. Extra rotation. No extra rotation there. Just controlled landing.
Wind's up.
As soon as he feels the wind, Jeremy wants to go. So the tech before he took some time, but here he definitely found the wind as soon as his turn was up.
That's Jeremy Belando, by the way, not Jamie. Some of you getting his name wrong on the comments, I can see. I like to call him Jabo. Look at this power, though. He really pulls into this nice gust of wind. That's one of the higher aerial moves we've seen so far in this heat. And a lovely, stylish grab at the end of it. He'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, beautiful move there for Jeremy. And it's probably going to be a very nice score for him. As we see Baby Shark go for a double back row Kite loop with, wow, a 1-footer on the way down and 2 extra rotations. Amazing riding out the gust there. It's gonna replace his 6.47, I think, for that first move of him, the Kite loop back row board off. As we're gonna see the replay here, catching the gust nicely there, Baby Shark. So we see the wind definitely kicking in now. Way more than at the start of the heat. Taking off in the back roll, grabbing the board there. And here we see him with a lot of control, riding that gust. Having a travel distance of 116 meters. Pretty nice for him. A bit further than and a bit higher than Jeremy and Giel there. As we see all the riders now having the wind they want. Edgar going for a doobie board off with the board's spin as well. Oh, landing again with a rewind rotation.
How do you judge that? You're a judge, Marine. When you see a rider landing like, is it like you bump them up half a point? Is that the thinking?
Well, there's not a definition of how much you bump it up by, but it just shows some extra control and some extra style, making the trick a bit more worth a bit more, but definitely not something crazy like a point or a point and a half.
Very low heart rate for Giel Vloegt here. Is that
quite relaxed, or he's not wearing the watch on his wrist, but on the wetsuit. So you see him connect with the wind there. Hopefully, he's gonna land this one. Ah, unfortunately, again that doobie boarder for Giel. As he's very
trouble.
bummed about that.
Giel is in trouble here. He's not enjoying this. That it seems to be when it's his go. He's not getting quite the strong winds. But this is a replay of Edgar hooded up. Not
No
our best
replay
replay. It's not our worst, but that wasn't our best replay. I think it's fair to say. Welcome around the world to the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. It's round 1 of the men's Big Air and ladies Big Air on the Big Air Tour. We're here at the 2024 Lords of Tram event, the 6th edition of this event. The winner from last year is not here, both in the men and female categories. Liam Whaley and Michaeli Sol out either through injury or taking a break from competition. And this man, Jeremy Belando, will be hoping to be a winner here as he just turns around. Jeremy Belando, seeded quite highly here at this competition. I believe it's around seed 3 or 4.
Yeah, and one of the higher picks as well in the fantasy. If you go to fantasykite.com, you can check for each rider very interesting statistics on how often they take off, in what rotation, in what angle, what tricks they do when. And Jeremy being picked as well as one of the favorite riders in the Fantasy Kite team. You can pick your own team there. You could have picked your own team before this competition. And as much as your picked riders progress through the heats, you get extra points for that. And Edgar being one of the favorite riders there.
Nothing worse when a commentator says absolute nonsense, but I'll get back to that as Jeremy Belando just misses his takeoffs, which gives me a chance to clear that up for those of you eagle-eyed and paying attention to seedings. He's actually seeded 7th is Jeremy Belando. You just presume that, you know, such a top rider getting to the final of the King of the Air. He must have missed an event perhaps last year. Andrea seeded 1, Liam 2, Lorenzo 3, Cohen 4, and Giel 5th. So seeded 7th is Jeremy Belando, but he definitely will be hoping to
Baby
push.
Shark going up there. Beautiful board of lead back by the fin. We've only seen this from Stino, but Baby Shark showing that he can land and control this trick as well. Very nicely done. It's interesting for him to go for that trick. He's already done 3 kite loop board off with back rotations. So it's an interesting approach from him. Maybe he's just trying to see what the judges like the most. As I'm going to go to his scores now to check. And he's got 7.07 for that previous quadruple back row kite loop board off with an extra 1 foot. So I'm curious to see if this is going to improve that score, but I don't think it will.
Back to Edgar Ulrich, Love Island winner, French heartthrob, lovely man. Edgar Ulrich fighting his way through to the semi-finals here. He's really got some signature moves, donning the hood here. It is cold down here. This Tramontana wind which blows through the Pyrenees, coming through from the high Atlantic, low pressure above the Atlantic. We don't often see high pressure above that. Rushing in towards the Mediterranean. It's a cold katabatic wind that gives us this opportunity to celebrate the Tramontana here. As Edgar Ulrich, a man that knows this wind very well. He's actually a few hours away in a place called La Manea, which is near Toulon. Another spot that gets offshore wind off their big sandbar there. And it's a spot that you must visit. We're in Le Baccarez. A big shout out to them. They're wonderful supporters of this event. It's become a firm favourite on the tour. Always this time of year for me indicates the start of the year for twin tip kiteboarding, has to be said. I'm not often following the other tours as much, maybe because I'm not so good at anything else. I like twin tip riding. Not suggesting I'm even good at this.
There we go, unhooked for Edgar. Kite loop with the handle pass there.
I don't think this is going to be one of his top scorers.
Is that what we call a kite loop slim chance?
That just looked like a stand. Was there a front roll here?
No,
it's just a kite loop handle pass.
There.
I believe with a back roll it would have been an F16 perhaps in the old days, but I mean, does this fall in the same category as a kite loop KGB? I would have thought not, because you're hooked in to start with.
Yeah.
But I really don't think that's going to replace his contra loop front roll board unless he was trying to do a 7. Or was he trying to do a kite loop double? I mean, you may well be watching this now thinking this isn't big air conditions. The issue with that is that there have been big air conditions during this heat. We'll now likely go into a bit of a pause. I don't think Hilvlug is going to be in any rush at all to perform his trick. Look at that flag, that lycra, that red lycra there is what I'm looking at. And I've been looking at that, of course, as well as the sounds of the door here, which I don't want to talk about all day. It's a sign to me that this man is not powered, and this is why he finds himself a bit lower down in this heat. The problem he's got is just look at the scores on the board. You would not be getting 7s, high 7s from the other riders if there wasn't some good gusts coming through, Marijn. And so often we see with this spot, this is the challenge to the riders.
Yeah, definitely. And it's not only a challenge for the riders, it's a challenge for the organization as well to find the heats with the best wind. You want to give the best show, of course, to the people watching at home. The riders are just having to fight to find the right gust, but when the gust does come through there, it can be very spectacular. And as we saw with Baby Shark as well before, with the 4 rotations and the 1 foot and the board off, that it's definitely possible that there's gusts here. But the riders just are taking their time to wait for that gust and to wait for that wind to come through.
Seagulls are... I've just seen one fly straight into the wind as Edgar looks like he's going to pit stop down from us, as Hilvlug just having a little feel on the inside here. We're definitely getting a lot of grace from our race director Cedric here. I'm just firmly focused on that big flag because it needs to be constantly blowing out or tailing up. They've secured them very well down there, I have to say. We haven't seen any of them blowing away, and they should be 50, 60 knots.
They have backup flags. I've heard though. They have some backup flags there in case one of them gets blown away. Giel just riding up and down, putting his hand up, indicating that there's absolutely very little wind there, moving his kite up and down to show that unfortunately there's a lot of dip in the wind.
He's just put an 8 down, and Edgar, and this has to be a 9.
And there we see Giel taking off on the right then, hoping to connect with a gust, double front draw kite loop. Landing this one, but yeah, unfortunately doesn't have the height, doesn't have the wind there to perform anything spectacular. So we're going to see the replay for that trick. You see he's taking off close to the river mouth. There's some current coming from there, so you don't want to take off too close as the current will push you downwind a bit before your takeoff, which is not ideal. We see Edgar coming back from a pit stop there, Lewis. You were out watching out the window what his plan was. We see him riding a different kite now.
Yeah, I really wanted to know. So he's changed up to a 9, and so often is the case. Let's just focus on Jeremy Belando here.
We recorded that preload there, 1.6 meter preload as he goes for a trick there. Nice tornado. 4 back rolls with a board off there for Jeremy Belando and a kite loop. Definitely going to be a very good scoring trick for him. Very nice, very nicely done by him.
I'm going 3, Marijn. 1, 2, 3.
And then on the way down goes for a 4th.
4th. Yes, he does. Almost even 4.5
yeah.
if you wanted to be accurate. That was very well spotted, Marijn. The first one, very smooth in part of the move. So Jeremy Belando with a wonderful landing, and he's going to score pretty well for that. He'll be very keen to get through to the final. How hard is it to get to a final these days? So changing his kite then was Edgar Ulrich. You're right, I did just pop out the window to... I mean, look out the window. I didn't sort of jump out the window. I looked out the window as to see. And Jeremy Belando now feeling that the wind is coming up. I think he could be coming in for a pit stop as well. But so often the riders change. They head out there and the wind nukes it. And they must think, what do I do? But Jeremy Belando just coming in just in front of us down to the crowd here. You can't quite see him. There he is. Yellow. Just saw the lycra coming in to have a little chat to somebody. As Hilvlug must be thinking, come on, it's got to be my turn for one of these strong gusts. As waiting now is Baby Shark. This is experienced riding from him, Joshua.
It's going to go on the right again here. Wonder what he's going to do for his trick here. Not going to take off there. Yeah, it's interesting. There's been some interesting statistics. If you want to follow along at home, you go to fancykite.com and you click on riders. You can, for each rider, you can see their profile. On their profile, there are some interesting statistics. For Jeremy, there's compared to all the other riders in these competitions, he's the one who's taking the board off most of his tricks, and landing also a lot of his tricks a bit more than all the other riders. So if you want to go to fancykite.com, you can check out all the riders and see their statistics. As we see. Baby Shark, they're catching the gust, going for the shark attack, triple front roll, contra loop.
Wow, what a landing. He took off again almost on that landing. Now the seagulls are getting blown downwind and can't even fly. So
very calculated there for Baby Shark, waiting for that wind to come through as he goes for that 4 rotations as well. So I think it's going to be a similar score to Jeremy, as Jeremy did it to the left with a kite loop and a back roll, and Baby Shark did it to the right with a contra and a front roll. It's going to be an interesting thing to see how the judges are going to score that compared to Jeremy's trick.
And maybe you're watching this once more at home thinking, oh, it's got light, how can they be running? This is part of the game. None of these riders are whinging about it. They know that they don't have to trick if the wind drops. The wind is now pumping through 30, 35 knots, perhaps even more. It's definitely, and just this is going to be reflected by the maneuvers and how quickly they're getting on with it. They want to access this wind.
Wow.
Board spin, double back roll, mega loop, it looked like.
Is that a repetition trick for Edgar? I think it's kite loop.
He hasn't had back roll.
Yeah.
I don't think.
And we also see the scores here for Jeremy was 7.27 and for Baby Shark 7.27 as well. So as I thought, similar moves and similar scores there for both these riders. So good scoring from the judges, showing that they know what's up. As hopefully now Giel really needs to land a big trick here. Hopefully he's gonna get the power he needs.
And he needs something big time, because all he has right now is a 6.47. He's actually replicated that trick. He's on his 6th trick attempt. He has got to think something big if he's got any chance of getting through to the finals. He's in a tough position. Wind sounds like it's calmed down slightly a little bit now. He's going to have to go for it. There's too many other riders going before him. Here
I think he's going to go for a board of lead back here. Yeah, there we go. And landing this one. That's good for him that he gets a second score on the board. It's not definitely not as high and as stylish as the other riders. They're a lot more lightweight than Giel, so Giel's on the back foot in this heat.
There's a nice replay there to step in, but he's right up by the pit stop areas here now, and I wonder if it's going through his mind to take a gamble that wind's picking up. One of these riders, and we saw it with Liam last year, where he was like, I'm going to gamble. I think the wind's coming up.
The wind's here for a gust for Jeremy.
Contra loop. Back roll contra loop board off for him here. It's a hard one to spot that one, but look at the distance downwind we're seeing. Wonderful trick from Jeremy Bolando from Spain, the 7th seed here, looking very strong. King of the Air podium.
Replay here, as we see as well the height and distance on this move. Nice down loop there. Double grab. Heel side and toe side grab. So
he's looking very confident here. So it's looking to me like it's going to be between the other three at the moment, with Giel Vloog needing something quite special to get up to that 22-point range. It might already be too late for him, but the others are separated by not much at all.
Beautiful morning. Yeah, this mine's on.
This one's on. You got it on today. Okay. Welcome, Cohan van Dijk, into the live stream booth. It was a wonderful morning, wasn't it? A nice start to the day. But
it was a nice start. It was nice and sunny. Just the wind slowly came up. We could start with the woman, 4 rounds of the women's, and surprisingly doing the semis in 30 knots.
Yeah, but the riders look like they're putting on a bit of a show, and this is going to be finally a move crashed from. You don't land that.
Hey,
how do you repair
remember
that?
yesterday when I told you about that, when the foot shot out, I was like, I will grab my handle and try to get that board back on. That's exactly what he did.
As a matter of safety.
Yeah.
Just actually get it back on, rather remove the crash
Yeah,
onto the board.
Might just look like he wanted to do it, you know?
So another welcome to you here in the live stream booth, Kohan. You're just coming back from injury, so you are not out there right now. So lots of people, I can read their comments here saying, it's too light for big air, what a shame, what's going on. Then the wind picks right up and we see scores of high sevens coming. What's your feeling as a competitor? You've been out there in these conditions. How do you answer those people?
I would say that, I mean, big air is a big range of tricks, right? Come in. Big air is a big range of tricks. So you have double loops and you have single loops. Right now, people are on 9s and heels on a 10, and they are managing to do tricks. And as you see, you can see high scores. So it's looking great. I mean, Barcarez is a spot that has a lot of different gusts and varieties in wind.
Another unhooked move then from Edgar Ulrich. He's really utilising these slightly lighter winds, but more importantly, the flat ocean surface, because the landing's so much harder with these moves.
And have you noticed how he landed 2 tricks to wrapped or blind? Stepping up the game.
Don't worry, Kohan, we did notice that.
Yeah.
If we didn't notice that,
And,
I'd like to be removed. I've always said that I'm happy for anybody to come up here at any stage in my career and say, you don't know what you're talking about, get out. That's okay with me. But we're trying our best here to bring you all the action here at the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. It's round 1 of the Big Air at the Lords of Tram 2024. It's the 6th edition. This man here, Gilglued, one of your countrymen, in big trouble, Kohan.
Yeah, I see that. He's not really getting the wind and the takeoff he's wanting to have to perform. And you can definitely see that his scores are a lot less than the others. This is last attempt, right?
I think so, and I don't think there's much he can do.
No.
Pretty much nothing he can do about anything here. I mean, he could go crazy and try and do some massive 10, so that would obviously push his score up, but the others are quite far ahead. This is going to be a 3rd trick attempt for him, but with the others, you know, minimum here, Baby Shark, what's he got to do to get anywhere? And he's only got 2 tricks on the board, so he's got to put something quite special in here to get anywhere near Baby Shark, like 9.
Here he comes, left foot forward. No, not having the wind. I also think that he knows and he realizes that, I mean, it's done for him. Obviously he will always push, but he already knows that. You can see his watch, you know.
But how does he go forwards after this? You know, he's barely had one movie where he's been super powered. The others have found a way to get through it. Does he just accept that the way his style of riding isn't suited to this, or does he?
I wouldn't say the style of riding. I just think he didn't get lucky on this heat with the gusts. And see here again, I was literally just sitting at the beach and I saw him getting frustrated after the first 3 tricks already. And I think that time he already realized, like, oh, maybe not my heat.
My former competitive brain suggests to me that he had one more option there, which was, as we see, a nice last move from Gil, just for
beautiful.
His last option he had there to fight anything would just be not go for ages and try and force a heat V1. And maybe I'm a bit harsh thinking, but had he not gone for quite a while, he might have been forcing that. But it's a mega loop back roll with a board off for Gil Vloed. It's going to be the end of his competition as he comes back in, and I wonder if he's going to have any words with race director. The problem he has, as I've explained to the viewers here, Cohen, is just look at the scores.
I mean, they're so extremely close, all of them.
But they've put in big moves. That's his problem. He can't argue there wasn't enough wind.
You can't argue there wasn't enough wind, but maybe you can say that when it was his turn, there wasn't enough wind.
Yeah, and that's kind of that little grey area that still needs to be spoke about sometimes. Although, look, here we go. Jeremy Belando taking
unhooked.
Double handle pass on the cards here. How is the ending going to look?
Yeah, double.
Oh, he got stuck in the leash there.
Would have been a nice add to his score.
Yuri Zun famously performing that move in the semi-final of the first Red Bull King of the Air to get through to the final.
Really?
He was whopping this one out the back. Yeah, I know very much all about
Towards
that.
the inside.
Just well, where was he doing that? Might have even been off the waves, just everywhere. Yeah, he must have been left foot forwards at Big Bay. Remember, so it was a bit flatter, but a big crash from Jeremy Belando.
You could see that the leash got wrapped around his bar, so he couldn't grab his bar.
Nasty
the leash,
position.
Yeah, that happens.
And I think we've just missed a move, unfortunately, for Edgar Ulrich, which we needed to see, actually. Replay. Because this is getting very interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trick attempts from these riders. So I think it's all done.
It's done. It's done.
Wow, that was a bit of an anticlimax at the end of that one, as we were just shocked by that
and
double
it's
attempt.
incredible to see how all the riders scored 7s on there, scoring trick attempts, and the scores are so close.
And the scores coming in then, that looks very much like to me Edgar Ulrich going through into the final, as well as Jeremy Belando. So unfortunately for Baby Shark and Keel, it's the end of the line. Let's go to a commercial break.
And there we go, round 2 women. We go with round 2 women here. First we have the second semi-final. I see on the screen. The females, but we're going for the males first. So we're gonna wait for that to switch back here. I'm still seeing on the screen round 2 women, but we're going to second semi-final. Sorry for that. We see there a pink kite from Andrea, the Porsche kite, the piggy as it's called. We see Josh Gillett here from South Africa. Very good performance so far this competition.
Super proud of that man for doing what he's done in this competition. Lorenzo Casati, King of the Air of 2022. Because we're in 24 already. Jamie Overbeek, all-round legend, foil kiter, and then our current world champion, Andrea Principi.
Very nice and exciting heat here. We see up in the sky 4 different kites, a pink kite and 2 duotone kites, a pink one and a normal one, both duotone Evo D-Labs. And then we see a 10-meter Harlem kite, very big kite.
That's
chosen
big.
By Jamie.
That's big.
Is that Lorenzo? I mean, that's Lorenzo on the 10-meter.
Yeah, so Jamie's on the duotone kite and Lorenzo's on the 10-meter Harlem.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't know with Jamie nowadays. He's not sponsored by any brand, so he could be riding any kite out there. But it seems like he's on the duotone one for this heat. And we see Josh Gillett on the big side as well on the F1. As we're getting ready for this heat, the yellow flag is up, as you can see on your screen right now.
It looks like the wind is coming through a little bit.
It's a bit more from the north, it seems, which can play into the favor of the riders going to the right. But we see now as the blue flag is raised for Josh Gillett there.
Buzzer. We have started. Let's see what Josh is going to open with.
Beautiful signature opening trick from him. Double back roll kite loop board off, a late back roll. And the kite was in a nice position there on the loop.
Leveled. Kite was leveled.
Turn the mics off 1 second.
So nice move for Josh to open his account there with I think it will be a solid score, and will bring him some confidence going into this heat against these giant names. These have shared the podium at King of the Air in 2022. 1, 2, and 3 for Lorenzo, Andrea, and Jamie.
Now Lorenzo's up next for his attempt. Just waiting for his flag to be raised. Flag's up. He spots the flag, starts speeding up.
Got a big kite then in the air, 10 meter. Let's see if we can make it work.
Yeah.
Taking off there, big spray.
Whoa. Ooh, struggling with the landing there, but he managed to stick it. That is skill.
We're gonna see the replay here.
Yeah.
It's a double front roll kite loop with a spin there on the board. It's a good trick, not as high, definitely not as high as Josh, but more technical, so it's going to be interesting to see the judges. Josh got a 6.68 for that board of laid back with an added rotation, and let's see what Lorenzo is going to get. More technical, but less height and power. So we're going to see what the judges prefer. As we see Jamie speeding up here, signature riding technique from Jamie. Double back row contra loop with a board off there.
Nice elevation on the down loop. That gives him a little extra flotation, an extra little distance. Judges will definitely like seeing that.
We see the score drop in then from Lorenzo, a 6.53, a lower score than Josh Gillett. So we see that the judges really like the power and angle of Josh's trick there compared to the technicality of Lorenzo. 12.3 meters high here for Jamie Overbeek on that last jump. I'm pronouncing Jamie Overbeek because we're talking in English, but as we Dutchies know, it's Jamie Overbeek.
Overbake, indeed.
As we're gonna see Andrea here up next, current world champion, looking to go to the finals and defend his title as GKA world champion. On the pink kite, signature kite that he used in King of the Air to win in December of this year.
Now he must be hungry. And if you spotted his helmet, custom made Lord of Tram helmet.
Very beautiful helmet there, and yeah, connecting there well with the wind.
Not bad. That's gonna be a good score. Definitely not the gust that he was wanting, but it's important to get a score on the board. Jamie,
quite a big score there for Jamie with a contra front roll board off.
Just wanted to say, Jamie's got the highest scoring trick of the first jumps they've done, and 7.4 is definitely something to be happy with.
Can't remember for sure if he did actually contra front roll board off or contra back roll board off. Thinking it was a contra back roll, but I'm sure these judges are paying attention there. As up next is Josh for his second trick attempt, and we're gonna see him do something to the right perhaps, as he is comfortable with front rotations and contra loops to the right and kite loops and back rotations to the left, and he's gonna switch it up here.
And I talked to him at the beach just now, asking like how you feeling doing singles, and he's taking off. Doobie board off, edit rotation. Didn't get the board back on. Oh, and flying away there. He's gonna go. Need to body drag back to his board. Now I asked Josh, like, do you want to do doubles or singles? And obviously he wants to do doubles. That's definitely his street, something he likes, and he's recently learned how to do them. So I think him having to perform singles gets him a little bit in a different mindset. But
especially against these giants who are known for almost... Yeah, if you look at kiting as a game, they've completed the game of single loops almost, and now are going to the game of double loops.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a big challenge for Josh, but he showed impressive riding in the day yesterday. So definitely got the skills to perform something there. With I think he has the most aggressive kite angle of these riders, so he can definitely take it to them with showing the judges a different way of riding, different way of putting the kite low, maybe less technicality, but definitely showcasing a bit more extremity and power in his moves.
Here Lorenzo is struggling to get some wind on his 10.
Still showing a contra loop front roll there for Jamie. Was a contra loop back roll there, but I'm sure it will be corrected quite soon. As we see, Lorenzo is going to ride here on the 10 meter. Big spray coming off his Leo board there. Beautiful kite angle there actually on the 10. With a triple back roll kite loop board off. Just managing to land that.
Yeah, and as he did that with his earlier jump as well.
There we go.
And another edit rotation. Simple trick here for Lorenzo, but obviously he's just looking to add scores up on the board. But he's definitely going to need to go and push, because Jamie and Andrea are way ahead of him on the first trick attempts. Here's Jamie again on his D-Lab.
Beautiful takeoff by Jamie, connecting with the gust. Front row contra board off by the fin.
Wiggling
with a
his
tic-tac,
feet there.
Just walking in the air.
Walking in the air. Beautiful control there from Jamie. That's going to have a high score.
I'm going to see the replay here. 14.1 meters high. Very nice connection with the gust. You see him having a very short pop there on the takeoff. There we go. Pop.
Boom.
There we go. Up. Grabbing the board by the fin. And here we're going to see this little walk in the air.
Wiggle.
It's Steven Akkersdijk that is a bit known as well for doing this walking in the air.
Straight into Andrea's jump. Andrea's reaction. Taking the board off by the fin with a tic-tac and a triple rotation.
Copying that trick then from Jamie. It's for me a little bit less impressive than the one from Jamie. I thought Jamie had a bit more height and a bit more style there. So it's interesting to see what the judges are going to score that.
I would personally score Jamie's trick a little higher than the one Andrea just did, but Andrea did take it off by the fin.
Yeah. Well, we saw Jamie as well going by the fin, but then switching the tic-tac to his board. As we see score drop in for him, 8.07, highest score of the heat so far, and well deserved for Jamie.
And
Beautiful move.
And highest score of the day.
I think it's the highest score of the day as well, yeah.
For
so
the men.
Jamie in a comfortable position there then so far with two very nicely executed tricks with a 8.07 and a 7.4.
Time for Josh Gillett to respond to all of this heat in this heat. He knows he needs to push. And
I wonder what he's going to do. I think he's going to attempt something again on the right there. Crashing his previous attempt of that W board off. He might want to try that again and have a different score on the board. He's just waiting for the wind there a bit. As we see the Aneo flag there waving. It's a good indication for the riders as well. If there's a gust coming through. If that flag is straight, means you have to go for your trick. Patiently waiting there, Josh Gillett for
he's unhooking.
for the wind.
What is
Currently
he doing?
unhooked.
Probably wants to show the judges that the wind isn't that strong that way.
Yeah, he's just he just has to be a bit patient there, waiting for the wind. We do see all the competitors managing to find the wind and the gusts, so sometimes it's a bit riding up and down, and that's where experience and skill comes in, as we saw from Jeremy previous heat, for example, just waiting every tech for his wind and managing to catch almost all the gusts. It's a strategy that you can use to approach this every attempt you have in your heat, to make sure you find the wind and not rush into a sequence just because you have to go, but you can actually make sure you go with the right wind.
I was literally just talking to Jamie on the beach about it. And you need to have 3 scores on the board. And Jamie's like, yeah. So I told him like you can crash 4 times. He's like, no, you can crash twice because you already lose 2 attempts because of gusts. So for him,
smart riding. For
him, he said that you lose 2 takeoffs because of the gusts.
Yeah. And that's a smart approach from Jamie, calculating that into his heat and making sure that he gets those first 3 solid scores down, as we just see everyone a bit now waiting for the wind. Josh is going to ride now to the right. He's going to feel if there's wind. Doesn't look like it now. But yeah, very smart riding, and you see these riders are just adapting to the conditions, and Jamie calculating that into his approach of the heat is very smart. Because you have to go as a rider, the race director and the judges decide when the conditions are suitable, and currently the conditions are suitable with proper gusts coming through. You just have to be patient and calculated with how your approach to this heat. As we see, he's going to attempt a trick there, Josh. Duby board off.
As you said, he tried it again.
And now sticking it with an extra rotation on the way down. I think that's exactly what he wanted, crashing the previous trick, not the height that he needed or not the wind. But definitely nice for him to get a second score on the board.
Here's Andrea responding straight away. No, he's not. I think it was a replay. Lorenzo's turn. Now Lorenzo also needs a good score to get ahead of Jamie and Andrea.
Yeah,
and
two sixes for Lorenzo and 7s and 8s for Andrea and Jamie. So definitely needs to do something big. He's on the biggest size kite on the water. It means he could have an advantage if the wind stays a little bit lower here. He's going to make a tack to the left now.
He's looking for that gust, and he knows that he needs something big because the watch is telling him he sees exactly the score he needs to get ahead of the other competitors. Here's a score from Josh Gillett coming in as 6.3, a 6.03.
Yeah, for that kite loop front roll board off, the doobie board off, also referred as the double front roll kite loop board off. We're just patiently waiting here, as the riders are also patiently waiting for the wind to come through. They have the time, they can take the time to wait for the wind.
How long do they have before that flag goes down?
Technically they have 60 seconds, but I think that the judges will be lenient with the time if there's absolutely no wind. If there's very good wind, then they don't take off within 60 seconds. They will for sure get their trick removed from them, their attempt removed. But if the wind is not favorable, the judges will give the riders some extra time to perform their trick.
Here Lorenzo bailing again, just looking to have that great takeoff, because you don't want to waste that attempt. You want to make sure that when you take off, you can perform what you've visualized and land.
We're gonna see Lorenzo ride up and down a few times. We're just waiting for the wind to fill back in. Anytime now, the wind is moving a bit, also a direction. So we've had wind from the northwest, and the more north it moves, the more it's coming from less from the mountain basically, and it comes more in favor of taking off to the right, because there's more chop than on the left, because you have to take off a bit more downwind. If you see Lorenzo riding now, he's gonna go for a trick.
Back roll, board off, edit rotation with a tic tac.
It's not he's not looking to get the gust that he needs, as we see the gust that Jamie and Andrea took.
It's definitely not what he wants to be doing. Definitely not the height that he wants to be having, but at least he's landing. He's got 3 tricks on the board now,
and it's a very hard decision for these riders when to take off. You can feel the gust, and then the judges can see the gust, but then it can take a while before the gust to actually build and provide a very proper boost in your jump.
And a filled wind, because the gust can come through, but the kite doesn't have to feel your gust.
Yeah, exactly. And we see all these lightweight kites nowadays in the air with Alula, and the Haarlem also has a very lightweight material, or lightweight construction more.
I mean, we're trying to make the kites as light as possible.
Yeah, because a lighter kite not only helps in conditions like this, being lighter weight and being able to boost up more, but in very strong wind, these materials are also stiffer and will help you actually go even higher and perform even bigger tricks. And the tighter the tighter the kite can move with stiffer materials, the more tricks you can do, the more loops you can do. And to be at the forefront of development, Koen, you test a lot of kites as well. It's interesting to see the development of kites in the last years. I think 5 years ago, the kites that we had then would definitely not be able to do the tricks we see now. And the kites we see now, I don't think they've reached, anyone can push the kites. The best kites on the market are still not, are still good enough for all the tricks, is what I want to say.
Exactly, like we haven't got 100% out of the kites yet. We can still push, and there's still tricks that we can do, but with the development of our kites, we will be unstoppable. You know, we don't know where the level will be in a few years. We don't know where the quality of our kites will be in a few years. It's innovation, it's exciting, and I'm very happy to be a part of that.
Yeah, and as a kiter, trying to push your tricks, you never want to feel in your kite that the kite is limiting you. You want to have the kite be an unstoppable progression tool that you can use to try and land every new trick. We see these top 10 riders, with Koen as well sitting next to me, every month landing new tricks and innovating new moves because the kites allow them to. And we're still just currently waiting for the wind. You can see the flag there, the red flag is moving, but is not moving enough.
Not very filled up, huh? You can't see the logo.
Yeah, the beautiful Lord of Tram logo on that flag. And unfortunately, just a dip in the wind here, as we saw in the previous heat as well. But not as long as this. It takes a while here for the wind to fill back in.
The white caps have vanished on the lake.
It's become a bit more cloudy as well. The sun has disappeared here, which plays a big role into the wind as well. If you see the wind, if you look upwind here on the spot, you can see that the wind is coming over land, it's coming over water, That means that the warmth of the land and the water really influences the speed of the wind. So as the land warms up from the sun, the cold wind, the cold Tramontana wind, can speed up and come through this patch very nicely. We are on an inland spot on the lake here in Barcarès. And that means that the wind can shift up and down. If you're kiting on the ocean and the wind is coming straight from the sea, you're going to have very consistent wind speeds because the wind is not blocked by anything. It's not being changed by temperature as much as wind that's coming over land. So we see the Tramontana wind here shifting a bit up and down, which is of course influenced by the differences in temperatures, which is influenced of course by the clouds in the sky blocking the sun. So currently we're just waiting a bit for the wind to fill back in, as I'm sure it's gonna, the clouds are not completely covering the sky. There are a lot of blue patches out there. I think once we get some sun back and some warmth back on the land, the wind might speed up again and we'll get some action.
It does look like Lorenzo and Josh Gillett are here on the beach chilling, just talking to their caddies, talking to the people around them. It's still Andrea's turn. Is it Andrea's turn? No. Jamie's turn. Now Jamie's got beautiful scores here. He's in a great seat to go through to the semis, to the finals. Now this is super exciting because I know he really wants to be in that final.
So some of you at home have also picked favorite riders in their fantasy team. On fantasykite.com you can actually pick your riders who you think will progress the furthest through the competition. Andrea is a very big favorite in this competition as he's King of the Air winner, Megaloop winner and GKA Kite World Tour champion of last year. Have you made a team of your own? You're obviously riding with North, so you picked some North riders, but have you made a team of your own of who you expect to win this competition?
I actually haven't, because haven't really been thinking about that. Actually, I've been morely thinking about if I could compete myself or not. But it's a crazy funny tool to use, and I think you can win something.
Yeah, you can win a Core XR8 if you have the right, or Core XR Pro, I believe, if you have the right guess of who is going to get the most points. Unfortunately, now you cannot enter anymore. But for the past months, you've been able to enter this competition, this online competition, this league, and you can watch on the website next to everyone's picks. You can actually see all the statistics for the riders. So what they've done at Fantasy is they've gone back in time, watched all the GKA events of last year in King of the Air, and they've written down all the tricks that were performed by these athletes. And this data gives us insight into which rider is taking off to which side. So we can actually see riders taking off to the left more than the right, or riders always doing board-offs in their tricks, and they compare that data to other riders. We can actually start pulling up your rider profile here, Cohen. It's interesting to see. You're probably taking off to the left mostly.
I'm definitely left.
Here we see Cohen. If you go to fantasykite.com, you can watch along. We can see on his moves that he has a lot of double loops compared to other riders.
No kite loops, no contra loops.
No contra loops. So you really prefer the kite loops and the double loops there.
Definitely.
If you go to the website fantasykite.com, you go to Cohen's rider profile. You can see a very nice graph there. The gray patch just shows what the average rider usually does, and then the blue patch shows what Cohen does. He's more consistent in landings than most riders we can see as well.
That's pretty funny to see, because mine is pretty spiky, wherein the others are pretty round. Means I don't have a very big variety, I guess.
Yeah, but it also means that you're a different style of rider compared to the other, which is a good thing. As we see now, the AP flag has been raised, the answering pennant flag, as Lewis and I looked up yesterday. It means that this heat is postponed at this moment, and we're just going to wait for the wind to fill back in. So stay on the stream, as we could commence anytime soon as the Tramontana winds can come back. But for now, let's go to a commercial break. You can see already here riders flying through your screen as we are back, and the wind is back, definitely back here. We just had a bit of a rain cloud coming through here in Barcarès, but the wind is filling back in again. Just saw Josh Gillett warming up a bit. The red flag is still up, but we're waiting to start again with this heat. We'll continue. The blue and the white rider have done 3 tricks. That is Josh Gillett and Lorenzo Casati, and Jamie Overbeek and Andrea have done 2. So Jamie Overbeek is up next with the red lycra to go for another move.
Exciting. Jamie has the highest scores until now, and he's up for his 3rd trick attempt.
Yeah, very high scores there for Jamie, a 7.4 and an 8.07. So looking very comfortable in this heat then, and he just went back to the beach, had a little break in between that AP moment we had in the heat, so probably had time to calculate his next moves, as the other riders did as well.
A little rain cloud came past, huh?
Yeah, and my pants are a bit wet, my jacket got a bit wet, as I went out to the rider zone to check how everyone was doing. But they're all good, the crowd is coming back to the beach. They've got their hoods on as well, protecting themselves a bit from the rain, but I see definitely more white caps on the water than I did before. As you can see on your screen as well, on the bottom there on the left you see those white caps.
Yeah, looks windy now, that's exciting. If you look in the distance, well, you guys can't see that, but I see some water flying there, that's promising. Jamie taking off. Just missing the quality there, but keeping the board off for a long time. Nice flotation.
Out of focus for you at home, but in focus for us here through the container window. A board of laid back there for Jamie Overbeek. It's gonna be his 3rd counting trick, as he's done a contra loop back roll board off, contra loop front roll tic-tac, and now a kite loop board off. So very calculated move from him. Probably thought about that trick as well already before he went on the water. Andrea up next, going to the right there. He knows that the winds have shifted a bit to the north, so opting to go take off on the right here just by the flags. Pretty signature trick from him. You see him always with this move on the right, pushing the kite a bit into the window before he loops it. So he takes off, puts the kite forward and then decides to loop it, giving him a bit more height and distance. Sacrificing a bit of the kite angle, but good trick there from
power.
And
he's
power,
sacrificing power on the loop, he's sacrificing the kite angle, but he is gaining height and he's gaining distance.
Yeah, it's an approach from Andrea that's worked in the past, getting high scores. And there we see Josh taking off huge with the contra. Oh!
No!
Oh, Kite just catching a gust there, going in an unfavorable position for him. Definitely smart to let go of the board there, not try to land that one. As we're gonna see the replay here.
Pencil dived in the water there, feet straight. Definitely shot down.
Yeah, he caught the gust on the way up, and while he was looping the kite, the gust filled up his kite and pulled him so much towards his kite that he lost the line tension to get the kite back above him again to land that. We do see also now that the white lycra rider, Lorenzo Casati, has switched down from a 10 to a 9, meaning that the wind indeed has picked up.
Do you think it's a 9 or do you think it's a... Yeah, it's a 9. Yeah.
It's curving back around now, but changing to a bit of a smaller kite. We saw on the 10 that he was getting the tricks in, but just not the right amount of power. We can see in his tricks score there, 6.8 and 6.53 are not the scores that he needs to be going through to the final. Currently Jamie and Andrea are in a comfortable position to go to the final. On the watches on the rider's wrist, they can actually see if they're in a position to go through to the final, so that puts pressure on them and makes them aware of what they need to do to become second or first in this heat.
So Lorenzo here is in a uncomfortable seat. He does have 3 tricks, but the first trick he did...
The first 2 tricks are the same.
The same, yeah, they're the same.
Wow!
Tricks. That's high, that's beautiful.
Wow. Beautiful
nice
tornado there.
Whoa!
Oh!
And lands it. That's insane. That's a perfect
Can we get a
example.
replay on that?
Yeah,
there we go.
Perfect example of what the gusts do to your kite. Here he comes. Left foot forward. Nice spray. Take off.
Woom, getting pulled there into the rotations. And look at this down loop here. Whoa! Just going up another meter.
Whips.
Yeah, incredible control there for Lorenzo. Landing that trick. He's going to get a good score. Definitely what he needs. 8.37 there coming in for Lorenzo.
Great skill. Keeping it together like that. Good job, Lorenzo.
It is another repetition for him for his second tricks.
There goes his score is at 8.3. That's an incredible score. A high score of the heat, but it is in the back roll category again.
Yeah.
So that means that the last 2 attempts he has done are gone to waste.
Yeah. So
which is not bad because he has improved his score, but he's gonna need a front roll or a straight, like what's the first one?
So what he can start doing now is adding contra loops to switch things up there. As Jamie is going to take off here, probably going to go huge as well, as the riders are finding the wind now. Repeating the trick of Lorenzo, showing to the judges that he can do that as well, not catching the same gusts as Lorenzo did. Lorenzo getting an 8.37 for that move. Here we see 12.1 meters on the surfer compared to the 16.6 for Lorenzo before. So it's not going to go give him as high as a score as Lorenzo got, but definitely good for him to get this 4th score on the board.
Great technique from Jamie. Looking beautiful there. Fully in control.
And smart riding to copy the tricks of his competitors, showcasing to the judges that he can do that as well. As we see Andrea now speeding to the left. Yeah. Is that a triple back row contra loop board off there? With an extra rotation on the way down from Andrea.
It looked like he was getting the height when he took off, but then the kite didn't really punch him through in the sky.
Yeah, we're going to see this on the replay as well, with the kite on the loop not generating as much horizontal pull as he would have liked there. The judges want to see as well that you're going as horizontal as possible during your kite loop there. But also if you're doing 3 rotations before you loop the kite, it means you're going to take a little bit of a longer time before you pull the kite, and it's going to put the kite in a bit of a higher position there.
That won't be the highest score, but great technique there from Andrea.
And it could make it an interesting situation if Lorenzo here gets another super high score. He could actually put Andrea in 3rd position in this heat. So this is a very, very tense and exciting heat because anything could happen. We see that all these riders are capable of getting those 8-point scores. So it's going to be, all or nothing for all of these riders. As we see Josh speeding towards switching. He switched kites there. Going super huge on this double front row contra board off.
Insane.
Oh, unfortunately not managing to put on the board again. But that's an amazing attempt there for Josh. Very powerful kite angle. I love to see that the replay is getting a lot of horizontal pull. And that's exactly what I would want to see as a judge.
15 meters high.
It's smart riding from him because he knows he doesn't have the technicality as the other riders, but definitely can outperform their power and style, as we see on our screen.
Just didn't manage to get the board on, didn't commit to it. Too bad.
Yeah, a good attempt there from Josh. This is exactly it. If he would land one of these tricks, it's exactly what he needs to do to take it to these top riders, these 3 podiums from King of the Air 2022.
And here we've got Lorenzo again. He knows he needs that 3rd score on the board, and I'm curious to see for what trick he's going to do.
Yeah, I would say he's gonna need to go for a very big contra loop there.
Is Lorenzo someone that does contra loops? Let's see in his fantasy.
Yeah, we can check his profile there. If we go to fantasykite.com and we go to riders, we can go to his profile and we can see how often he's doing contra loops compared to other riders. I know that Lorenzo is a powered rider and likes to do kite loops a bit more than contra loops, but there we go. Does go for the contra. Front roll contra board off with 2 extra rotations there. I think it's a smart move from him, getting a good 3rd score on the board. As we're going to see the replay here.
He definitely, I just searched up his fantasy. And a double edit rotation there. That's going to be a great score and a great variety. So he ticks all the boxes. He'll have his 3rd score. And then let's see in what place it's putting him. I just searched up his fantasy and he definitely has a favorite for kite loops. But he's not doing a small amount of contra loops. He's got a huge favor in double loops, which is cool to see. I think he is number 1 of the double loops.
His statistics look a bit like yours, Cohen, where he's opting to go more for the kite loops and the double loops there. He's on average doing contra loops a bit less than the other riders. As we see Jamie speeding into his trick here, taking off with a huge preload there. Pretty big move from him there.
Getting the height.
Double. Was that a double? Was that a doobie board off by the fin?
I think it was a doobie board off by the fin. I was looking at the screen and it kind of faded here.
Yeah, and I looked out the window. We're gonna see this on the
Let's see
replay here. Yeah, so he's gonna come in with a huge amount of speed there. 14.7 meters and 125 meters of travel distance on that trick.
So front roll takeoff, board off. Yeah, there we go. Now that's a hard trick.
Yeah, keeping the board off by taking the board off by the fin and keeping the board off by the fin, putting it on by the fin is definitely very technical, and it will impress the judges, I think. Gonna give him a good score here. So we see Andrea now with a double back roll, triple back roll, kite loop, adding a rotation there. This is the same trick. Oh! Is that a double board off there on the end?
Let's see that replay.
Yeah, if we get the replay here, we're gonna see him doing a double board off. I think he switched hands as well. I think this is he's doing 3 rotations before pulling the kite loop there. It sacrifices a bit of angle, but definitely shows a huge amount of technicality there.
1, 2, 3.
Going for the kite loop
there. Kite loop, edit rotation, board on.
So
same hand. He took the board off on the same hand, so he knew that he had some flotation in that trick, and he could extend that board off. So he wanted to put the board on, and then
had some extra time.
Has extra time and decided to take it off again.
Yeah, we saw yesterday Mark Jacobs do a double board off as well, but he switched hands, moving his one hand to the bar from the board and his other hand from the bar to the board, which is also very impressive. But I think this is going to give Andrea a good score. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to beat Lorenzo at the moment, who's currently in 2nd place. Jamie Overbeek in 1st still, and Josh Gillett in 4th. Josh coming up for his trick. If he can land the double front roll contra with the same amount of power that he had before, I think he could get a really solid score there.
Holy moly, this is close between the three of them, Andrea, Jamie, and Lorenzo.
Yeah, incredibly
it's
tight
thrilling,
scores there.
It's thrilling.
I'm on the edge of my seat currently because only the top 2 riders of this heat will commence through the finals. We see Josh taking off. Unfortunately, not the same amount of power as his previous attempt, but now landing this one clean. It is good that he lands this trick. It just falls out the sky there a bit, but unfortunately, it's not the power that he had before. So I don't think it's going to give him enough points to make it into 2nd or 1st there.
So now the guys, they still have 2 attempts.
What would you do in this case? If you're Lorenzo, if you landed a kite loop front roll board, if you landed a kite loop back roll board off, and you've landed a kite loop front roll, contra loop front roll board off, would you opt for something new?
I would go and improve that lowest score.
So that kite loop back roll, front roll board off then?
Yeah, definitely improve that lowest score, and that's what he needs.
Perhaps he will do a kite loop front roll and then add a tic-tac there. It will be in a different category, and adding a tic-tac can increase some of the points there. As we're going to see Lorenzo now with the white flag raised. We see on your screen on the right there's the white flag, and in the middle there is Lorenzo Casati with the white lycra.
Now that 8.3 for Lorenzo definitely does it for him, because if he wouldn't have had that score, then he wouldn't have had 2nd place.
Yeah, definitely. So riding back and forth now, just waiting a bit for the gust, because he definitely needs that gust. With that 9 meter, he can put it quite low if he gets the right gust and do an impressive trick to solidify his 2nd place. Because at this moment, Andrea is very close to him in 3rd place with 21.53 and Lorenzo with 21.8. So he's just going to wait a bit for the win, because he definitely is not in a comfortable position in 2nd. And he needs a big score to make it through to the final.
So it's like a situation where the riders do want to play safe, but they do need to go all out.
Yeah, as I do hear the wind howling on the door and see some extra wide water now gathering on the lake, as we see Lorenzo speeding up there.
Looks like he's got some spray, looks like he got some wind.
Oh, coming out of the board with his foot. Still
going for a contra loop.
Wow, that's incredible. In that takeoff, you immediately you realize that's not what I wanted to do, but then still making it work.
No, that's
incredible control from Lorenzo there.
That's super cool. Contra loop.
Taking off there
with a front roll.
Wow. Managing to grab the board there by the handle.
Insane. Insane.
That just goes to show that in split seconds these riders make decisions what they're gonna do. He knew that he needed to land something. So very incredible riding there from King of the Year 2022 Lorenzo Casati. It's gonna be interesting to see what the judge will give this, because it was not his intention to do that trick, but he did make it work in the end with the gust.
I mean, I don't think he's gonna score incredibly high.
We see Jamie there missing the gust, unfortunately. He doesn't feel the same amount of pressure probably as Lorenzo, as he's sitting now in first position with quite a solid lead, not a comfortable lead, but a good lead against Lorenzo and Andrea.
I know someone that does feel pressure. It's Andrea.
Yeah, you see him there riding. He knows what's going on. He sees on his watch he's currently in third, and he needs something big. He needs to put the kite there in the powered position to show the judges. Oh,
looping it late there.
Very late loop there.
Trying to go inverted on his third rotation.
Definitely not what he wanted there. We're going to see a replay here, but unfortunately he's waiting for the gust to come. But if the gust doesn't come, the loop is not going to be aggressive and the loop is not going to be powered. So unfortunately for Andrea there, not managing to connect with the wind. Lorenzo will have probably seen that and be quite happy about that, I think. It was a good technical trick there from Andrea, but definitely not what he wanted. We're going to see Josh here again. I think he will probably go for some back rotations with the board off there. Speeding up. There we go. Double back row kite loop board off. Also not finding the height he needs,
but
unfortunately.
Just nice for Josh to be in such an incredible heat.
Against these names.
Against big names, showing what he's got. Just landing that trick, you know, building up his confidence for the future. And we're going into the last trick attempt.
Last 3 tricks for Lorenzo, Jamie, and Andrea. This is a
nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed. A very tense moment. Anything could still happen here. Even Jamie could still become third if these 2 riders land incredibly high-scoring tricks. And they're all capable of these super high scores. So it's a very, very interesting moment in the heat.
I don't know what to say.
I'm on the edge of my seat. I hope you're watching at home and you're as excited as us. Because these riders, it's all or nothing for all of them now. And they're very close, their scores. Andrea currently in third position, so he must feel the pressure the most, as he's also the current World Tour champion. And for him not to even get to the finals would mean it's not so good for his ranking. And he would need to really perform in the other competitions this year.
There comes Lorenzo.
Lorenzo there, connecting with a gust. Going for the... losing the board!
The board! Oh!
Oh, that's very, very unfortunate there for Lorenzo.
That means it's up to Andrea.
Andrea can really change things up here. If he gets a good score for his last attempt there, he needs to improve his contra loop back roll board of Andrea. He got a 6.73 for that, and definitely Andrea is capable of improving that. If he gets a 7 for that, he could move into second position there. So very unfortunate for Lorenzo, who will be a bit stressed because he's out. Everything now is out of his control. He tried his last move, unfortunately crashed there. Body dragging back to his board now.
All he can do is watch and
hope. Watch and pray.
Pray and hope Andrea crashes. But
yeah, in this moment, it's a very tight situation for all these riders. Jamie will have looked at that and be also happy with that, since he's now in first position in this heat.
Jamie must be pretty comfortable where he's at.
Yeah, in no way could he go out this heat anymore. He's comfortable in first position. Even if he becomes second, he will go to the finals. So Jamie Overbeek, confirmed going to the finals. And now it's up to these last 2 tricks and the last trick for Andrea to decide whether it's Lorenzo or Andrea going through to the finals there. What an incredibly tense heat. Oh, I wouldn't want to be in Andrea's shoes. The pressure on his shoulders there.
Oh, wow.
We're going to see Jamie here. He doesn't need to do anything super special. Going up there. Still goes for a huge double back row contra loop. Boarded by the fin. Wow.
Did you just see? Oh.
I was going to say, that would have been really impressive with the board.
That was beautiful. Did you see how he whipped his board like that?
Yeah, the board got caught by him falling down and got caught by the wind, I think. But he managed to keep it in his hand. Unfortunately, just not being able to put it on again. We're going to see the replay here. 17 meters high. Super high trick here from Jamie. We see there the board is whipped out of his hand there, making it pretty hard for him to put it back on. The kite was also not in the best position there. But all good for Jamie, since he solidified his place in the finals already.
And then this is the moment.
This is the moment. It all comes down to this trick. All the weight on Andrea's shoulders here. If he's going to manage to put a trick down that's going to knock Lorenzo down to third position. He's riding with a lot of speed here to the left.
Not going for the takeoff.
I would wait for the gust.
Oh man, I am so nervous.
Riding to the right now. What's he going to do? Do you think he's got the trick fixed in his head, what he's going to do? Or you think he's going to wait for the gust and think of what he's going to do?
He's going to wait for the gust, but he knows what he's going to do.
Best thing for him is to improve his 6.73, the contra loop back roll board off. He doesn't need to do a kite loop front roll board off, or he doesn't need a contra loop front roll tic-tac, since these are already the highest scores. A rodeo.
Oh, not the high.
Oh, and he crashes the trick.
Out.
Andrea crashes his final attempt.
Andrea's out.
Oh, we're gonna see the replay here, but this means that going to the final is Lorenzo Casati, as we see here, the rodeo front roll here from Andrea, going backwards into the water. Incredibly difficult trick for him to perform.
Wow.
He's gonna be really not happy with that.
He's not gonna be happy. This is world class. I've never seen this.
Oh, what a heat. This is the most exciting heat for me so far of this competition.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Andrea must be world champion, and the Trinity winner of last year not making it to the finals of the Lords of Tram 2024.
He can see that really everything can happen.
Yeah.
You know, never give up your hopes. There's always a chance for you to win.
Yeah, and we can see the... Wow, it's an incredible change here. There's 65% of people picked Andrea Principi in their fancy team, who will be pretty bummed out and gonna miss out on this this Core XR Pro, because Andrea's not making it to the final.
60%.
60% picked Andrea in Tier A, between Andrea, Lorenzo, and Giel. Wow.
Wow.
I'm a bit
speechless.
shocked.
Yeah,
I'm speechless. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
speechless here as we concluded here the semi-finals of the men, and what you see now on the water are the ladies again, because we are definitely not done with the ladies big air. We're going to round 2 at the moment of the ladies, and we're going to the knockout phase of the women division.
So then here in...
Here we are then. Thank you, Kohan Van Dijk, talking us through that dramatic semi-final. Andrea Principi getting a big crash on that last move. But here we are in women's big air, round number 2. Nora Clement from Germany, Jasmine Sho from the United States, Svenja Zoe Peters from Germany, and Sarah Sadek from Egypt, all fighting for a place in this competition still.
Yeah, the top 2 riders of this heat will progress to the semi-finals, and the 3rd and 4th rider will unfortunately go home. The wind has definitely picked up here. It's white caps on the water all the way I can see. The flags are blowing. It's the yellow flag that's currently up, indicating that we are less than a minute away from the start of this heat. And it's a very interesting heat, this, with different riders. 2 German riders, Egyptian rider Sarah, who had a great performance in previous heat, landing beautiful tricks.
First to trick then will be Nora, left foot forwards. Looks nice and powered.
There she goes, big kite loop there. 1 foot. It's not a 1 foot during the kite loop, it's a 1 foot after the loop. It's a bit more safe, but it definitely will give a good score to Nora there. It's a bigger score if you do your foot out the board during your kite loop, because you then have to steer the kite with one hand. As we see Jasmine powered as well there. These girls are a lot more powered than the first round. We have the Tramontana wind come back in after that rain cloud here, as we saw the previous heat as well. Incredible tricks. And up next is Jasmine Cho from the United States. Very experienced rider, very experienced competitor as well. See what she's gonna open up her heat with. Big boogie loop there. Beautiful execution from Jasmine.
She'll be happy with that. She will be really wanting to push into the semi-finals here, Jasmine. She looks like she's been training, upping her game, focusing a lot on this big air discipline. And she showed in her first heat she really wasn't far away from getting through to the semi-finals then. So she's found herself in round 2. On your screens then is Svenja Zoe Peters. A big hello to everybody joining in, and hopefully you're getting a nice stream to watch this action where the wind has been difficult today, but without the lows you can't get the highs. That is certainly a factor of things here as we see a nice takeoff, contra loop, delayed front roll. I feel like that was.
Svenja there. Unfortunately, Kite a bit too far behind her to land that trick.
Bit of a signature trick that. We don't see the contra loop delayed front roll. It seems to work for her most. He says she's gone for that. And there you can see Sarah Sadek from Egypt. She trains in Blue Lagoon sometimes. Is that right? Beautiful spot that.
Beautiful spot, Blue Lagoon. I was there this October for the Winds of Sinai competition where Sarah Sadek competed there with the men. So she has a very high level there. She goes up for a beautiful back row kite loop, grabbing the board to show some extra control and landing that cleanly. Wow, what a good opening move for Sarah. I think probably one of the highest scores of this heat, or the highest score of this heat so far. So we're going to see the replay here.
She'll be used to taking off flat water, Marine. That was a really experienced takeoff. You know, in some ways the wind a bit more violent here maybe, but with a bit flatter the water today as it's not been stupidly windy for a while. The landings are a bit easier. She'll feel a bit more at home, I imagine, apart from the 50-degree temperature difference. Not quite that. That was an over-exaggeration, of course, but here's Nora Clement turning around. Didn't fancy it that time.
Winner of this heat will progress to the semi-finals into a heat against Lana Herman and Pippa van Iersel. And second in this heat will progress also to the semi-finals in a heat against Alessa Mensch and Francesca Meni. So interesting if these riders have a strategy to either go up against Pippa and Lana or Francesca and Alessa. But at least they want to be in the top 2, otherwise they're not making it through to the semi-finals. Very nice front row kite loop there. Nora Clement sticking that one.
Really controlling it as well at the end. It's not over till it's over with these landings. So often we see 3, 4, 5 seconds after the landing a rider getting nailed, and judges can consider that, but spinning really well into that front roll. And this is the moment where you just can't be sure. It's so tempting sometimes for the riders to take their hand off, celebrate, and then boom, straight over the front of the board.
We have seen that before in competition where riders are starting to celebrate their landing, and then they're kite dipping into the water or them dipping into the water, and then they get absolutely 0 points for that trick. So good riding there for Nora, riding that out.
Back to Jasmine. She's had a good start here. Nice boogie loop. Oh, she's had a blinder of a start here. This is exactly what you want in round 2.
Did she do the contra loop there, front row contra? I think she did a boogie loop before.
Yeah. Oh, you might be right. Sorry.
So there she goes up.
Yeah, well spotted. Well spotted. Very similar technique actually there. Well spotted.
Same inversion, but a different direction of looping, which means these both tricks will count. As if she would have done a boogie loop, it would have been in the same category. And smart riding from her, as she seems to be riding back to the beach and probably switching back to a smaller kite, it seems. As we see Svenja going to the right, probably going to go for a kite loop there with a back roll. She's comfortable on the right with kite loop back rolls, comfortable on the left with contra loop front rolls. She's going to maybe go for her double back roll with an inverted back roll kite loop there, as she did in the previous heat. Not connecting with the wind there. But going to go back now. Interesting to see that she crashed her first trick, the contra loop front roll, and she's not going to try again, but she's going to try a different trick now, which is a good strategy, I think. Try your other trick there, the double back roll kite loop. Landing it now, cleanly.
Wonderful move from Svenja. The German support will be strong for the 2 riders in this heat. Here is the lovely replay here. Bit of a pre-pop, takes off very good control on the back roll, and enough commitment to send her into the second back roll as the kite come round there. Lovely move from her. Next up is Sarah Sadek. We're in sequence here. If you didn't know, the rider's taking it trick by trick, turn by turn. And it's blue, white, red, yellow. It's simple as that. There is the clear yellow flag raised to show Sarah. She's got lovely...
Wow!
It's a biggie!
Whoa, huge boogie loop there!
It's a biggie, Marine.
It's definitely a biggie. Can she... Oh, unfortunately not riding out there clean.
I think she'll get scored for it. This is a rider that's okay to connect with big wind power. Look at this, connects with it.
Yanked into the rotation. Beautiful there. Bit of a bounce there on the exit.
But she anticipated that. When I was talking earlier about the inverted boogies, or the ones where you're not quite inverted, good example. She wasn't fully upside down, but she connected. It's about where your bar is at that key time, and she got body weight behind the powerful moment when the kite pulled her there and accelerated towards the kite. That was a biggie. I don't think she's going to be taken down too many points, but I'm not a judge, Mariah. You are. How much would you have deducted her?
I would still deduct some points there, because she bounced out maybe 1-2 points, because
6. Maybe it's a 6. How's that? Oh no,
3.17. Yeah,
heavily.
So it's about 3 points deduction, I would say.
What if she landed that perfectly? Where would you have been around?
Would have been close. I would have been around 7.5. So it's quite a big deduction there.
Yeah,
I do agree with that, because she was pretty far into the water there.
Nice thing for us is we're going to see another one.
1 foot out the board. Can she manage to get her foot back in and land? Yes, she does.
Will she score for a 1-footer then?
Yeah.
Big kite loop, 1-footer. Amazing moment here at the 2024 Lords of Tram. Here's the replay here of Nora repairing a 1-footer. That's hard enough to do on a jump. We've spoke about this a lot today. She's just repaired the damage of her foot coming up prematurely there. She's going to get a good score for a kite loop 1-footer. In fact, it's going to be a 3rd score for her. That was brilliant. How calm and composed was that?
Yeah, we saw in the previous heat, we saw this as well with Lorenzo, with the foot coming out on takeoff and managing as well to land that. Straight kite loop there from Jasmine, just to get a 3rd score on the board. Smart riding there. We're going to see the replay here. It's just a straight kite loop, but good move for her to just get a 3rd score. And now she can start pushing the tricks more and improving her score. So far, good heat for Jasmine. Calculated riding, smart riding. And very good so far. Incredible control indeed there from Nora, just committing to still putting the loop and trying to get the foot back in the strap. Here we see Svenja is going to go for that. Didn't go for it now, but I thought she was going to go for another contra loop with a front roll. She does need something with a contra loop, probably, unless she's going to do a kite loop board off there as well. But I think she's gonna go for this again, because it's one of her higher scoring tricks, one of her more impressive moves, and she's probably what she needs to put a good score on the board there. Yeah, what I thought. Contra loop with the front roll. Oof! Just coming in backwards there on the landing, unfortunately.
We often see the one hand off as she goes for the contra loop. The replay of the contra loop delayed front roll. We see the one hand off before. Never used to see that. Why do we see riders taking one arm off on the just before the pre-pop and jumping in, Mariah?
Well, I do it as well before I take off, because I feel I can put more body weight backwards. You want to put as much tension on your front lines before you're taking off to have as much speed and power in your takeoff. And the more weight you can put backwards on your front lines, the better, and the better your kite will be positioned. So to put your hand back there it requires extra skill, but it definitely helps to get some extra momentum in the kite.
Double back roll meg loop, I think.
I think contra loop.
Sorry, well, I didn't see the kite on that one, Mariah. Talk me through that one. You've seen that better than me.
So she didn't get the greatest amount of height, but she went, I believe, for a back row contra loop, which is a smart thing. She has a kite loop front row and a kite loop back roll, so she does need a contra loop to get a 3rd score on the board. As we don't think we're going to see a replay of that, but. Yeah, good riding from her there.
So, are we going to see right foot forwards from Nora here?
Back row contra as well. We see this more and more here with the girls. Why do you think that these girls are comfortable with those back row contras? It's I would say it's a similar movement as going the other way with kite loop back roll. So it might be that these ladies are comfortable rotating in the same position with their kite and body, and just mimicking the trick they can do on the left to the right.
Sarah getting categorised a kite loop back roll here for that move, Mariah. So either that's wrong their end, or it was that. But she'd already done a kite loop back roll, which perhaps was the reason you suggested it was a contra loop back roll as well. There was no need for it, as we see a missed jump there from Jasmine, who's going to sneakily try to get another go here, Marijn, but I don't think they're going to give it to her.
Well, she did abort quite quickly that attempt, 3.6 meters. So
yeah, but that's the point. It wasn't an attempt.
And their trick is removed then.
Yeah, and she'll probably feel a bit hard done by that. Going back to this one arm off the bar, my feeling about that really is to change the angle of the body a bit. You can face upwind a little bit better with one arm off the ball. We all know that with kiteboarding, and yeah, well, actually, I guess that's my theory.
Yeah.
That's it right there. Change the body angle. It's interesting to hear you as we see here Svenja Zoe Peter upwind and into the centre lines as well. But this was a back roll contra loop as well. We can see pulling on the front of the bar there. So you are right, lots of riders are exploring this move to, maybe it's the easier of the rotations with the contra loop in this sort of wind.
Yeah, for me it works the same. If you go to the left and you do back rolls and kite loops, it's actually easier to go to the right to do contras and front rolls because your body's more used to that. As we see a beautiful late back roll there from Sarah.
But it's not what she needs. She's already got a kite loop back roll. This is their third kite loop back roll now that she's put out there. She obviously can go big with them, relaunches the kite well, but she's done 4 tricks. 3 of them have been kite loop back roll attempts, and so she won't be scoring. She's got 5.8 for a kite loop back roll. That probably should have been the end of the kite loop back rolls.
Yeah.
Until the end of this heat. So hopefully Sarah's going to move on to perhaps the contra loops or one footers. Who knows? But she's already ticked off the back roll and front roll category of kite loop. A big welcome to you on our live stream around the world. I am Lewis Crathen, joined by Marijn Pruug here in the south of France at the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. First stop of the year of the big air. Previous winners last year are not here. Liam Whaley, not here, injured. Michele Sol, not here, out for injury. Andrea Principi can't quite get his hands on this title at the moment. Couldn't do it last year. Won't be able to do it today. Out in the semi-finals we've just seen. Finals to come not far away for the men. You've just joined us in round 2. These riders fighting to get into the semi-finals. And what have we seen
Back row
there?
contra there again for Nora. We see these back row contras more here in the women division than in the men. And as I said before, it's once you're used to rotations in one direction, it's easy to repeat them if you're taking off in the other direction. If you're good in back rolls to the left, you're good in front rolls to the right. That's the way it works, because technically your body is rotating in the same direction. There has been discussions for the men division especially to categorize these tricks in the same way. So if you do a kite loop back roll to the left, it would be the same category as a contra loop front roll to the right. But so far it hasn't been implemented, and I think it's good because these ladies are showcasing that these tricks look very different. They probably feel a bit different, feel the same, a bit the same to them, but they look very different. As we see a very big late back roll there. Oh, she kept steering the kite there. Oh, lay back roll there for Jasmine, but she just kept pulling on the bar there, just not feeling where the kite was there. As we're going to see the replay here. And there we see, she kept pulling the kite. I hope she's okay there. She didn't seem to crash on the board, but definitely a very big wipeout for Jasmine. Yeah, she's used to have the kite on the left when she comes out of the rotation. As we see, a jet ski is rushing towards her to check on her. Asking her now if she's okay.
And they're so quick to get in here. Now she has a critical decision. She can't accept rescue from the jet ski. If she does, she's out the heat. So the jet ski getting there very quickly as well. Big crash, that one, Marijn.
Yeah, it's a very tricky situation. If you keep steering your kite to the same direction, you're not going to lose any speed going down. So you're going to go full speed into the water. Luckily, she's managed to get her board back. She doesn't need any help from the jet ski, meaning she's okay and she's gonna continue to ride in this heat, which I'm happy to see. I don't want to see anyone else injured, as we've got Mark on the beach here with a brace on his knee. He was smiling and doing fine, but definitely injured. And it's good to see that we don't have an injured Jasmine Cho here. As we see, Svenja's gonna go for this contra loop front row again here. Now she needs to land this trick, and she does, so that's very nice for her third attempt. I think she wouldn't have attempted it another time, but her third attempt she's gonna land it there. There she goes for the contra with a delayed front roll. Managing to stick it there. She's gonna be happy about that, getting her third trick score on the board. All the other ladies have, except for Sarah Sadek, have 3 scores there, but Good for Svenja to get that score there. There we go. Sarah Sadek with a nice loop there. Good height on that move. We're going to see the replay here. Straight kite loop with the grab on the way down. 10 meters height, 79 meters of travel distance, brought to you by the Surf app. So we see Nora already rushing into her attempt there. Gonna go for the kite loop 1 foot. We just missed the angle there, but we're back here. And a nice landing for her.
Finally poised then, this one, Marijn. Sarah getting her 3rd trick attempt on the board now, and that's very good timing for her during the closing stages of this heat. It looks to me like Jasmine took that crash then and has just dealt with it.
Battling through it. Up next there. Currently in first position then, Jasmine as well. 3 nice scoring tricks, but she could definitely improve her kite loop there. She doesn't really need to do a huge trick to up her score even more. But she's maybe gonna go for another laid back there. She's currently body dragging back to her board. She might have hit the rock. There's one rock there, just under the river mouth. All the riders are aware of that. There's a buoy there. You can see it's just positioned on the rock. She's gonna go to the left here for another attempt.
She's got to pick herself up after that massive slam she's just taken here, Jasmine Cho. She's currently leading the heat. She's got to try and improve the 3.77. It's just a kite loop as well. All she's got to do to try and get one hand on the door. The closing door to the semi-finals. Perhaps she has one hand. She's gone through the door. She's turning around, about to shut the door on the other riders into the semi-final, perhaps leaving it just ajar for one other. Terrible description of doors again. How did we end up there? There's a straight kite loop from Jasmine. Can she land it with a grab? Wow, how well did she compose herself after what has to be said, an absolutely catastrophic caner to the water here in Les Baccares. So she will be feeling absolutely up then.
That's what I thought as well. It looked like almost a double loop that she did in her previous attempt, crashing big there. But smart move for her to go for that kite loop. She currently has a 3.77 for a kite loop, and it's definitely this one is going to improve that score a bit. Currently in first position also, so Jasmine Cho is going to be happy about that move there. So see Svenja is going to go here to the right. Going to go for back rolls and kite loops there. Not connecting with the wind though. Just a double back roll and no kite loop for Svenja.
We do recognise that there's some lagging going on, to say the least. So we've passed that on to our tech team, of course. We do try and pay attention a little bit to what you guys are talking about, but we are trying to deliver the best accuracy, certainly in the live stream booth, focusing on the action. I've just seen that's a 6 metre kite then for Jasmine. Crucial stage of this first heat of round 2. 2 of these riders leave the event. 2 of these riders go through. Currently going through is Jasmine Cho and Nora Clement. This lady here, Sarah Sadek, has now got 3 scores on the board. She'll be looking for a kite loop front roll now. You might think to yourself, if you are paying attention to our live scoring, if you can get on there at the GKA kiteworldtour.com/live, clicking on the live scoring. I know her lowest score is a 3.17 kite loop front roll. She doesn't feel the wind was there for her here. Good riding, not rushing into this. It's a crucial stage of this heat. She'll be having another go after this, of course, Marijn, but she doesn't want to go into that last trick knowing that maybe her destiny's out of her hands.
Yeah, and here is Sarah Sadek. She doesn't have a contra loop on the scoreboard. I believe that she did do a contra there.
I like this.
And now she...
Oh, what a
that's
landing.
exactly what she needed there.
How has she landed that, Marijn? That landing had crash written all over it. Yeah. I liked the position in the air. It was good. She has a lovely technique of the boogie loop, I have to say. Really in control. And boom, lands with lots of speed.
Very big landing there.
That should score well for me. What I like about her position in the air is it doesn't change. There's no sudden movements. I really believe that keeping one with the kite is a good solid position. Any sudden sheeting out or pulling in or legs coming up or railies going on is indication to me that the kite's got the better of you and it's actually pulled you towards it. With her, she is in charge of that kite. That was a wonderful move by Sarah, and I expect this to push her up just a little bit, perhaps even into second.
Yeah, very good there. Improving that 7 points for that 3.17 kite loop front row got replaced by a 7. So Sarah Sadek all of a sudden going from 4th to 1st in this heat.
Yeah, wow. What a move. What a lovely clean move that was. She'll be absolutely stoked, and I'm sure they will be. As here we see a dub. Oh, I don't believe it. A doobie. Wow, what a landing. What a brilliant landing. A very different technique on that front roll style mega loop, but she actually was going into a double. Very nice to see technically from Nora Clement. Now, where's she going to go from here now? Third, perhaps up? What's she kicking out and replacing score-wise here?
Well, if I'm looking at the scoreboard here, she's got kite loop front roll, kite loop 1 foot, and contra loop back roll. But definitely that kite loop front roll, she's going to improve. She's currently having a 5.37 for that trick, but I definitely think she's going to get a bit of a higher score for that last attempt because it's a very technical move, the double front rotation with a kite loop.
And we haven't really seen that move in this heat. So that'll be on the judge's mind that someone's brought a bit of innovation into this heat. And so let's see what it's going to score. But it's very likely going to put Nora into a more secure place on her last move. She'll be really happy about that because that is her last move. And it will now put a bit of pressure, I think, on Jasmine Show, who comes in here and is just waiting.
Was sitting in first before, now is sitting in second, closely followed there.
They've got contra loop front roll coming in here. Was that? Oh, I didn't think that was from the contra loop category for that move. I'm pretty sure I saw a.
Pretty sure I saw a kite loop there.
But which would change things a lot. So.
Yeah, it was a kite loop there. Whoa! Kite loop board of attempt there for Jasmine. Very brave to go for that on her last attempt. Let's see the replay here. Not managing to land it because she just didn't have the time to put her feet back in the strap. Very nice attempt though. You can see as soon as the riders push out the bar after the kite loop, they're dropping down quickly, and then to put on your board within that time, yeah, that's very hard. Jasmine Cho having a crash for that last trick. Currently, she is in second position, and Svenja is in fourth up next, and Sarah Sadek is in first. So there would need to happen a special trick from Svenja to push out Jasmine to third position. Definitely capable of that move, but let's see if she can put it together. A reminder that the top 2 finishers of this heat will progress to the semi-finals as a red flag goes up for Svenja.
And right now, occupying those positions then are Sarah and Jasmine. But what can Svenja do about this? Has she got a chance here? They all have, really, because they're quite close together. There's a lot to work out quite quickly here to see. But she will be looking to replace the contra loop back roll with something. She's got kite loop back roll. I think she could do with a big boogie here. She hasn't got a front roll kite loop category in just yet. What does she need to advance here? Something in the 6s for sure.
Perhaps she's gonna go for a kite loop board off as well. I know she's capable of that move on the right. I know on the left she's doing a lot of contra loops. On the right she's doing a lot of back rolls and kite loops. So what I expect is she's gonna try and get for a big kite loop board off there. If she does stick a big kite loop board off, it could be enough to put her in second or first position, knocking Jasmine down to third or third.
But maybe just a big, without taking the risk of taking the board off. It depends if you're into the move. We've just seen a 7 given for what was a kite loop front roll, one of the best ones you can do from Sarah. She's needing around a 6, base worst case scenario, it's got to be a 6 here. Are we going to see a nice big boogie loop? It's a mega loop, delayed back roll for her, and I think
Grab there.
for me that was just maybe not looking at her or realizing what she'd done already.
No.
The kite loop back roll was her highest scorer, so Svenja looking to replace her highest scoring trick with the back roll family. And unfortunately, that's not going to do it for her. Nice clean landing though, but I don't think she's going to up her score there.
Sarah here then, last trick attempt, and she's currently first in the heat, so she doesn't need to do anything super special. Let's see what she's gonna do. Beautiful laid back row there still from Sarah. Amazing riding from her. Progressing to the semi-finals together with Jasmine Cho, and unfortunately Nora Clement and Svenja Zoe Peters, the 2 German girls, not making it through to the semi-finals and are out of this competition.
Jasmine Cho then making it through to the semi-final. She's going to be absolutely stoked about that. She's been brilliant to get through that after such a big crash. As we see some of the riders now just coming back to the beach to find out those results. Okay then, Jamie Overbeek jumping out of the profile shot. It's Jeremy Belando from Spain, Lorenzo Casati, Spain, Edgar Ulrich, France, and Jamie Overbeek from the Netherlands. It is the final of the men's big air here at the Lords of Tram 2024. It, of course, is the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. I'm Lewis Crathen. Next to me is Marijn Prug. We've had Coran van Dijk in with us today. He's on the beach somewhere, I believe, and apparently we might even have the winner in here afterwards for an interview.
So I hope you guys at home are ready. We had an incredibly tense heat in the semi-finals, with the result being that Andrea is not in this final. Winner, like overall winner last year of pretty much every competition, Andrea Principi, missing out on the final here in France at the Lords of Tram 2024. But these riders will battle it out for the podium today. Getting the win here will be very important for them, as we're just waiting for the other competitions this year to be confirmed. One in Tenerife, and the winner here is in a very good position to be world champion. As the buzzer goes, the blue flag goes up with the blue lycra for Jeremy Burlando. Up first on an unbranded kite there. He's riding slingshot, but this is looks to be a prototype kite, and yeah, he's up first for his trick attempt.
Expect the unexpected, I guess, here at the Lords of Tram. Back roll, mega loop, board offs. And I think there may have been a tic-tac on that board off. We went a bit out of focus for a little bit there for Jeremy Belando, but it's a land moved for him nonetheless. Let's take a look here in the replay department.
There you go. He's taking it off by the fin and then flinging it back to his handle.
Tic-tac.
Putting it on the board while he's backwards on the kite. Very nice control there for Jeremy. Probably not the height he wanted. He was looking for the gusts more in the previous heats, and now he went straight out for his first attempt. But good to get a first score on the board. And up next is his Spanish friend Lorenzo Casati. They train together often in Tenerife. They're good friends, Lorenzo and Jeremy. But they definitely are not friends in this heat, as one of them they both want the podium spot, and they neither of them want the other one to win, so they're gonna battle it out here in the final. As we see Lorenzo just waving his arms up and down. Maybe his hands are a bit cold. They're trying to get some blood into his hands, as the Tramontana wind can be quite cold here. As the white flag is raised for his turn. 7.07 then there for Jeremy. Quite a good score for that trick. Didn't have the best of height, but a very solid score there.
Biding his time, a Joe Biden, I guess you could call that, is Lorenzo Casati. Very important they don't take off with bad wind here now, as the wind looks to me like it's gone very west here now, switching back as the sun coming out over the spot. This big battle with the clouds. Some of the locals telling me that the Mistral wind, which is a very northerly wind, sort of coming into contact, coming a bit further down than it should do from Montpellier, and then clashing with this northwesterly wind, the Tramontana, and that is why we've had this weird rain and this battle between the clouds. And now we've definitely gone back to the more Tramontane direction. There's no wind in our live stream booth, but I guess there shouldn't be. But meanwhile, on a 9 is Lorenzo Casati, just making sure he doesn't go for something with no wind. But it definitely looks like the wind's in over there.
Yeah, the wind, when it does shift a bit more to the north, it means that the rider can have an opportunity to take off to the right there. Just in front of the sequence flags, it's a very nice little spot to take off. The water is super flat there. He's gonna go to the left here though, having a lot of speed here in his riding, but still opting to not go for it. I mean, we saw last year's final as well. Had some tricky winds, and it really rewarded the rider. In that case, Liam Whaley, just waiting patiently for the wind to come and only going when the gust came through.
That decision for Liam was one of the best sailing decisions I've seen in a long time. He really believed in the wind that it was going to pick up. He came in and took that sit way before it actually did come up. And meanwhile, Lorenzo Casati looks like he might go for something here. Double back roll, board off into
nice spins.
At least 4 rotations, grab at the end. Do you think he'd be happy with that, Marijn?
Yeah, I think if he sees his saw the score there for Jeremy with a 7.07, quite a good score for that back roll. He's just attempted the same, added some extra rotations, didn't do any tic-tacs or flips there, but I think he'll be happy with that trick score there.
Yes, that's interesting. The flag in the bottom left-hand side showing an Italian flag, and then the Spanish flag at the top. I guess it's fair to say he has joint allegiances. The surname would suggest Italian, but we'll get to the bottom of that one day, I promise you. But this is a big... Oh, he's let go of it. He's got done with a gust maybe there. Is Edgar Ulrich, and he's going to be miles away from his board, but it will be retrieved. Marijn, what happened there?
Well, there was, I think, a little bit of extra wind in his loop, and he is upside down, taking off his board, trying to flip or spin his board there. And then when you get just pulled by the gust, it can happen that you lose your board there. A very unfortunate start for Edgar. You have only 7 trick attempts here, so it's important for them to get the first 3-4 solid. We heard Jamie say that he feels like he's only got 5 attempts in these heats, because he feels like maybe 2 are gone with the wind, as to say, like 2 of your trick attempts generally don't have the gust. So he's approaching it more as a 5 attempt heat rather than a 7 attempt heat, which is, I think, is smart riding from him. Comfortably winning the previous heat there, Jamie. And yeah, up next in the sequence, Edgar, unfortunately, they're having a crash. The French crowd will not be too happy about that. But he's got plenty of opportunities to get some other good scores in.
Aaron, was that a tic-tac?
I'm not sure what the tic-tac now.
It's okay. Toby says it isn't a tic-tac. I wanted to know. I don't think Aaron saw that one, unfortunately, Toby, so I can't decide. But I believe that's what the riders are calling it, where they flick it round from the rail and catch the handle. Marijn?
Yeah, for me, I consider taking it off by the handle and then flipping it or spinning it is a board spin, and taking it off by the fin and then grabbing it by the handle is for me a tic-tac.
And you are a judge that's judged for many competitions, right,
yes,
Marijn?
Yes.
Okay.
But they might put this in as a tic-tac in the scoring system, as they the GKA scoring system would consider that both as a tic-tac. But there is a difference in taking it off by the fin. Sometimes taking it off by the fin can be a bit easier, but putting it on by the handle is definitely a bit easier than putting it on by the fin.
So the board spin would go in BOTT as well?
Yeah.
All right, interesting to know. Back to the action here. Good discussion there. Jamie, overbeat. Contra loops happened here.
Yeah, back row contra loop there. Wow. Incredible control.
There was, for a moment there, it looked very odds on that he was going to bin that and just ditch it, but he still believed he could find some float. What a move then. It's the back roll contra loop. Don't know what happened there as he comes through the camera, but what a shot that was.
Very close.
That we've just seen here. What a move he's managed to land here.
Very nice move from him, opening this heat with, I think, Probably one of the highest scoring tricks of these 4 attempts we've seen so far. Jeremy now going to the right. Previously, in previous heat, he was taking a lot of time to go for his tricks, which was really working out for him. So we see a 7.5 drop there for Jamie, so the highest scoring trick so far. And Jeremy is gonna, I think now, calm down, take his time to actually wait for the gusts.
No messing about here though from Jamie.
Wow! Beautiful doobie board off by the fin, then flicking it to the handle, putting it back on. Amazing trick there. Really like the style of doing those double rotations while you have the board off by the fin. We're going to see on the replay here. It's a very, very hard technical move to do because your board, you're holding on to your board by your fin, so it's hard to keep the balance compared to having it off by your handle. We're going to see him in the first front roll there and then just flipping upside down with the board there and doing the tic-tac while he's upside down. That's incredible technique and control there shown by Jeremy Berlando. I think that's going to get a really good score there for him. Scores hovering around 7s there now then for all these riders except Edgar, who's unfortunately crashed his first trick.
Just looking back at some of the history of these riders on my notes just here. It's actually Jeremy Belando and Lorenzo that have made 2 finals out of the 4 last year, being GKA Tarifa and the King of the Air. Only 1 final for the Lords of Tram for Jamie Overbeek. So maybe the experience of being in the finals might point to the other 2. But meanwhile, this is a huge call. This is a big one here from Lorenzo Casati. Another clean landing, Marine. What did we see there?
Yeah, connected very well with the gust. It looked like a double front roll contra loop board off there as he goes for the front hand kite loop there, spinning on the way down, grabbing his board. Very nice move from him, as currently has a kite loop back roll and a board off, and now a contra loop front roll board off. So 2 completely different moves, showing to the judges that he has got different variety of moves and well executed by Lorenzo Casati.
Right foot forwards then, coming in, or out of the box, I guess. It is going to be a boogie. Can he get the board on in time? No, just bins it out then. So Edgar Ulrich in his first final this year, but that, to be fair, this is the first event this year. He didn't get into a final last year. Noticeably, got to the semis.
He went for a double flip there. First flip here, another flip there. If he would have landed that, it would be very, very impressive. It's classic Edgar style to go for those flips where he just puts his head down and his legs up. And to do the double flip there makes it very hard for him to land it. But if he lands it, would get a very high score indeed.
Jamie Overbeek into front rolls. Looks like a contra loop that for me. Can he stick a nice clean landing here? Look like about 15 meters of height, Marine, as he's starting to work through his moves here. This is the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. This is the final you've joined us in, or if you've been with us all day. Thank you.
Beautiful angle there on this replay.
Was it tic-tac as well,
yeah,
perhaps?
Taking it off by the fin and then spinning it to his handle, putting it on by the handle while he's rotating, showcasing extreme control. And looks like Jamie's very comfortable in this final with having a 7.5, one of the highest scores of this heat, and probably going to get a very good score for that last trick attempt as well.
This Tramontan wind has definitely played silly buggers with us here over the last day or 2. It is looking pretty good right now for these riders. By no means are we seeing any double loops here. Most riders on 9-meter kites, I believe, Marine. And I think there's around 25 to 30 knots on the water right now. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that looks like to be correct. These riders are getting good heights, 10 to 15 meter jumps with these 9-meter kites. And it maybe looks like Edgar is coming in for a kite change.
Going 8 to 9 perhaps. And meanwhile, this man...
bumping a bit in the water there was Jeremy.
J-Bo, as we like to call him. Actually, it's just me, to be honest. But maybe if I keep saying it, one day it will be a we. But right now it's a me. Talking of a we, there's no time for that. It's the final here. Jeremy Belando searching for his 3rd trick attempt. He's had 2 big moves so far. Highest scoring move of the heat so far is an 8.83 kite loop front roll tic-tac category. Whether or not it was a board spin or a tic-tac, I don't want to get into that. That's the category that I've got written down here, so he will not want to be repeating that category with such a high score, perhaps even the highest scoring trick of the competition. Did Baby Shark get into the 9s? I can't remember.
Yeah, Baby Shark got a very high score, 9.5 with a double loop with a front roll and a board off.
Guess so then.
Here we see Jeremy. Is he gonna connect with the wind? Doesn't seem like he's too powered there. And it's already been rewarded for Jeremy to just wait for the wind, because he was maybe one of the most patient riders so far in the competition, and that put him here in the finals. So he needs to be patient now, wait for the gust, because he can definitely do the big tricks to take the win here.
Opt out again from not the marketing, but the move that he was about to perform, because you have to be sure in this final. You can't just get away with a couple of these where you've just jumped up and missed the gust. He searches now, right foot forwards, takes off in front rolls.
Wow.
Lovely from the fin board off. Was that a contra? I was looking too much at his board.
Yeah, it looked like a double front row contra, and going inverted while you're holding the board by the fin and then pulling the kite loop is very, very stylish, and good technique there. And
like we just said, he doesn't need to be doing anything in the tic-tac category, or however his tic-tac category probably associated with another rotation.
Yeah, so smart from Jeremy, doing a kite loop, back roll tic-tac, kite loop, front roll tic-tac, and now a contra loop with a board off and some front rolls. So smart riding from him, and it's probably going to give him a nice score. Good height there as well on that trick. Finding gust this time on the right side near the sequence flags, as we see now the white sequence flag going up, indicating that up next is Lorenzo Casati. I believe from Italy. You can make up your mind. There's a Spanish flag and an Italian flag there, but...
Well, I've just read that he said he's got dual passport, so that's probably enough to leave it right there. I guess you can choose how you're feeling, or how you're feeling as the graphics man. Well, yeah, so we got... That is interesting, I have to say. 2 flags there, but that's great for both of those countries that can rightfully support these riders, especially the Italians, who would have nobody to support had he gone on the Spanish flag only. So good for both of those countries. Unfortunately for mine, nobody in the final. And for you, you've got Jamie Overbeek as a Dutch rider. But as you've explained, Marijn, as a professional judge, you have no favourites.
I have no favourites. I like all of these riders, all of these different styles, all of these different moves. They can all do pretty much the same tricks, but they all do them in a different way, and whoever does them in the best way will probably take the win here today, as we see beautiful double loop front roll here with a tic-tac and a kite loop from Lorenzo. Very nice and controlled landing. I think this is going to be a really good score for him, and it's going to be his 3rd scoring trick here, as he's done 3 attempts and has 3 scores. There we go. Double front roll with a kite loop.
And let's remind you then that Lorenzo, a King of the Air winner, he didn't get he got 4th last year here, so he didn't get to the top 2 when there was actually head-to-head final last year. So he won against, lost against Jamie, I believe, in the runners-up final, to put it nicely. So he'll really be out for revenge and be wanting to claim the title here at the Lords of Tram, and he's had a good start so far. Now we turn our attention back to Edgar. Feel like he needs something here. Is this the right wind? Aaron, yes or no? Is this the right sort of wind for the Megaloop KGB? In the lulls, maybe, is the reply I've got from over the other side of the live stream booth here. As certainly the water surface looks reasonable enough for landing. We've seen way worse landing areas. Don't want to be hitting a gust, I guess, was the answer.
As the wind does come through now, he's probably going to go for that trick again that he crashed 3 times in a row with a beautiful flip there. Now doing only 1 flip. And that means that he's gonna land this.
Wonderful. It's a big score of this. He entered the vortex there as well, known to be associated with that kite. He got a nice little extra lift at the end here. All of these kites actually really performing well in these conditions. And here we see the replay again into the front rolls.
Flipping there.
Definitely backhand. So it's a kite loop. Loads of time with the board off. And here he got some love, but he still had a lot of work to do controlling that.
Yeah, and to try this for the 3rd time in a row, crashing the first 2 requires big commitment as well. And he's going to be very happy that he lands the trick. He's going to go on to try different tricks now. As we see Jamie coming in. Ooh, very high speed transition there. But good for Edgar to get this score on the board. It's quite hard if you have 7 attempts and you crash your first 2. It means you only have 5 and you still need to land at least 3 to get scores. And then to attempt the same trick for the 3rd time in a row is... yeah, again, requires some commitment, but he's going to be very happy with landing that. Getting an 8.1. Very, very nice score there for Edgar, so it definitely paid off.
Overbeek doesn't take off that time. It's a wonderful shot we get here, as you do as well at home, where he just comes in, you just lose them for like a second, you know, unless we switch cameras and they just boost out over the tree there. Then you have to quickly, it's the same for us looking out the window. We've got a very similar view to you here looking out of our window, which they tell us not to do, but you can't help it. You can see the pit stops, we can see the changes, and as I always say, live commentary. I should be able to tell you the little details that you can't see on your screens, but of course we must be talking about the same thing. Overbeak then, does he come out over the trees? He does, foot comes out, that's the end of that move.
Oh, yeah. It's the third time today that we see on the takeoff that the foot comes out. Previous heat, Lorenzo Casati had the same. Managed to make it work, but it seemed like Jamie didn't have the gust either here, and unfortunately is crashing this trick.
He's overbaked it.
So all riders have done 3 attempts with 4 left. Plenty of attempts left to change things up here. Currently in first is Jeremy Berlando, followed by Lorenzo Casati in second. Third is Jamie Overbeek with only 2 scoring tricks, and fourth is Edgar with only 1 scoring trick.
Jeremy Berlando looks like he was thinking about a right foot forwards then perhaps, or just tricking us. The wind is pumping through over there. We are in the south of France, by the way, if you've just been born and not been listening the last few days. Not far from Barcelona, about an hour up. Are we going to see another big scent? Back roll, mega loop, multiple rotations. Not sure that qualifies for the shark attack, but it's a lovely grab at the end of that move. Very stylish then for Jeremy Berlando.
Yeah, incredible riding from him this heat and already this whole competition. Very calculated, very much aware of the wind, very much aware of what his competitors are doing. And very nice landing here for his 4th trick. He has got very high scores for his first 3. And we'll probably get another good score for this 4th one.
Seatbelt at the end of that, Aaron? Yeah, maybe. A nod of the head. It felt like that way. Maybe Ewan's watching here. Wants to know the exact details. Maybe you can correct me, but it felt like it was that one. Definitely way harder than some of the other grabs that we see the riders do. Just those little differences might make the difference with the judges, noticing that that was not the easiest thing he could have done at the end there. Added some extra style. He's in a nice position here, Jeremy Berlando, but he's still got a lot of work. This could all change here. Edgar Ulrich landing that 8.1 really has helped him keep within reach of these riders, but he's the one that has to catch up now as we switch our attentions to Lorenzo Casati.
Yeah, and Jeremy improving his total score even more by getting a 7.9 for that previous trick. So putting him even more comfortably in first there. He's going to be able to see his heat position and scores on his watch on his wrist. So that's going to indicate to him that he's currently in first, but no means he should slow down, because there's plenty of tricks left to be done for these competitors to catch up to him. As we see, Lorenzo is going to take off here. Double back row Kite loop. This is a board spin then, I reckon. And landing with speed. It didn't get the height probably that he wanted, but landing this trick, and we're going to see on the replay here how it went.
Yeah, good spot there and a lovely shot of the board spin. It came off by the handle to start with, Marine, which is what you'd be looking for when you're in the judging booth. We are in the finals here of the men, and it's way too calm out there for me. It may be too calm in here to be witnessing a final here. We aren't seeing double loops. We don't have the 35, 40 knots as you might expect, but this is big air kiteboarding. We can't always get that. Right foot forwards then is Edgar Ulrich. Back rolls. Big mega loop, board off as well. It needs to stick. This looks like it's going to be difficult. Finds a way.
Wow.
Edgar Ulrich is finding a way to stay in it. Is it going to be the shock that he somehow takes the win here after fighting his way back from the quarterfinals into the semis, making it through there? He is the man bringing the Mega Loop KGB into this event. Whether or not it's too windy for him to have a go, I'm not sure, but one must feel that he is going to have a go no matter what.
Yeah, it can be the trick that could make the difference there. I don't think he will do it in one of the next attempts, but perhaps it's his last attempt. If he sees on his watch that he really needs that score, perhaps he might opt to go for that. But currently he still needs a 3rd score on the board. He's got, with this previous trick, 2 scoring tricks, and if he's with a 3rd one, then he can start to go for these more tricky moves.
What's that show called at home? Is it the Bake Off? The Celebrity Bake Off? We need the Celebrity Beak Off. And just all the ingredients of Jamie Overbeek's moves. Do you have that show in the Netherlands? No? The Bake
No, we
Off?
don't.
They just
Well,
do a bunch of cooking and stuff all together.
Probably have something, but not that
Not
I'm
the
watching.
Okay. No time for TV these days. There's too much going on. There's too many events. Too much to pay attention to. And right now we're paying attention to Jamie Overbeek. Massive takeoff. Double back roll. Mega loop. Board off. Is that his signature tornado spin maneuver? Mariah,
Beautiful. It's going to stick
it?
this landing. I'm sure it's going to stick this landing. Amazing height and distance on this trick. Huge power in that kite loop as well. 15.4 meters there. As we're going to see the replay here, he's getting really pulled horizontally on that kite loop, and that's what the judges want to see. Jeremy got a very nice score for this trick, around a 7.9, I believe. So it's going to be interesting to see if there's going to be a higher scoring trick than Jeremy, but a very impressive move there from Jamie Overbeek.
Yeah, I wonder how quickly Jabo gets on with his move here. I think he's sensed that the wind is on the water. Doesn't want to hang around too long. It's a big contra loop. Was it in the back roll?
Yeah, back row contra loop with a tic-tac there. Taking
it's
off the
biggie.
board and rotating while he's holding the board by the fin. He's probably one of the only competitors that's doing that next to Stino. Really impressive and good style to see there.
Was it tic-tac?
Yeah.
I think there as well. Yeah, sorry, Moran, you'd said. So he's really caning that category. It has to be said. He's recognised. So what's he looking to kick out then? A 7.73 of his contra loop front roll board off, hoping to replace that. I think it might.
Yeah, with a tic-tac there, it could replace or be different than a 7.9, which is a kite loop back row board off as well, but without the tic-tac. So probably very calculated by Jeremy then to opt for the tic-tac there on the kite loop back row board off, and not just for the board off, because that would have put it in the same category as a 7.9.
Just over halfway of this men's final. We have the semi-finals and the finals of the ladies coming up after this. This is the Lords of Tram 2024 edition, the 6th edition of this event. Last year's winner not here, Liam Whaley, injured. So who is going to take the win here? Big shock here was that Andrea Principi didn't make it through to the final, and that was really, if we look back at how that happened, I think that was Jeremy Belando actually pushing Lorenzo down to second, maybe in the one of the earlier on heats, put Lorenzo through in a different way in this competition. They ended up in the semi-final together, Lorenzo and Andrea Principi. Might be wrong there, but I'm pretty sure they weren't supposed to meet as top seeds, one and two, which I think they were.
Yeah, very close top two there. Jeremy with 25.16 and Jamie with 24.44. So it's going to be very close heat again here, a close final, and it's very exciting to watch what Lorenzo's going to do here. Putting the kite low there, repeating what Jamie just did, and Jamie got a very good score for that move with an 8.87. This is a bit of a lower trick from Lorenzo, but definitely very good kite angle and nice technique there.
It was almost like a classic old mega loop, this one. Very early on the loop. He didn't sort of enter the uplift area there. He just sent it quite early and went with it. That was aggressive for me, and I wonder if the judges have noticed that as well. So we're getting to the business end of this final now. There's a couple of moves left for some of these riders. Jeremy Belando first in sequence, which is really interesting. Edgar Ulrich and Jamie Overbeek obviously rewarded for either a high trick score or winning, of course, their semi-finals to get the benefit of being able to look at what's going on. Especially useful when you are in the last trick attempt, which is your 7th one, and you get to react to the other riders. If you're first in that order, you're just going to sit there and wait, and hopefully the other riders can't do much about it. Here is Edgar Ulrich.
Going for that front row contra. Managed to stay. Oh!
Front side, block side. Looks like he was going to be okay for a second there, and it just span him round into a front side, block side. To date, I don't think we've seen anybody land that ever.
There we go. Front flip there. And unfortunately, the board just catching water on his landing.
It's a classic front side, block side.
Yeah, unfortunately for Edgar, it means that he only has 2 trick attempts left, and he needs a very good score in his 6th or 7th trick attempt to be able to go to the podium there.
Can't one of these dark side pros do something about this and create the block side and just go front on or something, or back on, even better? Here
Huge
is
speed there, and the takeoff. Oh. Wow!
It's a biggie!
Wow! Catching the gust there, staying floating there. Can he stick this? Oh!
He sticks it!
Wow!
He's still got a lot of work to do. What a move! He's gone 114 meters here It's unbelievable, this move. This replay is going to be something to maybe I don't even want to talk about it. Let's just watch this, Marijn. I mean, you're welcome to talk. I don't know what to say.
There we go. Huge front row contra board off there. And there he goes up again here. Woo! I think there's about 6 or 7 rotations there for Jamie. Managing to catch the gust there. I've seen him do this multiple times on this spot. He's very experienced on this spot. I think that's going to give him a very, very nice score. And it's going to be edging out his contra front roll tic-tac. Oh, I didn't do a tic-tac this time, so very calculated from him. It's going to be a different category for him to score there. I think it could put him there in first position with this move. And yeah, incredible height and distance from Jamie on that trick.
He's in the zone here. He's starting to find the extra lift, the extra gusts. What a move to do from him. This could be well up in the 9s for me, Marijn. You know, you're a judge. I don't like to get your exact scores, but I do like to pick your brains. What moment do you think this has to be in the 9s? Is that one of the moments?
Yeah, it is a very high scoring trick. I would say it's around the 9s. You also have to consider that catching the gust is a lot of technique, but also you have to be lucky with the gust. So you can't score everyone that catches the gust a very, very high score. But we do see a score drop in very soon there, 9.53. So a very, very good score for Jamie indeed.
It's a biggie.
Oh, we see as well now Jeremy trying that trick again that he tried before, but trying to improve it this time. Wow! Incredible control on the landing there. To me, it looked like he was going to crash that, but managing to put the board on just in time.
These kites are incredible. That's a slingshot kite he's on there. All of these kites here, got 2 duotones and a Harlem. They're finding these extra lifts when one would think that's the end of it. They're just down looping that kite one more time or kite looping it and believing at a time where if they don't get it, they're going to get really hurt. So look at this. Right here now, tic-tac again in the front rolls. And a board spin. Was that a board spin at the end or not?
Yeah, it was a tic-tac there, but I don't think it was a board spin there.
Just maybe the way the board dropped down. But very exciting stuff here as we go into what is the 6th trick attempt for these riders. So many landed moves, which really highlights just how consistent this wind is. And maybe a good shout from race director to go with this, because we don't often see this many landed moves from the riders. All right, they're on 9-meter kites. You might be watching this thinking, well, who's going to get the doubles out? It's not windy enough for the doubles, as the riders are showing us. However, it's definitely windy enough for them to be putting on a show on 9-meter kites.
Is that the shark attack then from Lorenzo?
Oh,
managing to stick that. It's a triple front row contra loop board off with some extra rotations on the way down. We're going to see a replay here. There we go, first rotation up. Putting the kite after the 3rd rotation, which is quite hard to do, to know where you are in the air, to know where your kite is. And an impressive move there for Lorenzo. Not the best amount of height and angle, but still a very technical and well executed trick there.
Thanks for clearing that up, Toby. It wasn't a spin at the end. The eagle-eyed
master of air style.
Toby Brower. He is making sure we're keeping things legit here at the World Tour. We are in the south of France, as I keep saying, and we are seeing some epic action on the water in this final with the riders. Jaybo's only got one more move left.
Is he going to try this again then? The double front row contra loop with the board off. Yes, he's going to do it. Bit out of control on the 3rd rotation there, but managing to land this. He really needed to land this, otherwise he would have only had one attempt left to improve. It could put him into a position where he might try that KGB now, because he has 1 trick attempt extra, basically, because he will have 3 scoring tricks here, but he needs a very high score then.
Oh, he's trying it, all right. He must be, well, it depends how windy it is. He's trying it in my mind, because I really want to see it in a bit more wind than we saw it yesterday. Can he complete the hat trick of landed mega loop KGBs just to mix things up here, as the wind appears to just pull back slightly as Jamie Overbeek, currently leading this heat from the Netherlands, rides into the zone for his 6th trick attempt. His lowest trick score is an 8.07. So anybody watching this suggesting that it's not windy enough for big air and high scores, you're wrong. It is, and the riders are ready, and they train to be on 9-meter kites, because big air isn't all about 50, 60 knots. I know we like to see that. Sometimes it's nice to see this, just to see what the riders are capable of, especially on these modern day kites, the 9-meter kites. You wouldn't be doing this a while back, that's for sure. But here goes Jamie Overbeek now, Marijn.
Nice speed into 42 kilometers an hour into that takeoff. Wow, that is a rodeo front. Ooh, crashing there. Trying the rodeo front row kite loop It was a Doobie Rodeo kite loop. Wow, that's a lot of words there. We're going to see the replay here. We saw Andrea crashes this as well in this last trick attempt of the semi-final. So the riders are convinced that this is the Rodeo is a good move to try and it will score big. Back roll there. So it's a back roll contra loop. And bombing out there.
What's convinced them, Marijn, as a judge? You know, like what's convinced them that that move is going to score really well?
It's different. It's something we haven't seen a lot in this competition, and we have seen some crashes on it. So if you would land this trick with a big move, it really could be a high score. And I think it's just the riders, and especially Jamie, having landed very solid scores already, trying something new and trying to improve something, because he's ticked off a lot of categories already, so he just can try some other stuff that he hasn't seen before.
Jeremy Belando then is currently on his last trick of the competition. He finds himself in second place. He knows he needs something big if he's going to try and put the pressure on the other riders. It could all change still. What's he going to do for us? He's going to try and kick out an 8.3 contra loop. Front roll tic-tac, so it could perhaps be in that category. Kite loop, front roll tic-tac, they're not seeming to bother. It is very much seen now that the back roll kite loop maneuvers with board offs are the easier ones for these riders. I can't see that in many of their highest scoring moves. Certainly Lorenzo's, Jeremy's and Jamie's. I know Jamie does have a kite loop back roll board off, but it was a biggie.
Let's see if Jeremy, I think he's going to be very patient with his last attempt here, as patience has paid off for him in this competition so far.
And Lorenzo actually has one as well. I need to clear that up. They do have that, but I think for the highest, super highest scoring moves, they aren't usually associated with that rotation. It's just a bit easier to go into a back roll on the way up.
Yeah, Jamie is going to take his time. He knows he's got the time. It's the final of the Lords of Tram 2024, and he's just waiting for the wind to come through. There he does go up into a back roll.
It's going to have to be blind landing here.
Tic-tac there.
Oh, no, it was pretty good, though. It was pretty good then from Jeremy Belando, but was it enough for him to advance more than second place? We will see.
I don't think so. I don't think that's going to be enough for him to take that first place there.
Did he want to land blind, perhaps? Is that what was going through his mind? There's the tic-tac, clearly off the fin. Maybe he was hoping for a little bit of float here to go to blind, I
can
think.
see him being disappointed on the landing there. Looking at his watch now, if he's going to get a score for that, or what score he's going to get for that, and if it's going to put him in first place, but I don't think so.
It won't be him taking the win here, but who will it be out of these riders? Still a chance, I think, for Edgar, but it's got to be an outrageous score. I'm not quite sure if it's even possible, actually, if we're to get rid of that 6.77. It's got to be ridiculous, but it's not Edgar. It's Lorenzo first. He's got a bit of work to do here because it's a mostly 7, so his is going to have to be an outrageous score as well. His watch must be telling him something. No, can't make it, not enough. So his tricks, shake of the head from someone here in the live stream booth who's done the maths quicker than me, is that he can't make anything more than I would think second or third. Definitely can't go into first. So perhaps then, is it already done?
Still possible perhaps that one of these riders does an incredible trick, but Jamie is looking pretty comfortable in his position with 26.47 in total. Lorenzo riding with a lot of speed here. Not going for it. Turning back around.
15.67. No, Edgar can't do it with a 10. He would have 15.67 if you added 7 in the end. Can't do it. It's over. It's over. Edgar can't do it. If he drops the 6.77. So then, we are in this live stream booth, rushing our maths here, trying to work it out, and to my knowledge, I'm going to put it out there, I think it's done. I think Jamie Overbeat can't get caught. If Edgar Ulrich was to drop his 6.77, he'd be on 15.67. Even a 10 would put him on 25.67. Not enough to catch Jamie Overbeek. And for Lorenzo as well,
yeah, it looks
can't make it.
Looks like Jamie's in a very comfortable position there.
I wonder if he's being told. I mean, very comfortable, perhaps an understatement. Extremely comfortable. Could do something stupid. You know, what would a massive dark slide for a bit of fun? What are we going to see? So I wonder though, if just going through the riders' minds, some of the events yesterday, actually not to be 100% going off on what they see on their wrists, it's just making sure. But Lorenzo Casati down in 3rd place. I think he can get up into 2nd, however.
Yeah, there's definitely possibility for these riders to go in 2nd or 3rd. Let's see, is it possible for Edgar to even be in 2nd position? 25.56 there for Jeremy Berlando. And yeah, it's up to Lorenzo just to be patient now to find the wind. But yeah, it's just trying to be on the podium now for those 2 riders.
No, and I don't think Lorenzo cannot get into even 2nd place here as well. Even with a 10, he drops out that 7.53. And
So,
he doesn't have enough. Even a 10 on top of that would give him a 25 score lower than Jeremy Berlando. So nothing anyone can do about Jamie Overbeek being in 1st. I can't confirm this. This is just me talking with my mathematics. I got a C in my GCSE, if you're wondering. That's considered a pass at home. A D and below considered a fail. So I'm no A-star student. Toby doesn't think it's possible too. Edgar needs a 10 for what? To advance into 2nd.
So still possible, but definitely a big challenge. And I think for Lorenzo and Edgar, it's just a battle to be on the podium here. As there are 4 riders in their heat, but there will only be 3 riders on the podium. And yeah, he's just patiently waiting there then, Lorenzo, because he does really want to be on that podium.
No. I just done that as well, and I don't believe he can too. But he's going to have to fight off anything from Edgar. Still wants to go massive here with a mega loop. Doobie board off. Nice clean landing that. The landing's such a different story for the landings today, Marijn. Look how much flatter it is there due to the lighter wind. Here's the replay, Marijn.
Yeah, definitely more comfortable landing. And he kept the board off for a while, stretching his legs, putting it on only a couple of meters before landing. And yeah, it's not going to be enough for him to be anywhere close to 2nd or 1st, but it could be enough for him to be 3rd here in this heat. Just waiting for Edgar's move as well to confirm the full podium, for our perspective at least here.
And what a moment this will be then for Jamie Overbeek, who's got the full event area here to ride around and pull one for the crowds. I wonder, will he go for just a massive board off, or will he maybe just think, whoa, I have to absolutely make sure? We've seen a bit of that as these riders riding right through the zone with him still to... oh, Edgar's changed to an 8. Okay, so Edgar's still got a move to go here. What's Jamie doing? Jamie's just boosted one. Maybe he knows already. He thinks it's his go. Cool, we've got some drama here because it's the flag up of... It's not going to change anything, but if the flag is up of Edgar, I'm convinced I saw that it was Jamie's turn as well. So it's actually Edgar's go. Thought it was Jamie. I'd love to know what was going on there. Maybe it's just me not getting my colours, but what is Edgar going to go for? It's a double. Looks like a doobie megaloop with a board off. He's happy with it for now. Now Jamie will go, or maybe Jamie won't even need to go. Where is he? He's just come downwind. His flag's going to go up shortly to complete this heat. A bizarre final, but very fitting, I guess, for the way things have gone over the course of the last days with this bizarre wind.
And
so there comes
Jamie rushing back.
Jamie coming back up now. How good was that move he did, by the way? Was it
beautiful move?
It was a biggie.
Very beautiful move.
So it was a 9. So he's now thinking, what the hell has happened? Was his flag up, or was it us that got this wrong?
It was his flag not being up. No, it was a red flag up, and he just went for it. Perhaps he just felt the gust and wanted to go for it anyways.
I think the confusion which would have happened for him then is that Edgar, who also now riding back out, looking back as to say what's going on, and Edgar punching the ground because he's moved his way up to 3rd place. That's why he's stoked. Edgar going into 3rd place with that last move.
7.53 for that contra loop front row board of them for Edgar. So should be last trick attempt here for Jamie then. Catching the gust there. Wow. And really showing that he deserves to be on top of the podium there. Beautiful move from Jamie Overbeek. Incredible riding from him in this final. crashing only 2 tricks and having a very, very solid score with 9.53, 8.87, 8.07. And let's see, probably gonna get a very good score for this trick, which is gonna boost the score even more.
Well, I didn't see that coming there. I mean, any of these riders could have taken it. And now the wind going super strong as well, right at the end of that final. So Edgar Ulrich managed to push himself into 3rd place, pushes Lorenzo down into 4th place. Lorenzo thinking, what have I got to do to try and get on the top of the podium at these events? 19.5 metre boost there from Jamie Overbeek from Ryan.
Yeah, incredible performance from Jamie, and incredible performance from Jeremy as well there in 2nd place. Edgar in 3rd, and Lorenzo Casati, who will be disappointed there, in 4th. But it's very cool to see Jamie here on the podium, riding unsponsored, riding this heat with a Duotone kite, but yesterday with a Haarlem kite. So yeah, it seems like the combination of the gear he wants to ride is really working for him this event. And he's going to be on top of the podium there, as we see him with the Dutch flag raised. I'm a proud Dutchman, I can now say it. I'm not nationalistic, but here we go with the Dutch flag. Jamie Overbeek with a deserved win there.
He's been brilliant, hasn't he? And I've been told he's going to be sent straight up here. And I think it's right that you interview him as a Dutch, as a Dutchman.
My fellow Dutch, Sean Overbeek, his brother there, holding up the Dutch flag.
What a moment for him. It'd be nice to just let this one roll out. Being congratulated, has finally got himself a win, Jamie Overbeek. He's been in and around it for some time. Maybe not made as many finals and podiums as he would like over the last few years, but he's always been getting up in and around the quarters and semis. Some finals, of course, got to the finals of the King of the Air as well. But what a moment for him. It all just came into place for him. I mean, that last move, we just saw a massive, big sent one as now the wind arrives.
Getting a big hug there from Giel Vlucht. Wonderful to see. Yeah, and a big hug from his dad with a Team Overbeek hat on. He must be very happy, and yeah, very deserved win there for Jamie. It's been coming for him. He's been a 2nd place finisher in King of the Air. He's been riding a lot of these compositions very well, but never managed to get on that 1st place. And finally now there, 1st place victory for Jamie Overbeek.
We've got these lovely shots of Jamie Overbeek, but I have to draw our attention back to the water at some point. It's nuking now. I think we're going to see some doubles from these ladies, tailing up the flags. Going to see it. I can hear a drone fighting to stay in line with the wind. It's up to 40 knots now suddenly, right up to this final. We saw the last few moves these riders managed to get it.
Whoa! You don't see on the screen, but we just in the background had a trick from Natalie. But we are focusing on the winner of the men here, Jamie Overbeek, who's being interviewed now for the media. But Jamie Overbeek is rolling up his lines there, enjoying the victory.
I said overlay, not overbaked. There we go. There's an overlay. So we can see probably the wrong way round, maybe. I don't know. We kind of want to see what's going on in the water.
Yeah, we've seen the wind increase probably the most today here. As we do see there's something going on there on the water. As my colleague Lewis is going to check. But to recap for you, Natalie Lambrecht just opened up her heat with a huge boogie loop. She's going to get a good score for that. We're doing 2 things at the same time. We're celebrating Jamie's win, but we're continuing with the women as the wind is cranking here in France. 7.57 there for Natalie, huge score. And she's putting a good performance and a good trick there. White flag is raised for Justine Averill, but I think that Justine is still launching her kite there. Maybe she didn't expect to ride that quickly after the men's final. Soon we'll have Jamie Overbeek in here for a nice interview, but currently we're watching round 2, heat 2 of the women. The top 2 women of this heat will progress to the semi-finals, and the 3rd and 4th of this heat will unfortunately go home. Justine Averill is up next, but she is not in any position upwind, still launching her kite it seems, and she will have to rush upwind to be in time for her trick attempt. There is a kite in the air of Justine, but I think she's just checking if she has to go out, but she does. As her white flag went down, and now the red flag went up for Angeli Bouillot, meaning that Justine Avril got a 0 there, a crash for not being on the water in time. Now she's rushing out there, missing out on the trick attempt, unfortunately. The show goes on, the heat goes on, as the wind is so good at the moment. It's white caps all around. As next turn is Frenchie Angeli Bouillot. Powering up there, you can see the spray coming off her water. She's definitely powered and she's definitely going to be happy about that because these are the conditions that she wants. Going up here in a back roll, inverted back roll with a Kite loop there. Signature trick from Angeli. Landing it cleanly. She's going to be very happy about that, opening her heat with that move. We're going to see a replay here. Beautiful inverted second rotation there for Angeli. There we go, board above her head. Coming down with good speed and control. Up next then is Zara Hogeraad. Riding with good power as well. And she goes for a late back roll. She's gonna land this one for sure. Nice control there. 129 meters per minute. She's relaxed on the water and comfortable with this wind speed. 10-meter jump there. Beautiful late back roll from Zara Hogeraad. Also having a good opening trick score. Angeli Bouillot getting a 7.7 for that double back roll Kite loop. And Nathalie Lambrecht getting a 7.6 for that boogie loop. So pretty close together. Nathalie up next then. As the yellow flag is still up, but at any time here it should be lowered. And we should get the blue flag to indicate that Nathalie Lambrecht is up for her turn. There we go. Second trick attempt then for Nathalie. Riding now powered. Very nice to see these ladies with some good wind. Gonna go for a back rotation, I think. There we go. Going up. Beautiful back row Kite loop. She's gonna land this one as well. And nice move from her. Unfortunately, in her previous heat, she crashed 5 out of 7 tricks, which meant that she didn't have 3 scoring tricks, but her 2 other tricks were scoring very high. So she did show that she is capable of those very big moves. And now already in her second attempt, she has 2 scoring tricks. So very calculated riding from her and good start of the heat.
It's the ladies' semi-finals. If you have just tuned in, it's 12:42 local time here in the south of France. It's Nathalie Lambrecht from Sweden, Justine Avril from France, Angeli Bouillot from France, and Zara Hogeraad from the Netherlands battling for a place in the final. I can see some good scores on here already, Marijn. The wind certainly looks perfect for this.
Beautiful front row Kite loop there for Justine. She missed, unfortunately, her first trick as she was not on the water in time, but did get this trick landed.
Quite early with the pull of the backhand here, so just restrict her going too high, but it actually definitely gets the kite in a nice low position. Another great landing. We're seeing so many landings here. It's really not something we saw yesterday with the much stronger wind, the choppier. It really chops up that landing area as the riders actually go further, and become, it's impossible for them not to become close to all the big chops that they have to try and land. So that is why we're seeing lots of different clean variations of moves landed today. On your screens now, Angeli Bouillot.
Very powered riding there for Angeli. That's what she needs to perform her tricks. Known for very well performance in the big wins. As she goes for a Kite loop board off there and sticks it clean.
Now she's in her element. This is the sort of win that she would have dreamed of being in these competitions. Lovely takeoff. That's the height she needs to land these moves. Trying those in the conditions they had where it was a bit lighter yesterday just didn't really suit her. Now she's in her element. On your screens then, it's Zara Hogeraad. In and around the top 5 always is Zara. Finished 4th overall on the tour last year.
Vice Dutch champion as well. 2nd place last year in the Dutch National Championships. So definitely capable of some very big moves there.
Oh, that's nice.
Beautiful boogie loop there for Zara. Very well executed. Inverted rotation. And exactly what she needed to put a very good score there on the board. She had a 6.77 for that laid back, and now she's going to get a very good score for that boogie loop. And very good riding and calculated riding from Zara Hogeraad.
Yeah, nearly 10 meters that. 9.7 coming in with our surfer app data. It looks lovely to have that. 152 beats per minute heartbeat. She's reasonably calm, I guess. And a good distance. That's a decent move by her. She didn't make the final last year in the 2023 Lords of Tram, but hopefully she will here. Only 2 of these riders will go through to the final, remember.
Very nice winds here coming in for Natalie, up for her turn. She's done a back roll, she's done a front roll, so perhaps she's going to go for a board-off trick here. Kind of 1 foot there.
Looks
good height there, and very nice controlled landing here for Natalie Lambrecht. Very smart riding, exactly what she needed to put a very good third score here. Learning from her previous heat where she unfortunately only landed 2 tricks, she now has with 3 attempts, 3 landed moves.
We're really seeing some prime conditions here for the ladies. Maybe this is calmer after last year when the wind gods decided that 70 knots would blow. There's that famous pic of Natalie Lambrecht getting nailed out on the water as smoke on the water was visible, as we like to say, when the water picks up that much. Now this looks as good as we've seen it, I think, over the last few days. 35 knots, I'd say. I guess really clean wind, lovely landing area. We're seeing more and more white caps here, Ryan, as this wind looks like it's going to pick up all the way to the women's final. We've got 3 heats left, including this one, so still plenty of action for you to join in and listen to here at the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. First stop in Bucharest. It's Lords of Tram 2024. I'm Lewis Crathen, joined by Master Judge and a man that's very involved at Surfer and SpaceX, actually, and a very good rider himself. Marine, are you enjoying this today? It's really gone ramping up as the day's gone on.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the day here so far. It's been a bit of an upside down with the wind, but we're getting more and more consistent wind here as we saw in the final as well. And now in the ladies, as Justine Evero goes for a late back roll.
Oh, she nearly took that landing. It almost looked like she got thrown through the bar with the top half of her body. It really
absolutely no tension there in the kite as she landed.
Look what happens here when she lands. It sends her heavily over the toes of the board and pulls the button. She nearly got span into a back roll. I hope she hasn't got tangled up in the lines too bad there. Nope, she's relaunched the kite and off she goes straight away. 7 trick attempts for the riders. Their 3 best tricks will count, of course.
Now Anjali is capable of a very beautiful back roll kite to board off. She's got very good scores on the board there already with an 8.07 and a 7.7. Let's see what she's going to go for now. Taking off in the back roll. Perhaps wanting to go for that board off. Oof! Losing the board there on the way down, unfortunately.
That was interesting because it looked to me from here that she was going to make that with the lift from the kite. But she chose to ditch the board there. I think that was a deliberate choice to ditch the board. Perhaps she thought she wasn't going to get round. It was a double back roll mega loop. She really did. It's her style. She hits power as she goes around. She likes to have the bar sheeted in. I love that style personally, but it means in this spot it really does give you a swing underneath the kite. It makes the landings difficult. And here we see she's got an 8-meter kite. I can see 8-meter core XR. And her fellow teammate also on the court, Zara Hugenrad, coming to retrieve her board for her. Very nice of her. Looks like the usual wind direction now that we're seeing. This is perfect for the ladies to go up to their final.
They must be very happy about this, as in the previous heats they had good wind but not the best wind, and now they're getting the wind that they deserve to perform their tricks. They've been training all very hard. And Zara up next. She was retrieving the board of Anjali, so we'll probably get a little bit of spare time from the judges to perform her trick, then going to the left. Zara currently having kite loop back roll and a kite loop front roll. Perhaps going to go for a contra loop front roll here or for a board off move. Just riding back now. Gonna feel the wind a bit. There she goes, front row contra as I expected. Nice move from Zara then. A beautiful front row contra loop. And very well executed as we're going to see the replay. It's a very good move for her on her 3rd trick to get a different category here. Front roll, putting the front hand there to put the kite into a contra loop. 8.7 meters high. Not the highest, but definitely a very good, going to be a very good score for Zara there.
Finally poised is this semi-final of the ladies. We of course have the second semi-final coming up. Cool, there's some support on the beach there. Must be for the French riders screaming for their rider.
Beautiful double back row kite loop there for Natalie. Landing with the kite in control. She must be very happy about that. Good height on that trick. She's been training here for the past 2 months. She really knows the winds and seems to have found the wind here on the takeoff. Beautiful extra rotation there. And very in control of this heat with the 4th trick attempt and the 4th landing. Gonna be a good score for her. She must be happy about that.
Staying calm over the other side then is Justine Avril. Coming into this event ranked 5th from last year's tour. She knows what she's doing. She's here on merit for her seeding. Left foot forwards now. Coming in big takeoff. Mega loop, delayed back roll. Looks good to land this. Very well controlled. It's another score on the board for her. Let's start taking a little bit more of an inside look at what she has landed so far.
Yeah, nice lead back roll there. She pushes the bar all the way out when she's going for the rotation, and it sacrifices a bit of control in the body movement there. She's whipping out of that rotation with the bar fully sheeted out, meaning she's falling into the kite. But it looks nice, but it looks a bit out of control there on that laid back roll.
Angélie Bouillot didn't quite feel that on that move, but she's going to try and... She's had an unbelievable start to this semi-final. We have to be clear with that. A 7.7 kite loop back roll. That was the highest score at that moment in time. Followed up by an 8.07 kite loop board off. She's in control of this heat, and she can afford perhaps to have a couple of crashes because she's just had 2 in a row, but she'd probably like to get another move on soon. This lady here looking to complete 3 moves. It's
She's going to go for another rotation there.
Contra loop,
wow.
front roll, contra loop then for Zara Hugenrad, and that will give her...
Yes, I think it will improve her previous one. And she did an extra rotation here. Right here, she does a late front, controlling the kite on the way down.
She's got a 6.87 for her previous one. Sorry, yeah, 6.87 as I see it here. So do we think it's going to be...
I think this was a bit lower, but there was an extra rotation there. So it's going to be interesting to see what the judges will give that. It was a 6.87 for that contra loop front roll, the previous one. Yeah, and let's see what the judges will be different scoring here, because she did an extra rotation with a little bit less height. So I would say it would score around the same. Pretty high score there then for Zara, 7.93 for the double front drag contra. She must be very stoked about that. She can see the score come in on her watch there. As Natalie is up next for her 5th trick attempt. Might be going for a board off here.
Yeah, focusing. I think this is a good shout, this, Marijn.
Beautiful kite board off then. Good height. Can she control the landing? Definitely very, very good landing, and she's stoked about that. You can see, very happy about that, and very controlled riding for Natalie.
Looking at the scores here, Marijn, it was an 8.07 as we see the replay here that Angélie Bouillot got for her Mega Loop board off. Are we going to see a similar score or higher? How do you feel? Can you remember back to Angélie Bouillot's one?
Yeah, Angélie's was a similar height, similar power. Natalie's looked perhaps a bit higher. 9.1 there for Natalie. Incredible score then for that kite loop board off. She must be very, very happy about that. A point higher than Angélie. I do think that Angélie's was a bit less power than high than Natalie, so deserved 9.1 there for Natalie, and she must be very happy about that.
Meanwhile, Big Boogie going to go into another rotation. Maybe she fights off the other rotation. Does Justine Avril connect?
Interested to see the replay. If this was a kite loop or a contra loop, perhaps she went for a front roll contra as she already had a kite loop front roll.
Yeah.
I don't think it's hard to see here on the replay. But she doesn't need an extra kite loop front roll. She has a 6.7 for that already.
Just the way she came in there, just would have thought with this wind and hitting the power early, it wouldn't have looked so similar to a front roll boot.
Contra,
yeah, Contra would have thrown her into maybe more of another rotation.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't know. Some of these moves do look identical, but in this wind, you really start to notice the differences in the timing between the moves, especially if you've hit power on the loop of your kite, which you seem to have done there. So
Anjali needing a very big move here then. She's got two very high scores, and she definitely could use a third one there to become first or second in this heat and progress to the semi-finals. She is 100% capable of that move. She just needs the wind and the confidence to go for it. And she's just waiting now for a bit for the wind, which is smart. She doesn't need to rush anything. She has the time to wait for the wind, and she's probably going to want to land that back row kite Bordov, I think.
But I don't think it's worth it now, you know. Just make sure you get into the semis. We've seen this before in the past with Angie when she was less experienced. Don't go crazy. Does she need to start taking the board off here? Because if she doesn't land this...
Oh, very close. But yeah, indeed, Lewis, it's a risky move to go for that. She just can go for a safer trick there.
Do it in the final with your last move here. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is an unbelievable move. I mean, she's going to be bordering line 10s if she can stick this. But right now, what she does need is just to make sure she gets through to the semi-finals. She's in third place at the moment, and there's only 2 trick attempts left. She started off so well with a 7.7 and an 8.07 kite loop board off, kite loop back roll. Just put a bloody boogie in there.
There we see big wind coming here in for Zara. Huge late back roll there.
Whoa.
Probably the highest of this heat. Unfortunately, having a bit of a butt check there, but an incredible late back. We remember a late back from last year from Zara. Also incredible power there in the loop. 13.9 meters.
She's been mugged off from the wind here. There is no way she should have dropped for that long.
Yeah.
With that height, but she actually appeared to have ridden away quite nicely.
I think that was just a small butt check there. I was going to get a good score for her for sure.
The 2 riders that got to the final here last year then were Anjali and Natalie from this heat, but Zara Hukenrad, she came 3rd in the Tarifa event. She knows how to get to a final. Anjali also made it there as well, and Natalie. So it's Zara, maybe you'd feel he wouldn't maybe join the other 2, but who knows here. Justine Avril, I'm not sure if she's been in one of the finals just yet of these major competition, but what can she do? She's still in the mix here with a 6.7 being her highest scorer. But looking at these scores, the 2 that are in a nice position are Natalie and Zara. Zara's scores aren't bad though. You know, she's nearly got an 8 for one of her moves. It's going to be, the pressure's on Anjali now.
Definitely pressure on Anjali, and just waiting for the laid back score for Zara. As Natalie is up next, getting advice there from Kohan, her teammate at North, giving her some tips on what tricks she should maybe attempt next. She has very solid scores there, but is not solidified already into the semi-finals, because anything could still happen with trick attempts from Justine, Anjali or Zara. So no means to hold back for Natalie in this heat. But she can start to go for the more risky maneuvers, as she's landed all her tricks so far in this heat. Perhaps going for a back row kite Bordov here as well. Just missing the handle there, unfortunately, and crashing this one. But a smart move for Natalie to go for that trick, as it's could be what she needs to get a higher score than a 6.57, which are currently her 3rd and 2nd score there.
Very tense here in this semi-final at the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour, round 1 of the Big Air. It is the Lords of Tram 2024. I'm Lewis. Marine's next to me. We've had a few people in the booth over the day. Kohan, Van Dijk's been in here. Aaron's popped his head in to see what's going on. Hasn't been on our stream, but always interested to see how things look from the competition side of things. We thank you for joining us from around the world. Why not let us know where you are tuning in from? That's always interesting for us to know where our viewers are watching, especially the time. We get some bizarre times. Sometimes people 4 in the morning just couldn't help themselves but to tune into a major Big Air event. It's only 12:59 here in the afternoon.
Just seen Avril here having only 2 scoring tricks. There was her last trick is in the system as a kite loop back roll. Could be a contra. I'm not too sure. I thought it was a contra, but perhaps it wasn't, as she's speeding now towards another takeoff here on the left. Going for a back roll there. And another one with the kite loop. Out of control there, coming out of the 2nd rotation. As she initiated the rotation a little bit too early, the 2nd one, and then pulled the kite, which pulled her out of control here. As we can see on the replay, first one. And then this kite loop is pulling her way out of control, which causing her to crash there. body dragging back to her board now, Justine Averill.
Just a bit of calm passes through this semi-final, Marine, as we get a bit of time with this board retrieval for who is this in the white? That was Justine Averill. It just gives us a moment to take a look and think about what's coming next. It'll be Angélie Bouillol. This is a big move for me here. She's got 2 trick attempts left. She needs that 3rd big score. If she crashes this one, there's going to be so much pressure on her last move. Big boogie. Just do me a favour and do a big boogie, please, Angélie.
I think she does only... Whoa! Can she stick this one? Oh, unfortunately not. Huge wipeout there for Angélie. Unfortunately, yeah, Lewis, you're right. She should go for a boogie here, but she only does those boogie loops as her kite is just drifting down there. She only does these front rotations to the right. So whenever I see her go to the left, she's going to go for a back rotation. It would have been a very, very high score if she would have landed this. But this will put so much pressure on her for the last trick attempt.
I mean, it would have broke the scoring system. Don't get me wrong. She lands that. That's 10s. But it's such a risk to put herself in this position. Now, she could have had a line tangle there, kite crash, maybe an injury. She's not too far away from needing something to secure her way through to the final. Although perhaps with the others now on 22s and 24s, she's thinking, well, I do actually have to put something reasonable. I mean, what's the distance here? If we get rid of a 1.17 that's scoring for her, that would knock her down, let's say, to 15. She actually needs a high 7 then to try and get past Sarah. So now perhaps actually this is sensible riding, and I should have looked at my scores here. I just maybe would like to see her a bit maybe earlier on in this heat with that boogie loop. It might have just put her a bit closer to where she needed to be. But actually, I do apologise. Angélie Bouillol is doing the right thing. She needs a massive score in order to get past Sarah Rugenrad currently going through with Natalie Lambrecht. Natalie, that 9.1 has really set her ahead of the other riders. The only rider to get an 8 or above. A 9 or above. Angélie has got an 8, but after such a great start, maybe we are looking again at there being no French winner for the ladies at the Lords of Tram. When is that going to happen?
Now Zara looking here to maybe go for a board off trick here. She's done rotations and contra loops. So kite loops and rotations both ways. She's going to go for a big laid back there again. Going to try to improve her kite loop back roll. Currently a 7.23 for her latest kite loop back roll. Perhaps this one without a butt check will score a bit higher. So we're going to see the replay here. 10.3 meters, so not as high as her previous laid back. But riding this one out without a butt check might improve her kite loop back roll score, which is currently a 7.23.
Is she tempted to swap kites here? It's windy. She might be thinking... I'm seeing Zara Hugenrad coming in front of me here with a trick left. I think she's going to switch kites. She might feel like it's windy enough to go for a double. Wind has picked up even more now. I can see 8 meters on some of these numbers on the sides of these ladies' kites. Zara Hugenrad fancying a change-up, perhaps, before she goes into her last move. And it might well give her a defense. Or what's going on here? She just lost her body. You can't see this in front of the live stream booth. I'm telling you what's happened. She's body dragging around Zara. I think she's wanting to come in and change. But let's focus our attention on this lady.
Yeah,
Natalie, who looks like she's comfortably okay at the moment to get in, but you never know what could happen.
Anything could still happen.
And she's first to go in sequence here, so she really should be trying to improve one of her tricks to make sure. And she's got take a pick. She's got 2 tricks.
Perhaps going to go for that back row Kyler board off again, but it's very windy at the moment. Holding onto that 8-meter kite.
Yeah, they're starting to get very overpowered, these riders, as there you see her riding around.
What she could do is just improve her kite loop back roll there. She's got a 7.57, but with the winds here and holding on to 8, she could definitely go for a very, very high back row kite loop with an added rotation to improve that one. Let's see what she's going to go for. Going up there. Whoa! Huge boogie loop then.
Wow.
And landing it. Wow. So she's got a 7.57 for her first kite loop front row, and I think definitely this one will improve that score.
It's in the 9s for me. Just how you could visibly see how proud she was riding around there, and I'm thinking to myself, why is she not parking this right on the water surface with the bar right out? She was hunting. She was hunting for a takeoff.
Very smart move there from Natalie.
She wasn't even up by the flat there. I mean, that had Kana written all over it if you get blocked out. But now we go to Justine Averill, who's got a very tough task. I don't think she can actually go through here, actually. when I look at the other scores, 22.76 and 24 and over. Now, unfortunately for her, she cannot get into first or second here. If we drop her, even if she puts a 10 on the scores here, she'll only end up with 22.47. Not enough to go past Zara Hugenrad, who currently occupies second place, although on your screen...
And Zara, did she change to a 6 there?
On your screen, Zara's got 23.10. On mine, different, as we see the last move from Justine Averill. Just
unfortunately crashing that one.
But I think the girls are starting to get overpowered on these kites now with this wind picking up. Now, my scores have updated now. 8.43 then for the kite loop front roll.
Back roll kite loop there for Justine. Just pulling the bar a bit. The bar was a bit too far out and pulled her out of control there on the kite loop. With these increasing winds, the kite loops will pull way harder, and it's going to be way harder for these competitors to stay in control of their body rotation. As Justine is relaunching her kite, and we'll have to go back to the beach, and is unfortunately out of this competition.
And it will buy some time for Angelique Bouillot to focus here. She probably doesn't want to be doing her trick with the board downwind of her. I mean, we're talking like 80 meters downwind. However, it's downwind enough for her to perhaps land on it as Angelique Bouillot goes over to get the board, and it just gives her a bit more time to stay calm and think about what she's got to do here, because she is going for her big move.
Retrieving her board then is now Anjali, who is up next in sequence. And she's probably going to get some extra time from the judges being here. Bring back the board so Justine can get out of the water. And
she needs a 7.33 here, Marine. I've just done the maths here to equal Zara's score. She does have a higher trick score if there was a match, and that would be the deciding factor here. As it looks like rain coming in, perhaps a bit of cloud here. So 7.33 required to stay in the competition from the legend of big air that is Angelique Bouillot. She's eyeing up one move. She's been very heavily focused on this move. A back roll, mega loop board off.
Look at the wind
now picking up. I mean, or is she just thinking, do you know what? I'm going to absolutely send a biggie, but just make sure, I mean, just maybe even a massive straight kite loop. 7.33 required from Angelique Bouillot. Is this the moment she can make a fight to get into the final? What do you think here, Marine?
Definitely
the wind's
possible.
picked up.
Wind's picked up by a lot. Definitely possible for her to do a move here. But it would be maybe a bit safer to go for that front row kite loop now on the right, instead of going for the back row kite loop, which is a lot higher risk. As she is riding to the right now, indicating to me that she's going to go for a front row here.
She's absolutely lit. I mean, if she is on an 8, we think she's on an 8.
She's on an 8.
If you go for one of those contra loops and you block out with an 8, you're going to know about it. And I think maybe best here to just be going for a massive, huge mega loop. I mean, what can she upgrade with it? She's got to think smart here. A mega loop delayed back roll isn't going to be enough. It must be awful. But she's got to go for a boogie loop here.
I think she's going to go for a boogie loop.
She's got to go for a boogie loop. It has to be.
And she's going to the right now as well. So I think she's thinking what we're thinking here, Lewis. Powering up to the right here.
Here we go. Here's the boogie loop. Is it going to be 7.33 or above? She's got to land. And she does.
She does. Oh,
it's a bit of a butt check, out. But I think that butt check is going to deny her the 7.33 she needed. Natalie had scored 7.57 on her first kite loop front roll.
There we see just on the landing there, crashing a bit.
It's not a bad landing though, but I don't think
it's going to cost her a point or two there.
I don't think it's going to be a 7.33.
As I did see Zara now put on a 6. If she sees on her watch that she doesn't need anything to beat Anjali, so she's probably going to wait for the score for Anjali to drop in. She can see then on her watch if she's second or third, if she's going to need to go for that double loop, or if she doesn't need that. Just refreshing the scoring here. Lewis and I are very curious to see what that boogie with a little bit of a butt check is going to score for her.
I just can't see it scoring close to Natalie's first one, which was pretty perfect. You know, that was the first opening move from Natalie in this heat. And Anjali would be kicking herself because...
Are we going to see a double then here from Zara?
Good point.
She is in second currently.
She doesn't need to do a double.
And she does!
She's done it!
She does it!
Oh, wow!
Beautifully done by Zara! As if she's done these 100 times.
And she is going to be ready for the final. Will she go
Wow.
into first, though? Is that possible? Will she get a straight 10 for this?
Look at this. 10.9 meters high. Beautiful double from Zara Hogeraad. Probably didn't need this trick, because Anjali got a 5.7 for that kite loop front roll. So Zara's already through to the semi-final. Still went here for that double loop, though.
Have we seen that in women's competition, a double landed just yet?
We have seen that a couple of times in Cape Town, but you see Giel Vlucht here running towards her, being very happy.
But at a world recognized event, has that been done? We've seen it at the Big Air Kite League.
We've seen it in Tarifa last year with Mika trying that double loop at the end of her heat in the finals, but definitely not at the level that Zara just performed this double loop.
I can't hear you, it's too quiet.
Wow, incredibly. I think this is the biggest double landed in competition here from Zara Hogeraad. I did see her training this in Tarifa, and very smart riding for her to switch from the 8 to the 6 in case Anjali would have landed a very big trick there. She would have needed that double. I'm curious to see the score come in. It must be high in the 9s, this double loop from Zara.
And we're going to keep you waiting. Let's go for a commercial break. Welcome back. You may have thought that you were watching a semi-final there. I certainly did, Marine. It was such a tough heat, but we are actually in round 2. This is just to get through. No, this is the semi-finals.
This is the semi-finals, and we see here on the screen Sarah Sadek, Lana Herman, Pippa van Eersel, and there on the left, blank. That's actually Zara Hogeraad, the second place finisher from last heat, having to go out straight into the semi-finals here. I hope she's going to be ready. She did a huge double loop, scoring an 8.73 for that one. And she's going to need to go back out here again, as we see the winds have increased quite a lot in the past half an hour.
AP flag is up in order to give Zara time to get back out. If that is Zara that needs to be in this heat, it wasn't right to have kicked this. I mean, that heat should never have started if it was Zara that was going through into that. Can we confirm?
Yeah, we do have a bit of a heat break between the semi-final and the final in just a second, but now we're just waiting for Zara. She's probably gonna get a couple of minutes to catch her breath, as she should. Just riding a long heat of 20 minutes, and she needs to catch a little bit of a break here before she goes straight into this semi-final.
But those flags were up, no? Did we see? I certainly saw coloured flags a minute ago, where they must have got that wrong at the flags there. They'd gone straight into sequence for
Perhaps they hadn't realized that Zara was straight into the next heat.
Okay.
But here we are, AP flag up. And it seems like we're on a bit of a break as we wait for Zara to catch her breath. But the Tramontana wind is definitely here, giving us a great show for these ladies. And we saw some incredible action in the previous heat.
What was that double loop? What was that double loop scored then? We're going to come.
We
to
got
the
a
studio
8.73 for that double from Zara.
Yes. 8. So it wasn't as big as maybe you think then for a double. Would you have scored that higher perhaps?
It was a very nice double, but no need to just score it high because it was a double. It was at 10 meters high, not the most high. We saw it laid back at 14 meters. Okay. And it's all about going as high and extreme as possible. And a double is definitely extreme, but I wouldn't give it a 10 straight away there.
Okay. Maybe I got a bit excited. And actually, I got so excited, I thought that was a semi-final. It was actually just round 2. But the lineup was unbelievable. If you actually look here, Natalie Lambrecht, Anjali Bouillot, Zara Hogeraad. So they obviously didn't have the best of round 1 to have to go through in that situation. When I look back here, I can actually see here Natalie Lambrecht, seed number 1 in her first heat. She came 3rd. That is why she had to go through round 2. Then we go on to look at Justine Averill. She came second in her, no, she came third in her heat as well. Had to go through round 2. Angelique Buyol, she came second in her heat, had to go through that one as well. And Zara Hugenrad came second as well. So some top riders were in that that heat, but in the semi-finals, making it through eventually was Zara Hugenrad with that pretty impressive last double, but she had it, I think she had it under control at that point already.
Yeah, looked very controlled, and smart move from her to switch from the 8 to the 6. She had pretty good contra loop, front roll and back roll kite loops on the scoreboard already, but if Angeli would have landed a big trick there, she would have definitely needed that double to advance in second.
And it's nice for her, she's landed that move now. She's got it in the bank. She knows what's going on. We have to talk about Natalie Lambrecht as well, who was in complete control of that heat the whole time. She was the other lady to make it through to the semi-finals. Lots of riding for those riders already just to get to the semi-finals. But there is now 3 heats remaining here at the 2024 Lords of Tram. I'm Lewis Crathen. Next to me is Marijn. I nearly got your surname wrong again then. Remind me, Plug. Plug, like plug hole. Like when you pull the plug hole. Always say plug hole. But Marijn is here, and it's lovely to have your insight as a judge as well as a top rider. And Mr. SpaceX as well.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Captain SpaceX. Do you all have names like that? You're like a cadet when you're first on board?
Not officially.
With a company?
Not officially.
Not officially. Oh, I'd love to know some more of the names. Out the back then, they are boosting a few loops, these riders, getting ready. You can see a nice shot there of the AP flag. And we actually got to the bottom of why that's called AP, didn't we?
Yeah, answering pennant set by the Sailing Federation to indicate a break in the heat. We haven't actually got to the start of the heat, so we're not technically having a break, but we're just waiting for this heat to commence, as we are waiting for Zara Hoogeraad to catch her breath. Riding in the previous heat and not having to go straight out is going to be fair, only fair to her, as the other competitors were ready and had some time to prepare for this heat. Zara now needs to switch back in gear, grab the right size kite, and go back for this semi-final.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much time she's been given, but she'll want to take as much time as she can. And I mean, that heat, that really was all down to the riders. Lots of top seeds not winning their first heats. Ladder gets completely mixed around. And to see those names in the second round, that was tough, you know. And I really do feel for Angelique Buyol now, the French lady, the legend of big air, one of the higher seeds here. She'll be looking out here now and thinking, I can't believe I'm not out there.
We're just waiting here. It's semi-final starting in about 7 minutes. That will give Zara Hoogeraad some time to catch her breath. And we're just going to go for a commercial break here. And we'll be back within 5 minutes for the semi-final.
This is one of the most iconic racing designs in motorsport at all times.
We transfer this design onto the kite. It's a really good match.
It will definitely stand out. L'économie, c'est comme le climat. Ça subit de plus en plus de tempêtes, de crises, et ça s'accélère. Et un kitesurfer, quand il regarde la tempête, il voit une opportunité de sauter plus haut, de surfer des plus grosses vagues et d'aller plus vite. Et c'est ce regard-là qu'on veut amener aux entreprises pour qu'elles voient les tempêtes qu'elles traversent comme des opportunités. Prenez par exemple la transition environnementale. Ça peut être vu comme une contrainte réglementaire. En réalité, c'est une opportunité incroyable de se réinventer et d'attirer des nouveaux clients et des nouveaux talents.
Hi, I'm Per-Antoine, I'm passionate kite surfer.
I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric.
Etienne here, Lord of Tram Media Manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarès. Barcarès is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the sport and the love for our sport. Thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
There we go then. Semi-final is up. Sarah Hoograat back on the water. Got a little 10-minute break there to catch your breath after that incredible double loop. And she's up against Sarah Sadek from Egypt, who's been riding really well. Lana Herman from Lithuania. And Pippa van Eersel, multiple vice world champion and multiple winner here in Lord of Tram as well. Injured for the past 2 years, but back here in the semi-final. Looking probably very eager to find a spot in the final, as all of these ladies must be. As this heat is about to commence, we have the AP flag still up, but any time now the red flag should go up, indicating that there's 1 minute before the heat. And then we'll get the yellow, which will mean the start if the heat within 1 minute. As it seems that Zara's back on that, I don't know if she's on the 8 there, or looks like that she's on the 8. Probably gonna start off with that single tricks, and if she's gonna approach the same strategy as last heat, when she's landed those single loop tricks, might switch back to the 6 and go for those doubles. In the far distance, I see Lana Herman's Harlem Kite. I believe she's riding on the 7, and Sarah Sadek on a duotone kite. Looks like she's on a 7 or a 6. Pippa van Eersel there also, 7 or 6 it seems, as the wind is definitely here, the Tramontana wind here in Barcarès for this ladies semi-final. We're gonna start any moment now, and up first will be Sarah Hoograat.
Maybe the A pause reference to the AP flag would be a better fit than the, what did you say it was, a pendant or something?
Yeah, it's answering pennant.
A pause. A pause.
As I've just been corrected here by Adrian Kerr. Lana's not from Lithuania, but from Slovenia.
Okay.
Middle Europe. I've been to Lithuania, so that maybe is why my mind is going there. But she's from Slovenia, Lana Herman. And riding the Harlem Kite here, the 7 meter it looked like. And she's Had some very, very impressive tricks so far here. And we see the red flag now being raised, indicating that there's a bit more than a minute before the start of the heat. As soon as we see the yellow, it means that we have 1 minute until the start of the heat, and then we will commence with this first semi-final of 2 semi-finals here.
Where are you, Adrian? How can you not be here on the beach watching this? This is quite a spectacle to watch. I believe your compadre's around here somewhere, Ben. He's down on the beach. But you've got to be here. This is just about to get absolutely epic if it wasn't already. The sun is out now. Conditions are perfect. We've seen a double loop already by Zara, who is doing 2 heats in a row here. She's had a small break, but she now comes back out here effectively for 2 heats in a row. Which one of these ladies will get through to the final then? 2 Dutch riders, a Slovenian and a rider from Egypt, Sarah Sadek. They'll be really rooting for her out there, I'm sure. And I know Natalie gets quite some support from Egypt, spending lots of time down in El Gouna. But training at Blue Lagoon, Sarah Sadek, one of the most picturesque spots in the world. And actually, what really makes that spot for me, not just how good the quality is of kiteboarding, but the journey. It's such a wonderful journey to get to that beach in the first place. It's not hooked up by a motorway and you just drive in. That's all I'm going to say about that wonderful, magical journey that, I mean, you come in by boat. Did you come in on boat when you went there? Did you take
Definitely
the boat from...
big boat, 1 hour boat trip
from the diving
in the big
place?
waves.
Yeah,
and I decided there to go back downwind with my kite, so to ride back to Dahab, which is a beautiful journey through the mountains. I was accompanied by Alex Vliegen on the wing, and together we did the downwinder there, a beautiful kite spot in Egypt, and it's where Sarah Sadek got her skills, beautiful winds there as well. As we see here, we are off the A break, and we're going to the start of this heat with Sarah Hogeraad.
What did you do with all your clothes and stuff? Did you have all your stuff on your back or what? Or
I put them in the boat and then put my
nice.
kite stuff, went with my kite stuff downwind.
Good idea. Here we go then. Left foot forwards. It's Zara Hogeraad, mega loop, delayed back roll.
Very good start from her.
Yeah.
Solid laid back there. And on the 8 meter, she's got a 10 meter height for that laid back. Wonderful statistics we get here from the Surfer app. The riders are wearing a watch which measures the height. So before they were using sometimes a phone. Now they're wearing a watch, just a watch which also gives up some speed and heart rate data.
If you're wondering when the men's finals is taking place, guess what? You missed it. This is the ladies now.
Whoa!
Oh, it's a biggie. It's Sarah with a massive, confident back roll mega loop on the way in. Was there a second back roll? Or was it just a straight
back roll Kai loop there?
Single back roll.
Very nice height there from Sarah, and power in the loop. Boom, there she goes, grabbing the board.
Totally not influenced by the pull of the kite with her body as she goes around that. That is someone that just knows these sorts of conditions and trains for that move. I can just see it now, her coming. You must have actually seen this when you were there at the time, her going left foot forwards, coming across Blue Lagoon from west to east and then pulling on that backhand just like that as she performs a move out there in a very similar location. Maybe a bit warmer, that has to be said, in Blue Lagoon in Egypt. But lots to talk about Egypt right now. Let's talk a bit about Slovenia here. I don't know too much about the kiting spots over there, but Lana Herman, also a rider that getting really talked about behind the scenes here. Trained in Cape Town very well and is very comfortable and very good at the mega loop board offs in both front rolls as well, which is very tricky. And let's see if she can make a push for the final, Marijn.
Yeah, riding that 7 meter Harlem kite there. Lana Herman from Slovenia, probably a bit more used to the cold than Egyptian Sarah Sadek. They're going for a first trick, a big laid back roll as well. Kite was a little bit less power than the one from Zara, but good style and execution there. It's going to be interesting to see because Zara got a 6.5 and Sarah Sadek got a 6.33 for the back roll kite loop. And here is Lana Herman for the laid back as well. Looked a little bit less high than Zara's attempt, so I'm curious to see what her score is going to be, but I think it's going to be between the 6 and the 6.5.
Pippa van Ursel on your screens here. Multiple winner of the Lords of Tram event. She's had a bit of a break from competing, has to be said, but she does have that under her belt, winning this. Can she make it a hat-trick? Effectively, a hat-trick would be in a row, I believe, but it would be 3 victories here. No one's done that in the men or women, so coming back in here, what a great bit of timing. Perhaps that last year's winner is not here, Michaeli Sol, but Pippa van Ursel, just waiting for her turn here because she's waiting for that flag to turn yellow. It's a great shot of exactly what Pippa is looking for. There it goes. There goes her lycra. Now, it can't be... You can't talk about how this works more simple than just showing you what's happened there, really.
Yeah, very nice turn-by-turn system here in Barcarès. It's a small spot, and that's perfect for this competition to run turn-by-turn, as we see also in Tarifa. It's the best way for the stream to follow the riders, for the judges to follow the riders, and for you at home to follow everyone and see all the tricks there. They're not riding at the same, they're not jumping at the same time, which is very good, giving everyone a chance to see all the action here in Barcarès, France, south of France. As Pippa's gonna go here for her first trick attempt to the right. Going up there, probably gonna go for a laid back as well. All of these ladies going for a kite loop back roll on the first trick.
She likes to do that to the right hand side, starboard. We call that. To the right, to the left would be a port. And here is the replay. Nice takeoff, nothing crazy. Good technique, really bringing the bar around her body. Solid landing. It's a classic opening start so far for these riders now. Very cool. Not much to split them at all. Identical scores coming in for Sarah Sadek and Lana Herman. I wonder if Pippa van Ursel gets a 6.33.
I think Pippa had a bit more height there on that execution. Zara getting a 6.5 for her laid back roll. I think that Pippa will be close to that score. Zara's up next, probably going to go for a front roll here and putting a second score on the board then. There we go, boogie loop from Zara, nice inversion with the board above her head and controlled and clean landing there. Very good riding from Zara.
So they liked Pippa's a bit more, gave her half a point more. Maybe it was the height you spoke about, but here was Zara Hugenrad, who'll be really happy to have landed a nice clean boogie loop. These are lovely conditions now. What size kites are these riders on, Moraine?
So it seems like Zara's there on the out on the 8. And Lana's out there on the 7. For Sarah and Pippa, I can't really see what the size is, but it's probably around the 6 and a 7 as well. Meaning they're very powered here. Going for a beautiful boogie loop there as well then, Sarah Sadek.
See, I found that nice and aggressive. Maybe she's got a slightly smaller size than Zara, so the kite can whip around, but she really whamming that straight into the power zone. Look at this. Bang. Straight in. Great body position. That is the style I like to see with that. No getting laid out into a railie or having to push the bar out. Complete connection with the kite. Zara's going to score well for that. We saw 7.43 from Zara, but Zara's was a bit higher.
Yeah, definitely a bit higher there for Zara, and also a very fluid rotation. Boogie loop there as well for Lana, but definitely a bit lower than the other two competitors.
Yeah, this is good judging here from the judges. Just they felt that it was about half a point down Zara's one. And I imagine this might be to the lower 6s for perhaps Lana as we now go back to Pippa van Ursel. She looks like she's eyeing up a right foot forwards again as she turns around as the flag is perfectly timed. Here we go then. Pippa doesn't look super powered to me going right foot forwards this time. Are we going to see maybe a contra loop, front roll contra loop? Or no, she's setting up for the left here, Marianne.
Yeah, didn't have the wind there going out to the right. I wonder if she's going to tack back to the left and then back to the right again, because she's her preferred side is definitely to go to the right, as similar to Michaela So, actually also riding a lot to the right. Finding the power perhaps here then, and probably will go for a nice boogie loop. Try to add an extra rotation in the previous heat, riding it, playing it safe here and having a patience for the wind, which is smart riding.
Yeah, it looks like it's coming through a bit better now. You can just see the spray off of her board, so effortlessly coming off. She's not working it. I think we're likely to see, and she can keep an eye on that flag. Is the wind over there? I think we're going to see her go for it here.
Definitely, she's taking off there, going for that front row kite loop. Clean landing. Wouldn't say it was as high as Zara and Sarah. It's a bit confusing. Hooggraad and Sadek. But a nice execution. I think it's going to be a bit higher than Lana Herman's score, who got a 5.13 for that boogie loop. And I think Pippa would get somewhere around the 6 to 6.5 for that trick. A nice execution, and all these ladies so far replicating each other's tricks, basically going for kite loop back roll first, kite loop front roll second. And now we're going to see some different moves then. Beautiful front row contra with an extra rotation there from Zara. And landing it. Wow, that got an incredible score in her previous heat. And very smart for her to go for that trick. She must be super happy to land it.
Very good strength, actually, to resist the kite would have really been pulling through her harness here. I'm going to talk you through this one. Goes round here, gets sent into a second roll design. Just here, that kite really would have wanted to pull her off of her board. She was already quite upright. She didn't have much to resist. We get nice and crouched when we feel and anticipate a pull from the kite, and then we can be like suspension and spring out with it. But she was already quite tall and upright in order to force that landing. So upping it a bit here then is Zara Hukenrad.
Definitely going to get a good score for that trick. And she's got a 6.5 and a 7.43 already, which is going to put her in a good position in this heat. We're still in the early stages of this heat with most riders having done only 2 tricks. So anything could still happen as we see Sarah Sadek from Egypt now powering through to the left. Probably going to go for a contra loop here perhaps. Oh, big kite loop. Wanting to go for the 1 foot there.
Almost looked like she had time for 2 maybe. Does that cross your mind there? I was like, she's nice and high up. I think if this wind picks up, it does look like it's a bit cleaner and stronger coming in through there now. But here was, look at that control. Double grabbed mega loop. Second grab maybe not as good as the first one, but she definitely had the hand off of the front at the first one. And she completes another category, maybe the most simple one for these riders, which is just a straight kite loop. Why not just get that in there?
Yeah, it's her third trick. She doesn't need anything super special yet. So now she's going to have 3 scoring tricks, which is going to be very nice for her to have on the board.
Smart Sarah Sadek. Super smart Sarah Sadek. I can't think of another S. Can you?
Not at this moment, no.
Super smart Sarah Sadek stomped her landing. There's the 5th S. Got it in there. Love a bit of alliteration. But here on your screens is a mega loop. Pulled off.
Big pull there on the kite loop. Oh,
just didn't get the feet in.
Butt check there. Big butt check for Lana Herman. Gonna cost her definitely a couple of points. But nice pull on the kite loop there. As we see her reaching down for the board and getting pulled here. Legs behind her. And just bouncing out that trick there.
First crash of this semi-final. That's the 11th trick so far. 10 tricks in a row, perfectly landed. You'd expect that as we start to get near the finals. These riders absolutely lapping up these perfect conditions for them. The landing area is good. The wind looks nice and consistent. This is what they would have wanted. I mean, look at the scores on the scoreboard already. We're only on the 3rd trick attempt. It's a contra loop, boogie contra loop, landing left foot forwards as well is Pippa. That's not the full 360. Doesn't matter. It still counts as a boogie, but it indicates to me that she's more comfortable as a regular rider. Just here, you can come round to hillside if you want, but just landing toe side a bit there with her left foot in front suggests to me she's more comfortable landing like that.
Yeah, and smart riding from all of these competitors here so far. As we see a 3.9 there for Lana. It's a low score because she did butt check out of that trick. But all of these riders now have 3 scores on the board with 3 attempts. So for them all, very good riding so far. As we see Zara now, who is currently in the lead, going for another trick here. Another front row contra, definitely bigger than the previous one. Not adding an extra rotation, but very good style and commitment there on this one.
She obviously felt she could really improve it and felt that, I mean, she didn't bother improving the kite loop back roll there. She went straight for that one. So maybe she thinks she can get a great shot that was of how she absorbed the energy of that loop. It's about body position. If you're not ready for it and you're starting your first kite loops, you're going to get yanked straight into a railie. You've got to have good core strength, get those knees up a little bit, try and resist it, try and be the boss of the wind. Don't let the wind absolutely nail you, because you'll know about it. And all these riders showing great execution so far. This is a brilliant heat so far. Only 1 crash or low score that I can see. But next up then is Sarah. What's she going to do for us now? Will she be trying to improve the standard kite loop maybe?
There she goes up. Very big laid back roll. Almost oversending the kite there. Managing to pull it back. Wow,
what a belter of a mega loop back roll.
I had a bit of my heart skipped a beat there because I thought she was going to go for another loop there.
But she recognised it here. So with these smaller kites here, that kite doesn't need to go much further past 12, if not even in the first place. She recognised it, It was wonderful control. Maybe she knew the whole way where that kite was.
I think it's going to be her highest scoring trick, as she got a 6.33 for her previous late back roll, which is a back roll kite loop.
8.13. Sorry to totally interrupt you there, Mariah. I just got very excited about that score coming in. It's a big score for a single loop.
Yeah, definitely deserved that. The highest scoring trick of the heat so far. Also the highest jump of the heat so far. So we saw 13.5 meters there from Surfer. Is Lana going to go for that kite loop board off again here? Yes, she is. She needs to land it now clean to improve that 3.9 she got before, and she does.
Replay. Desperate to talk about this replay because every part of this move was absolutely under control. But look at the landing. It nearly sent her front heavy. Just there.
Wow.
She nearly just rocked forwards as a bit of chop nowder, but she fought it off. That was very relaxed, that mega loop board off. The board went on just absolutely effortlessly.
Yeah, and the scores are very, very close here. The score's going to drop in for Lana. I think that they're all hovering between around the 21 total points, and this means that anyone can take this heat. As we see Pippa go up here, go for a kite loop board off as well. Very high and controlled, and she's going to land this as well. Wow.
This has been one of my favourite heats of this whole event so far, and we're only just halfway through it. Here's a replay of Pippa demonstrating lovely control with her mega loop board off. Interestingly, taking off to the right-hand side. It's a little bit further away from the judges, but to be honest, it's not. They're so quite far away anyway, the judges getting this wonderful view. I don't think it's going to matter too much, but do you know what I mean? That can play into your mind. I guess perspective for your judges. I think at King of the Air it happens a lot where it might look like riders have gone bigger coming into the beach because you're closer. Going off a wave very often doesn't look as big as the wave passes, and you don't appear to have gone that high over the horizon. But back to the action here. Mariah, who's up next?
So we've got Zara here going up for a straight kite loop here for Zara. Not probably what she wants to do, but still managing to land that trick there as we get the replay. Let's see if we can spot what she wants to try here. Perhaps she would want to go for a kite loop board off and just not getting the height here. We see a big score drop in for Pippa, 8.63 then for that kite loop board off, putting her in first place in this heat with a total score of 22.3. Zara still in second with 21, and then Sarah Sadek 20.7 and Lana Hermit 20.06. So all of these competitors very close in points here, very tight heat, and only the top two riders will progress to the finals. So yeah, it's up for two of these four to snatch that position there.
Something's happening with the wind out there here. It's either going to change direction or it's got a lot lighter here, and Sarah has recognised that. She's really showing some top experience for a rider that hasn't ridden many times, or if any time. Is this her debut? Perhaps she has been in some competitions before. Forgive me, I can't quite remember them, but she's riding here like a top pro in this semi-final. And up she goes again. This time it's a contra loop. But that's nice. A nice landing, a good demonstration of the move. Will it be enough to replace the 5.6 kite loop?
Yeah, Sarah Sadek has definitely competed a few times already in Tarifa as well. Training there last year, I saw her performing some very nice tricks. Riding slingshot then, now on duotone kites. And in Egypt she's competed in the Winds of Sinai. Very nice Egyptian competition, which I attended last year. Beautiful beautiful competition in the blue waters of Blue Lagoon. And Sarah Sadek getting a 3.43 for the contra loop, so definitely not improving her 5.6 for her kite loop. Missing just the height and the power as the wind has dipped a bit in this heat now. Still strong enough for sure to get some big moves in. And Lana Herman's up next here.
Always seems like when the sun comes fully out here over this bay, the wind's been dropping. It's usually the other way around with a kite spot, although maybe that makes sense because the wind is usually the other way around. We usually have the cold air off the ocean coming in to cool down the warm land, but here it's a bit strange. It rushes out to see the cold air is rushing out to the warm sea here out towards the Mediterranean. So maybe it does a reverse thing with the sun coming out. How many people have been kiteboarding and you think, oh, sun's coming out, wind's picked up. It's got to have picked up, you know. You just feel like that's the case as a kiteboarder. So we're in this temporary little pause midway through this heat, but it's part of the show here at the Lords of Tram 2024 and has been for the last 6 years. This is the Lords of Tram, and it's the Tramontan wind that we celebrate here. It's the Qatar Airways. That's a Q, Qatar, not a guitar, as some of you were proposing in the comments. Prove I didn't say Q or G, you know, like. But here we are at the GKA Kite World Tour, round 1 of the big air, and there's just a little bit of calm passes over us, and that might be short-lived, Marijn, as we well know. This wind just blasts back in here at any given moment.
Yeah, definitely the wind can pick up any time. What it's interesting what we're going to see from Lana Herman here. She's got 3 scoring tricks with the lowest one, 5.13 for her kite loop front roll. You can follow these scores at GKA kiteworldtour.com/live. You can follow along in these scores, and then you can see which scores are for what trick. As she's got a 5.13 for that kite loop front roll, she might want to improve that boogie loop here, or she's also capable of a very beautiful boogie loop board off actually, but she might not want to risk that right now. She might want to just get a solid 3rd score above the 6 here. She's just waiting for the wind, as I do feel like the wind is coming back here. So I hear the wind howling a bit more.
.94, or is that 1.94? Getting a bit tired now. trying to work out all these numbers.
1.24. She needs to improve that 5.13 with at least 1.14, I believe, to become first in this heat.
2.24 separating last to first. There you go.
There we go.
That's the number I was looking for. For some reason, it was very difficult to work out the difference between 20.06 and 22.30. That happens when you get this far down the line. We've been talking non-stop yesterday, a 12-hour day, but there's nothing or nowhere else I'd rather be than doing this, talking at the big air event of the year so far, because it is the only one of the year so far, that is, which is here in France. We've just kicked off the tour. We have Gran Canaria coming up later in the year. Brazil is being talked about as well, which is great for these riders. No Tarifa, which is a shame, but we'll also have Mega Loop happening, King of the Air, of course, Cold Hawaii, and maybe some qualifiers will sneak their way in. The event that was never talked about. That
definitely looks like it's windy enough out there for Lana to perform a trick there, but not currently going for one here. You see the whitecaps there on the water. She's just patiently waiting, but I'm wondering how much time she's gonna get from these judges to perform something, because I think there's definitely moves to be performed here in these wind speeds.
It does look a lot better now on the water, Marijn. I think she's going to have to get going here, is Lana. It just looks like you can see those white caps. You can see them as well, just in front of the heads of the people on the beach. And if it's white capping that close to where the wind is coming over that piece of land, then you know it's on. So I think she's going to really be under a bit of pressure. Oh, she's been timed out. Big deal. Drama. She puts her hands up. What a bit of drama this is in this first semi-final. She waves over to the race director as if to say, what are you talking about? Are we about to be proven? Is the race director going to be proven right for that decision? Because Pippa van Ursel takes no time to rush into the box here. Lana Herman getting scored a crash, pushing the patience of race director Cedric. What a dramatic moment that was.
Yeah, but I think it's the right call, because we can definitely see here on the water there's plenty of wind here as Pippa's going to go up here. Here we see that it's plenty of wind to perform some tricks as she goes for a double back or Kai loop and just not landing that one. But yeah, as we see this trick from Pippa just moments after Lana's flag being lowered, it is true that it's the right call to take her trick away there, because she did take a bit too long there on her attempt, eh?
Fortunately for Pippa, with that double back roll or back roll mega loop delayed roll, she just couldn't get the kite up to 12 quick enough. Perhaps she hit a bit of a lull on the way down. She did actually sheet the bar in, I saw at the end there. So unfortunately for her, that's going to score as a crash. And it does suggest to me very much there was enough wind there, because Pippa didn't hang about. She sensed there's enough wind. You go. Yeah. When it's your turn and the wind's in, you tend to want to get on with it so that you're not the one that has the wind drop. Here we go. Left foot forwards then is Zara Hugenrad, who's quietly going about her heat quite nicely here. Hasn't really...
I think she's going to go for the kite board off here. She tried that before, but then getting the board off and catching the gust there on the down loop.
Yeah, that's going to be a crash, unfortunately. And perhaps this is a sign of the wind being a bit more difficult to play with in the first half of this heat. Especially with that sort of secondary gust she just got. So Pippa just going in and retrieving the board. Those two riders there waiting to the right-hand side of the box. There's Pippa getting that board out of the way and retrieving it for Zara. There's a lot of that going on here. Speeds things up, and it's nice to see. We care about each other as kiteboarders. Do you have those friends that put your board even more upwind?
Definitely.
We all have them.
They grab your board and they'll ride a few hundred meters away from you just to mess with you. But then as soon as they crash, I'm right there doing it back to them.
Spraying them over the head.
Spraying them for sure.
Here goes Sarah. Can she find some wind here? Some cloud moving over a little bit now. Is she going to trick? She feels good. Good takeoff.
Wow!
Whoa. Oh, bomb out. It's a classic bomb out and a teabagging and a half from side. It looked like she was going to pull that off there, and she just got absolutely dropped out on that rescue loop.
I did think that this is the trick that she needed to perform to get a good score there, but unfortunately crashing there. But very nice height on the kite board off. Just having a hard time controlling the kite on the way down. Big crash.
It's such a crucial time, the moment of putting the board on, to do two things at once like that. Put a board on. I mean, a simple board off, you really have to think about that enough. But rescuing a kite from a big, powerful mega loop down here in this Tramontana wind that appears to have gone much more northerly now as we look at Pippa heavily going to the right-hand side. She was parallel with the beach before. I don't think she's going to perform a trick right foot forwards here, but this wind has just swung slightly.
As I do also see a kite swap here from Sarah Hoogeraad. Going back to the 6, so that's interesting to see.
Someone's just gone out for the next semi, absolutely maxed on an 8.
Here she's gonna go for that double back row kite loop, squeezing that kite around in the second rotation, just not having the height to perform a beautiful trick there, but definitely a good trick for Lana and good landing.
I don't know. No,
first one there,
right,
and then squeezing the kite loop there.
I just saw the last part of that. Sorry, Mariah, you're totally right there, but not really that high. Wind is not as easy as it was.
Definitely not.
To start with. It looks like, is she coming in to change kite, though, Lana, or is it just the angle now?
She must have seen Zara there go for a kite change from 8 to 6, so perhaps she's thinking the same.
And this is really a big decision from Zara here. The wind has just flicked round to a more northerly direction. We know that because the riders are riding straight back at us now when they come left foot forwards towards our cameras rather than parallel with the beach. And Lana Herman to my left-hand side that you can't see is and Arin, whether or not she changes her kite size. She's just really thinking about it. Do I want to go from a 7 to a 6 if the wind changes? She's currently down in 4th place, but not much separating these riders at all, and she looks to me like she's resisted the temptation.
Pippa there going for a beautiful double back row kite loop.
Wow.
That's the trick she needed to improve as well. 6.8 for her first attempt was a kite loop back row as well, and very good riding from her. I think this is going to improve her score by a lot, probably somewhere around the 8-point range, I would say.
Yeah, lovely technique, nice clean landing. Just that was the interesting decisions to be made for these riders now as we get all the way down. Wow, we're not far off their last trick attempts here. It's coming up. The last trick attempt's coming up. This will decide it. So Zara Hugenrad has got all the way back up there with a 6. She's going double or nothing here.
And she needs her flag to be raised now, as I think there's a huge wind gust coming through.
It's still on Pippa, interestingly, and she must be thinking, come on.
Give
there it goes.
Give me that blue flag. There it goes.
There
She
is
goes
Zara.
straight out, Zara.
Changed down to a 6. She's currently in 2nd place, but it's not a position you can be comfortable that you're going to stay in after this last round of tricks. Here we go then. Big double on the cards, Marine. It's all about the takeoff.
There we go. Big takeoff. I think it's enough height for the double. Not as big as the 4, and unfortunately crashing that one. So not having the height then in the end.
It was on the verge, wasn't it, that one? And she'll be absolutely devastated if she doesn't make it through. She currently is in 2nd position, but the other 3 riders... Pippa, well, she can't obviously catch Pippa Van
Very
Ursel.
closely followed there by Sarah by 0.3 and Lana by 0.94, so definitely still possible for both of those to catch up to Zara. She's gonna be with her fingers crossed then, because Sarah Sadek has just a straight kite loop with a 5.6 that she could improve, and Lana Herman has a 5.13 for a boogie loop that she could improve.
She needs 0.3 on it. She needs 5.9 or more. What does she do? 5.9 or more to get into her first major final. She's gone for the straight kite
that's
loop.
not
It's
going to be enough.
So there's one more breath of relief for Zara Hugenrad, because it will be that double she goes to bed and thinks, oh, if only I'd landed that. If Lana Herman can do something about it. What's Lana Herman got to do here?
She needs to do a big boogie loop, and that could be enough for her to take 2nd place.
She's got to drop the 5.13 off her score. Let's imagine that puts her on around 15, and then she'd have to get... She needs a 6 or more here, give or take 0.10. Couldn't deal with that last part of that calculation, but it's needing a 6 from Lana. What has scored a 6 on our judging scores so far? Let's take a quick look. A standard kite loop even got 5.6 from Sarah Sadek, but it was maybe windier back there. Let's remind ourselves what she has to not do. She's got too good a kite loop back roll to bother with that. Oh no, sorry, we're talking about Lana here.
There she goes, Lana, under pressure as well as boogie loop there, so the right call.
She went for the board off.
I'm not too sure then if this is going to be enough.
She's already got a kite loop front roll. It wasn't the right call.
Yeah, but she can improve that one by a bit to become second still. But I'm not sure if this is going to be enough though. She wanted to go for the board off there, just didn't have the wind.
Oh, of course it was the right call. That's her lowest score. Sorry, Marine.
Yeah, and it's...
she needs to get a decent improvement.
Probably Zara refreshing the scoring as well there on the beach.
I don't think it's going to be a 6 or more. I think even she needed a high score of 6 or over.
Yeah.
So Zara might have gotten away with that change to a 6, and it was the right call for a while.
Yeah.
But the wind now really has dropped.
And we can see now the score come in 5.97, which puts Lana Herman now in 3rd position and pushing Zara through to the final then.
That's how close it was. 0.010. 0.10, sorry, a 1/10 of a point. It was a 6 that she really needed. She got a 5.97. It was actually probably a 6 point.
Pippa there just heard the news from her caddy that she doesn't need to do anything here. She's just going to do a straight jump here.
So that was really tight, that first semi-final, and that was closer than I thought it would be. But Zara Hugenrad lives to fight another day. Making her way into the final will be Pippa van Ursel and Zara Hugenrad. Lana Herman and Sarah Sadek will have to settle for 3rd and 4th. Great
good
heat,
day,
that one.
very good day for the Dutchies so far. And we're going to have a small little break here until we go to the next semi-final.
Welcome back then to the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. This is the second semi-final at the Lords of Tram 2024. United States, Jasmine Cho, Natalie Lambrecht from Sweden, Francesca Miani from Great Britain, and Alessa Sofia Mensch from Germany. 2 of these riders going through. 2 of these will finish their run to the podium right now. Flying in, left foot forwards. Wow, this is some speed. Jasmine
Gonna
Cho.
go for a boogie loop there. She opened all her other heats with a boogie.
And again, landing toe side, right foot forwards. I think that can really help this move if you're learning the boogie loop here. Maybe try it the way which would make you land toe side. What it does is it teaches you not to over-rotate it. You end up locking in the rotation there rather than going around to hillside then over-rotating. I definitely notice on the other tack for me wanting to land hillside that can creep in the over-rotation. So Jasmine Cho with a great demonstration of how to open a heat with that lovely boogie loop, the move invented by Ruben Lenton, that must be listening now, watching this, stoked by what he's seeing on the water in this big air department. What happened there?
Almost going there, Natalie, but maybe not feeling the wind, and then right choice to turn back round. Going for another attempt. Natalie having a wonderful performance in the previous heat, round 2. capable of some very big moves here, training here for the past 2 months, and really ready for this competition. Smart for her to abort the previous tech, and now she's gonna go for a trick though, with a huge boogie loop with the kite level there. Wonderful trick performed by Natalie, beautiful landing as well.
She is absolutely in tune with that 8. Looks like an 8 to me because the size of it, the loop of the kite. This is a belter of a boogie loop. Absolute full commitment, height, completely at one with the kite. This is going to be a big opening score.
Yeah, comparing that to Jasmine with a 6.37, I think Natalie's would get at least 1.5 or 2 points more than that one.
8.1 I'm going for. Oh, 8.30, in it comes.
There we go. Front row kite up then as well there for Francesca. Copy, copy, copy here, the first 3 tricks of the ladies. Taking it to each other. It's not going to be as high as Natalie's, but definitely, is that a contra loop there then? Did I miss?
I thought so
as
as well. I then heard the beach PA guy say, all I heard is just front roll loop, and so he didn't really help me there. Sometimes with these shots that you're seeing, you're not quite seeing the kite go round, so we're able to just get a little glimpse outside just to give us an idea. But Natalie, you're right, Stan Ferguson, she does send it so low as we see a nice back roll mega loop, nice and controlled, calm. Alessa Sophia Mensch, all these riders then, it's almost like a repeat of the last heat, all riders putting nice scores on, but let's be factual, Natalie Lambrecht going all guns out. Nice move that.
Yeah, nice move there from Alessa. All these ladies are gonna have a nice score on the board as we get a 6.6 for the front row kite loop of Francesca, or the front row contra loop of Francesca, as I believed it to be. And Alessa is probably gonna get a good solid score there as well for the back row kite loop. As now they all have a score, and Jasmine is up next.
Tidy move, that last one. A Carl tidy, we call that one back at home. I've got it in again. Left foot forwards then.
Full speed ahead for Jasmine Cho. Oh, not connecting with the wind or the rotation that she wanted.
A bit bizarre that. She almost went into a bit of a rewind on the way up in that jump there. So you just got to get over that, let it go, move on. Jasmine in the semi-final. She's up to a game for me. She's one of those riders that I've seen have good first heats before, maybe not quite make it through to the quarters or the semis, but she's well into the semi-finals here on a great performance so far, and representing United States as well. I think she's the only rider from North America here, including all of the men's feet, representing that whole continent. There's some weight on your shoulders, but she's enjoying herself, has her dog running around here that she takes everywhere. This is big again.
Whoa!
Though,
big back row kite loop there for Natalie, landing it. Very good riding here from her, starting with the front row, now with the back roll, and going definitely higher and bigger than the other lady, showing the judges that she is riding with the biggest kite and the most amount of power here on the 8 meter North Orbit Pro there. Nice landing.
If you've just joined us late today, it's 2:03 p.m. here in the south of France, and we're working our way up to the ladies' finals, which will come after this semi-final. There'll be a bit of a break, but we are now looking at Francesca Maini, who hasn't ridden for quite some time after winning her first heat. Was it yesterday? I'm getting very confused with how many heats I've seen.
This morning.
Was it this morning?
Early this morning.
Early this morning. It all just blends into one here, doesn't it? Yes, I think it was early this morning. She's had to wait and should be nice and strong and ready to go. Here, the North rider scoring a 6.60 already for a contra loop front roll. What she got for us here?
Taking back to the other side. Capable of some very, very big moves. Big sender, Francesca Maini. Being the first woman to ever perform a double loop in Cape Town last year at the Bigger Kite League, and definitely showing that she's with that move, showing that she's capable of some extreme big air moves. She's going now to the left again. Gonna take off here for a move. Probably gonna go for a late back row, I think. There we go. Controlled rotation, controlled landing. Exactly what she needed there, having a contra loop front roll on the scoreboard already, and now having a kite loop late back roll. So we're going to see the replay here. We'll just see how smooth and controlled this trick is. There we go. Riding the same gear as Natalie there.
I'd say there's a solid 30 knots blowing out there right now with higher gusts coming in, maybe 35 coming in here at Marine. I can see a 7 meter logo on that lift, that air rush lift of Alessa Sofia. As she now turns round to go right foot forwards. The sun breaking through a little bit here down in the south of France as summer seems quite far away on a day like today, but just a couple of days ago I was donning my Birkenstocks and shorts.
Nice preload there, and a good boogie loop for Alessa. Can she stick this landing? There she does stick the landing with the kite a bit high in a high position, so good control of the kite there to land that.
Shows just how much wind there is, because even on not the biggest of jumps, you're still getting a lot of downwind landing. If that was light wind there, you just would stall the kite and you wouldn't ride out of that. It would be a crash. So you can see on the water on your screen there quite clearly there's good wind coming in for these riders. It's now the blue Lycra back to Jasmine Cho, who's currently in third place, but she won't be too bothered by that. What move is she going to go for now? She's done the kite loop front row. It's going to be a back roll variation, I think. But
front row contra loop there. Smart from her. Needs that that variation here.
Yeah, the contra loop being pulling the front hand. You have to spot these details. There'd be no reason for her to pull the back hand. Where's the left hand in there?
Nicely done by Jasmine.
And that was a classic example of how similar a move can look. You know, that really did look. The windier it gets, I think the technique has to change. But had you not looked out the window or seen that one properly, you may well have just thought that was another kite loop front roll. So a 6.3 for her. And she's looking like she's in a nice position at the moment. But the big scores really are coming in above 7s for Francesca and Natalie right now, which is an indication of where this might go this heat.
There we go. Natalie going up for a huge kite loop 1 foot. And a landing here. She's just repeating what she was doing previous heat. That worked very well. Getting solid scores on the board there. So we're going to see the replay here. Having again good height on that trick.
Yeah, very good extension of the leg there, really showing it wasn't just a little pansy foot out, you know. She really extended that foot for a long period of time, showing the judges that she's in complete control. So Natalie Lambrecht will have 3 scores on the board here that may well, you don't know this, might be crazy to say it, they may well already be enough to take her through to the main final. I mean, an 8.3 and a 7.2 and something else over a 6, pretty high scoring.
Definitely good scores there for Natalie. Wow, beautiful boogie loop there for Francesca. Just getting under the kite just in time. Very large commitment, as we're going to see on the replay here. She's getting pulled horizontally there. Pretty large amount of pull here. There we see. There we go. And then managing to ride it out.
Very good landing that. Wonderful. They'll be very happy with that back home in the UK. We've had Aaron so close to the semi-finals of the men, but this time we have got a Brit in the semi-finals, and she's gone further before. She knows this place. She can get to the final. Francesca with now on board with North, and 2 Norths in this one, 1 air rush and a core. On your screens is Alessa Sofia Men. She's actually had a great heat so far. It's going to have to start building up towards the higher scores one feels if she's going to make it through this against these top riders.
Going for something on the right there again. You see there on her left hand is the watch that's showing her heat position, giving us her speed as well. Taking off here then. Going for a front row contra loop. Beautiful, beautiful movement through the air there. Just rotating with the kite. Very much in control, that trick from Alessa. Beautiful move. If you're going to see the replay, she's just rotating at the same time as her kite is turning. Turning with the kite and having the kite put her out of that rotation. Good execution there from Alessa.
It's the Lords of Tram live 2024 here. I'm Lewis Crathen, and next to me is Marijn Plug. You have joined us in the semi-finals of the ladies, the second semi-final. Crazy gust just hit one of our riders there. That was Jasmine Cho. What just hit her kite as she came through left foot forwards here? I wonder if there's cloud coming through, or just saw that edge out that she just had. I wonder if things are about to get a bit crazy out there. But look at these scores. Scoreboard's full up there. Just to remind you how this works. The riders take it in turns. You can very clearly see that their order is in there at the top. It's not their positions in order. It's going Jasmine in the blue lycra, Natalie in the white lycra, Francesca in the red, Alessa Sophia Mitch in the yellow. And here is Jasmine taking off quite early in the box for a mega loop board off.
Bomb out there.
Big bomb out. Can't be far away from hitting the bottom there. That was a real big bomb out here. And I just felt that the wind was maybe doing something. She took off very early in the box. I think she must have hit a gust there. Her hand actually changed on the bar. Did you see? She looping the kite around and then the left hand come on, but I think she's okay. But she, if anyone can take a biggie, she can.
Yeah, I've had this as well here. If you're doing a loop and you're just getting a big gust during your kite loop, and you're actually having to keep sheeting in the bar to finish the kite loop. But if the gust hits and you're only with one hand on your bar, you can sheet out the bar accidentally during your kite loop, which means the loop will be way bigger, and you'll lose a bit of control there in the loop.
Did the hand get ripped off the bar then? Is that what we feel has happened?
I think it looks like it.
She's got the other hand back on though, incredibly. She's got left hand back on.
Yeah, ditching the board, trying to control the kite to come in for a not too harsh of a landing. Riding back here then again, Jasmine having crashed that trick. And up next is Natalie Lambrecht, looking to improve a trick there, but she's already got 3 very solid scores. Probably gonna go for something with the board off here. Double back row kite loop, no board off there, but definitely a very nice move there for Natalie.
I think Natalie might have just seen that last move and just thought, oh, something might not be right with the wind. It might be getting a bit punchy. And as you said, taking the board off, Marianne, you feel really does affect how that, you know, how good you want the wind to be. But lovely landed move by Natalie. So I wonder if she'll just wait for that. She's raising her hand up here. I wonder why she was doing that, Natalie, raising her right hand as she rode across the area. Is that a signal to a caddy to say, I might be changing? I don't know. Maybe not, because she's riding away. But on your screen is Francesca Maini. Good takeoff. Massive contra loop front roll. One of the biggest we've seen from the ladies. That was gorgeous.
Beautiful front row contra there. As well, it looked similar to Alessa just rotating there with the kite.
She had the bar in all the way round there. Look at that. Lovely. Good landing. This is going to be another high one for Francesca. She's got some great scores on here already. It's going to kick out her 6.6 for sure, as we see her score temporarily on my screens go down to 2 tricks, but it will then add on to 3. And what is it that's going to be added? Is it already on your screens? Is that
I don't
possible?
have it yet here, but it should be
coming
coming in anytime soon.
Watch that 6.6 drop off Francesca Maini's scores and be replaced. Will it be enough to put her out in first? I'm not sure. I think it would have to be somewhere in the, you know, it'd have to be over an 8.8 to get anywhere near Natalie, but for sure it's going to boost her score up to near 22. I would have thought it might put her up to around the 22 mark when that score comes in. She's on 20.70 now. I'm expecting it to be 1.3 more than her 6.6 that's going to go. It's got to be up near the 8s there. Or is that just my British brain?
I think it's going to be close. It's going to be close to the 8s there, I think, as well. Oh, 7.37, so definitely a good move for Francesca, giving her 21.47 in total. As we see Alessa going up there for a back row kite loop. Gonna try to improve her 5.63, her first trick attempt, which is also a back row kite loop. I think this one was a bit bigger than the first one, so good on her for trying to improve that one.
Things sound a bit more back to normal outside our live stream booth now. The trees are going right near us. It's just the angle change that we can see so often here, playing a big part in how the wind tracks through here. Big welcome to all of you listening on our live stream if you've been with us since the start of the day or you've just tuned in. This is the semi-final of the ladies. On your screen now, Jasmine Cho, what can she do? She's currently down in 4th position. She needs that second trick attempt. Her other 2 trick attempts are pretty decent, but all the other riders now have got their 3 trick attempts on the board, especially Natalie and Francesca.
Yeah, Natalie there on the biggest kite in the heat. Paying off. She's going the biggest. And Francesca as well. It's really the height that's making the points difference here, in my opinion. between these riders. They're doing similar moves, but being performed at different heights and different power.
This could be big, this one. That Seagull struggling to fly upwind. Must be 35s coming in. Is it going to be a biggie? A nice, steady, single mega loop, Jasmine. And I think, looking at her scores, contra loop front roll, kite loop front roll, sensible from Jasmine. She had a big crash a minute ago, going 2 feet straight down to the bottom. This is sensible experience riding, and this is the difference I'm seeing in her as we now see her well qualified for a semi-finals here, and she will be, I think, expecting to maybe go into 3rd place with that loop. Let's see, what did she need to go into 3rd place? She needed a reasonable score. She needed a 5 or more to overtake Alessa Sophia Mensch. Let's see.
Natalie's gonna go up here for Kite board off. Is she gonna have the height to land it? Oh, just missing like 30-40 centimeters there to land that trick. As we're gonna see on the replay, did have the kite back on the feet there, but just not having the height to land it out, to ride it out there. First crash then from Natalie on her 5th trick attempt. Still in 1st place, but followed closely by Francesca Maini, who's gonna go for her 5th attempt any moment now as her red flag is being raised.
Left foot forwards comes the Brit, flying into the box now. Doesn't get the takeoff she wanted. She's pretending she's done a transition. Surely she's got to go right foot forwards now before they think about changing. Very clever that was. That looked to me like a trick attempt.
2.1 meters high on that transition.
And I'm a Brit.
I would say that she would get another try here. It's she did really show that she aborted that trick. Gonna go straight here for another attempt. Kite board off.
Just didn't look like she had the right position body-wise. There was a bit sideways on maybe to put that on. So it's a crash for her. And pressure now on this heat for these riders as we work our way towards the 7th trick attempt. They have 7, remember. That was the 5th trick attempt from Francesca, who currently occupies a position which will take her through to the final. But it's Jasmine that could perhaps upgrade some of her moves. I mean, look at Natalie out ahead. She's going to be very, very hard to catch. Francesca, in some ways, all over 7s. Jasmine's got to really go for it when it's her turn next. But it's Alessa's Sophia Mensch's turn now. She's also got to go for it. She really needs to be kicking out that 6 and 5.67. And what's she going to go for?
Double back row kite loop there, or back row kite loop laid back. Oh, very nicely executed by Alessa, and a very good scoring trick for her. I think it's exactly what she needs. Currently having a 5.67 for a kite loop back row in the scoring system, and this will definitely improve that score.
Yeah, that's very good riding from her. She had 2 moves really. She could... sorry, she didn't. She had one lower score move, which is this one, 5.67. Her other one was a 5.63, the first one she did in the heat. So she's actually been slowly upgrading that move if you look towards the journey of her scores, which you can do at the GKA kiteworldtour.com/live. All 4 riders then parked up over there at the moment, and it's Jasmine who's going to come up next. What can she do to try and achieve, you know, something better than that 4.6 at the moment scoring for her?
She hasn't done a back roll rotation yet, so she could go for a laid back here. Although having a hard crash on that trick last attempt.
She's going for the mega loop board off. She can do
for
it.
the kite loop board off. Oh. Not managing to get the board in front of her again to put the feet back in the straps.
And I bet she lands that in training sometimes.
Yeah,
you know,
for sure. I've seen her land it in waves even. So unfortunately not being able to land it here. It's really hard to focus on putting your feet back in the strap as you're coming down with so much speed. It's a hard trick to land, but in my experience, once you're really good and you're landing all your borders without your loops, you're gonna learn the kite loop board off pretty quickly. It's more about getting the board back on than it is about getting the kite round.
And what do you, with your mind, what are you telling yourself when you're flying through the air that fast? How are you able to block out all of that speed?
In my experience, the more you think, the harder it becomes. You have to become natural with putting the board on, natural become with putting the kite loop, and then those things click. As we see Natalie here go for a kite loop, straight kite loop there.
Didn't quite feel the lift, I think, on the way up that time to do whatever it is she wanted to, but she looked sideways on a little bit on the way up. Perhaps she wanted to go in here just thinking about throwing it. I'm not sure what she was thinking there. 7.9 meters for Natalie, but she'll know that her scores look pretty safe right now to get through. She'll have another trick attempt. We now go to Francesca Maini. What is really interesting here is you look at this heat order, is how Natalie second in line, Francesca third in line. It was Alessa that qualified best to get into this heat, rewarded by going last, but it looks like the middle two will advance at this moment.
Gonna go for the kite loop board off again then. Francesca there, unfortunately also crashing this one. As we can see, the kite loop board off is a very hard trick to land for these ladies. We saw a very high score for Natalie, 9.1 for the kite loop board off. So when you do land it, it's rewarded. And that's why we see these ladies go for this trick at the moment. And unfortunately, yeah, it's hard when you're flying with the kite to keep the board in front of you, to put your feet back in the straps. The board wants to go behind you as it's getting pushed by the wind, by the speed you're falling down as well. So it's a tricky move to land. And unfortunately for Francesca, crashing that one. Having only one trick attempt left, she is still in second place at the moment. But she will be followed up by Alessa in the last trick attempt for Alessa. So anything could still happen there. And as well for Jasmine Cho, if she can land something big. So Francesca's not guaranteed of that second place.
Plenty of you still watching then on our live stream, and it's nice to have you there, staying on board with us throughout the last couple of days. Monday wasn't the best one, kind of not including that one.
No,
One if that still exists on YouTube, 2 tricks, but certainly yesterday was great. And here we're seeing some great action. Was that a doobie?
Beautiful
just a
boogie loop. I think it was a boogie loop from Alessa. Gonna improve her 6.83. She currently has a 6.83, highest scoring move for that kite loop front roll. So I'm curious why she went for this one. But this was definitely a beautiful boogie loop there, coming out of the rotation in a bit of a uncontrolled fashion. But she had good height there.
Yeah, just sheeting the kite out. Perhaps she felt that was necessary. Coming in for a kite change though, that's for sure. Or is she?
It looks like
yeah,
it, yeah.
she is. She's coming in with intent in front of our live stream booth, full speed, checking her watch. She'll know that she's currently in third place, and this might be a very smart decision by her. She's not miles away from Francesca. Is she able to double loop Alessa? Is this what she's thinking? Is she perhaps thinking there's only one way into this final? I've got to take that kite, and the wind will pick up for me. We did see it with Liam last year, where he was like, if I'm going to win this final, I've got to take a 6, and I believe the wind will come, and it did. And it was, I keep going on about it, one of the wonderful moments of sailing. We don't talk about sailing, or we often don't even use that word in kiteboarding, but for me, that is the awareness of the environment around us, which sailors are so dependent on their results, needing that skill. But right now on our screens, whilst Alessa changes kite, is Jasmine Cho for her last move. She probably wanted a mega loop board off.
I think that's going to count as an attempt there.
100%.
Did take off, and in my opinion, that's an attempt.
Although a blue flag is still up, she could have maybe
go.
tried it anyway. But she's had a great event so far, has Jasmine, as she rides downwind. She's had some big hits already, really pushing it. So unfortunately, that will be the end for Jasmine Cho. Good performance though, 17.27 here.
Natalie here gonna go for the kite loop board off. Definitely having the height here. Does she have time to get the board on back in time?
Oh! She's warming up for the finals, that's for sure. She's on an 8, you know. She is on a big kite there, considering, and there's a very small kite coming up. But the replay here, did she get the board on well enough?
She did get the board, but she was just a bit out of control, getting pulled by that 8-meter kite. A bit out of control there, unfortunately crashing on the chop, but definitely a good warm-up for her for the final, as it seems that she is in a comfortable position here to go to the final. Francesca here would be nice for her to get a good score here, to improve one of her scores, because Alessa could still be in a position to catch up. As we see, Alessa has changed to a very small kite there, and possibly going for a double loop on the last attempt.
Left foot forward, Francesca Maini coming in from Great Britain. It's a nice takeoff. I was reaching down to take the board off that, and that is exactly what Alessa would have wanted to see here. Armed
Definitely.
with what looks like a 5-meter kite here to complete this round of tricks. Can Alessa, Sophia Minch, do anything about her position? Currently not going through. What does she need here? She needs to replace a 6.47 with something a bit higher, almost 2 points higher. She's going to have to go double.
This is all or nothing here for Alessa. There she goes up. First loop, second loop.
She's got a chance.
And there she goes.
She sticks a double, but will it be enough? It's still a big score. We cried. You know, we're looking at over 8 points here needed.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's going to get it for that.
7.6 meters of height.
Look at that.
If we remember, she fully committed to that double loop. If you can remember correctly, Zara getting an 8.37 for that double loop. It could well be enough here for Alessa to take that lead, but it's going to be a very, very tight and tough decision there for the judges.
I think it's just too much to ask. The way I look at those numbers, she needed pretty much 2 points extra on top of a 6.33 to get ahead of Francesca Maini. She needed a very high 7.
There we
perhaps.
go. 7.5.
It was pretty close though. 0.67 in the end. So unfortunately she doesn't quite make it. It looks like she's going to perform another double for us before we go to a commercial break, I'm sure. Are we going to see another double for fun?
And welcome back, everybody. Welcome back.
Party is just starting now. We're gonna put the show on.
World champions will be crowned, legends will be made. This is going to be epic.
This is a dream come true.
And let's go for the next one.
Only a chosen few heed the call. A magnetic force drawing athletes towards a challenge like no other. When the cold, dense, violent tramontane wind lashes the coastline below the eastern Pyrenees, Barcarès becomes a battleground for a select group of athletes from across the globe. We are ready to crown a new Lord and Queen of Tramontane.
The double loop goes on there nicely.
And when it comes through, oh my word, that is absolutely massive fluid.
Oh my word. From the 29th of March to the 28th of April, the world's best men, women, legends and young guns will defy the limits of the sport in the wildest conditions. Are you ready for takeoff?
One of every feather, one of every hue, traveling.
Wherever you go in the world, one airline goes further to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.
My name is Thibaut Mounier.
Hi, I'm Pierre-Antoine, I'm passionate kite surfer.
I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric.
Etienne here, Lord of Tram media manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarès. Barcarès is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the sport and the love for our sport. Thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights. Many records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
Here he goes. This is getting silly. Oh, what's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous. So he's still going. 200 meters. 200 meters. He loves it. Oh my word. Replay. Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Here in the classic of the great results today.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur, on a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
Et j'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Je suis content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot, comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarès, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app.
L'économie, c'est comme le climat. Ça subit de plus en plus de tempêtes, de crises, et ça s'accélère. Et un kitesurfer, quand il regarde la tempête, il voit une opportunité de sauter plus haut, de surfer des plus grosses vagues et d'aller plus vite. Et c'est ce regard-là qu'on veut amener aux entreprises pour qu'elles voient les tempêtes qu'elles traversent comme des opportunités. Prenez par exemple la transition environnementale. Ça peut être vu comme une contrainte réglementaire. En réalité, c'est une opportunité incroyable de se réinventer et d'attirer des nouveaux clients et des nouveaux talents.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back.
The party is just starting now. We're gonna put the show on.
World champions will be crowned, legends will be made. This is gonna be epic.
This is a dream come true.
And let's go for the next one.
Only a chosen few heed the call. A magnetic force drawing athletes towards a challenge like no other. When the cold, dense, violent tramontane wind lashes the coastline below the eastern Pyrenees, Barcarès becomes a battleground for a select group of athletes from across the globe. We are ready to crown a new Lord and Queen of Tramontane.
The double loop goes on there nicely. And when it comes through, oh my word, that is absolutely massive loop. Be unlikely. Whoa! Oh my word.
From the 29th of March to the 28th of April, the world's best men, women, legends and young guns will defy the limits of the sport in the wildest conditions. Are you ready for takeoff?
you go in the world, one airline goes further to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.
My name is Thibaut Mounier.
Hi, I'm Pierre-Antoine, I'm passionate kite surfer.
I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric.
Etienne here, Lord of Tram media manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarès. Barcarès is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the sport and the love for our sport. Thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights. Many records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
Here he goes. This is getting silly. Oh, what's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous.
So
he's still going.
200 meters.
200 meters. He loves it. Oh my word.
Replay.
Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Here in the classical company, a great result tonight.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur, on a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
J'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot, comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarès, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights, and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app.
L'économie, c'est comme le climat. Ça subit de plus en plus de tempêtes, de crises, et ça s'accélère. Et un kitesurfer, quand il regarde la tempête, il voit une opportunité de sauter plus haut, de surfer des plus grosses vagues et d'aller plus vite. Et c'est ce regard-là qu'on veut amener aux entreprises pour qu'elles voient les tempêtes qu'elles traversent comme des opportunités. Prenez par exemple la transition environnementale. Ça peut être vu comme une contrainte réglementaire. En réalité, c'est une opportunité incroyable de se réinventer et d'attirer des nouveaux clients et des nouveaux talents.
Mate, I just lost my board. Help me, please.
So here we are then for the women big air final. There's 4 women here that are going to battle it out in the Tramontana winds. It does seem that the winds are quite strong at the moment. We have Francesca Meni from the UK, Zara Hogeraad from the Netherlands, Pippa van Iersel from the Netherlands, and Nathalie Lambrecht from Sweden. Jamie Overbeek taking the win on the men's podium there from the Netherlands, and it looks like with 2 Dutch competitors we're going to have at least 1 woman from the Netherlands as well there on the podium. All of these riders have been progressing through this competition to make it here to the final. As I see Zara Hogeraad go out first there in the white lycra. At this moment the AP flag is still up. We had a 20-minute break because 2 of the riders from previous heat needed to get a bit of a rest. Francesca Meni and Nathalie Lambrecht riding in the second heat of the semi-final. Having to go straight to the final, they have a little break. Had a little break for 20 minutes as they go back on the water now. As I see there in a red lycra, Pippa van Iersel looking like she's on a 6-meter kite. And definitely the Tramontana winds is picking up here as Lewis is joining me here in the commentary booth, and we are very excited and stoked for this heat. Last heat of the Lord of Tram 2024, the big air female final.
And I am now officially here as well, Marijn. It's a bit of a slow entrance after your introduction. About 20 seconds till I managed to sit down and put my headset on. But welcome to you all here, and thanks for your patience waiting for this final. Conditions look pretty good for this. 7-meter kite for Francesca Meni, who's just gone out. You can't see her, and it's red flag already to indicate that they get out there so quick, don't they? It's hard to sometimes remember just how quick the riders get out.
Big crowd there moving towards the beach. They're all going to want to watch this action. Unfortunately for the locals, there are no French riders. Angelique Bouillot missing from this final. But definitely a big crowd forming at the rocks. This beautiful spot, probably one of the best spots to watch big air in the world. You can see the competitors fly straight above your head. And that's very unique. We can only see this also in Tarifa. Balneario, very famous spot as well, where the competitors are flying just a couple of meters in front of you. So if you're down here on the beach, you're probably not watching the live stream, but you're going to have the best show today. But here on the stream, we're going to get the best action as well, as we see the red flag still currently up, indicating that we're just a bit more than a minute away from the start of this final. Pippa there just warming up. Big back roll there with an added back roll and another rotation there. As we see Nathalie riding there again with the 8. That's been paying off so far for her. In the yellow lycra, coming on the water as we speak, as the yellow flag is being raised, indicating that there's less than a minute before the start of the heat. This last heat of the Lord of Tram 2024, the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. First stop of the year. Perhaps the only stop of the year, since the other 2 stops have not been confirmed yet. So we could see a world champion here being... but we would only know that once the other events would not continue. But there's a very big chance that they will. In Gran Canaria in July and in November, looking to be a stop in Brazil.
We'd have that bizarre situation, Marijn, where even they themselves wouldn't know they was a world champion. For a period of time, perhaps.
Here we go then.
Get your head around that. I don't know that I'm a world champion, but either way, left foot forwards, coming into the box, Francesca Meni going for the front roll, contra loop to open her account up in the final. Nice and clean.
Steady move there from Francesca, calculated there. Good opening move, front roll, contra. It's 8 meters high, not the highest, but just a nice score to get their heat going.
She'll be really happy to get that one scored. Was that said Zara there? This is Zara here. The overlay there is related to our surfer app. Quite relaxed, 120 BPM at the moment, and it's the white rash vest of Zara coming in, flying in with that core, looking for a big boogie maybe or delayed back roll. Oh,
whoa! Straight out with a double there, opening her heat.
and takes it. What a battle to land.
Did you expect that, Lewis, for the first trick of her heat?
And that has really sent a message to the rest of the riders, because she's on a 7, Miss Miney. Cool, and look at that battle to get tension there. So Francesca Miney on a 7, she won't be doubling. I didn't think it was quite that windy to perform that, but she started off on the smaller kite. She might well change if it stays like this, but here goes right foot forwards then, the multiple Lords of Tram winner, Pippa van Ursel, getting a nice take-off.
Beautiful kite loop.
She looks like do you think she's got 24-meter lines?
Yeah, I do think she's on 24s. The kites went around nicely with not the lower angle that we see from Francesca and Natalie, but definitely good height there and control from Pippa.
She's always so high off the water, but as you mentioned, you sacrifice kite position here, so it kind of works out. But when the wind gets a bit lighter, you find those extra gusts. It actually works for you in those situations well.
Yeah, definitely. As we see, there a 7.13 for Zara on that double loop. I didn't expect she changed the strategy here. Her winning strategy was going on the single loops first and changing to a 6 on her last trick. Now she's doing the opposite, perhaps, starting with a double loop, but it's a very solid score for Zara.
Natalie eyeing up a big one on that 8-meter north then, and it's a huge boogie loop. She really connects with her pop. She's going to land this for sure. Just really connects with her pop well. I mean, she scored quite well with those moves. Early, low 7s was the baseline for her scores in the semi-finals. Lovely move from her here. And don't forget, she's had to go through the second round here as well. She's really had to work for this, Natalie. We've seen a lot of her at this competition.
Yeah, it's the 4th heat for Natalie today, so riding a bit more than the other competitors, who perhaps went straight to round 3. As we see here, Francesca going for her second move. Nice late back roll there. Controlling the landing as well.
Classic start this to a final. Everybody landing their moves so far. Nice replay of this. Really going into it. Actually, with this move, you do kind of allow or give a little bit to the kite when it pulls you, just to go towards it and get you to be spinning into that back roll. But good power here. I'd say there's 25 to 30 knots at least. And this time, what are we going to see? No move there for Zara, who started off with a big double. Is she thinking about a double delayed back roll maybe before she ditches? I mean, you'd have to say right now for her in this 6-meter kite, she's not going to be performing too many tricks with this.
No, she's going to either do a double contra loop, an S loop, or a double with a rotation to put something different on the board with that 6-meter.
I'm going to go S loop here.
She is the girlfriend of Giel Vlucht, so she probably gets good tips from him.
That's why I did it.
on those moves.
And any other moves? All the moves, I guess.
All the moves, going as extreme as possible. That's how they like it. She's going to come back around. She does need a good gust here for that 6, as she's moving it up and down.
I wonder. And she's going to be forced into a position here because she's on one of the smaller kites to have to do something. She's got enough height for another...
Whoa! There she goes for an S loop.
I don't like that landing. I really don't like it.
Big crash there. And I think right now would be a good time for her to perhaps switch back to that 8.
Yeah.
She just didn't have the height there for the S loop.
But it was a real committed one.
Definitely very committed. And I do see her riding back now. Giel running as well to probably switch to a bigger kite then.
It's just so difficult here because you just don't know if the wind's going to... I wouldn't be surprised if she changes again in this heat back to that kite, because here's Pippa, right foot forwards, taking off with a nice big boogie loop. Look at that control. Never over-rotated, landing toe side as well. So Pippa, we think... What do you think she's on, a 6 or a 7?
I think she's it's currently on the 6. She's very comfortable on that kite, and that very light duotone D-lab is as well working great in these conditions.
Grab on the end of that as well, but she really is comfortable. So duotone versus 2 north kite and a core kite just come out the water at this moment in time. There is your overview. 3 o'clock now in the afternoon as the day's starting to move on.
Natalie here riding and powering up for a big move. She's gonna go for a back roll. Beautiful back roll kite loop there. Nice kite position. Not probably the height she wanted that she had before in the previous 2 heats, but a good move from her.
here we see a nice replay of this. The nice thing about the back roll is it allows you to attack upwind quite nicely. When you release that edge, you know, it's one of the ones I find in the lighter wind. It's the one you can bank on trying to get that extra bit of tension to get it round, because you can try and release your edge and go into the wind and pull round. Even your bar gets pushed slightly away from your kite as you rotate halfway round and into the wind. So you feel like that one's going to save you. It's the other ones that can hurt, especially the boogie loop in light wind. Not so nice. Not that this is light wind, but it's not super height we're seeing from the ladies now, but I definitely think that's going to get windier as this heat goes on. It's a 7-meter kite that is from Francesca. Here's the replay.
There she goes, putting the front hand on the backhand, I mean.
Desperate to get the kite to climb there, an indication that she's not getting as high as she would like, just releasing the bar during the boogie loop was Francesca, but pretty tight this so far. Zara obviously crashing that S-loop, so she hasn't got 2 tricks on the board, but Francesca, boom, straight out the bat in a nice position to start upgrading this as we now turn our attention back to Zara, still on that 6. Oh, she changed.
She has switched to the 8.
Sorry, how quick was that?
A nice boogie there.
Yeah, good decision. I think she had to. Cool, quick pit stops here. And of course she did come in and change, but just there wasn't even any time delay in between her change. A bit more power into it. Almost over-rotated the kite on here, but actually was in full control of that the whole time. So it's definitely the lower end of the wind in this final right now, but we're still seeing good enough scores. There's some 7s on the board for sure. It's going to be a technical battle, this is.
Pippa then here going for her 3rd attempt, having two very solid scores on the board already. Probably going to go for a contra loop then here, as she does there, front row contra. Exactly what she needs. If she lands this, she's going to have 3 good solid scores on the board, and there she goes.
I love how she's still quite backwards on as she loops with her front roll maneuvers. It means she blocks the rotation from getting over-rotated too much and completes it on her own will, using the kite loop to bring her around that last 180. Very easy to get over-rotated if you absolutely commit to those moves. Is the wind backing a bit more north now, perhaps? Or has it just been north the whole time here?
Yeah, it is playing into the hands of Pippa, who is taking off on the right. But it doesn't seem that the wind is too much from the north, as Natalie's going to take off on the left here. Going for that kite loop 1 foot. And she lands it. It's going to mean that she's going to also have 3 good scores on the board. And putting her in a comfortable position to start trying some more tricky moves here. These are 3 very well performed moves, but now she can start taking a bit more risk and trying to get those extra high scores. So she got a 9.1 in her 2nd heat for a beautiful kite to board off.
4 Europeans then making the final here. It's an all-European final at the Lords of Tram 2024. It's the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour, and that is a massive boogie loop. Lovely landing there. Liking that a lot from Francesca Miani. Looks like she was trying to upgrade her kite loop front roll then, and this time she did connect nicely. Boom! Really getting pulled nicely towards it, laid out sidewards. I like the sidewards on body position rather than the full upside down one. That's my own personal taste. I think you get more power in it like that. But here's Zara Hugenrad. What's she going to go for? Boogie? Oh no,
front row contra. Calculated there from her. She's riding like her previous 2 heats, but then the other way around, starting with a double and then going for the kite loops and the contra loops. As we get a replay here, not the highest move there, but definitely a good technical move to pull the kite there with the front hand and to rotate as well to the front.
Especially in this sort of lighter wind. I think there's 25 knots coming in now down there. Easy move to mess up that if you get super excited. Maybe going too hard for that move. Pulling early on the way up leaves you in big trouble in this sort of wind, especially with the bigger kites like the 8. Here we go back to Pippa, who's quietly going around her business here, currently in 1st place. And those little longer lines we think she might well be on. I mean, are the other riders on 24s or 22s? What do you think?
I think that both Francesca and Natalie are definitely on 22s, as their kite is going a bit lower than the other 2 competitors. Zara, I'm not too sure. She's probably riding 22s, as she's used to this as well. And then Pippa being the only one riding 24-meter lines, giving her, it seems like, a bit of extra height, but sacrificing the power and angle in that kite loop. She's going to go for her 4th trick attempt here.
Yeah, the gusts seem to come back. Mega loop board off. Oh, has to been that difficult from her. The board off, one of the first riders in this heat to start taking the board fully off, and it didn't work out for her, Marianne.
No, it seems like she was almost going into a rotation there. She is taking the board off and almost falling. Maybe perhaps if she would have fallen into a back roll there, she could have put the board back on, but that requires a lot of experience with the kite, and she definitely is very much in control of this kite, but when you're forced into those rotations, you don't expect it's split decisions that can make a difference if you're gonna go for a rotation or not.
Exactly halfway through the heat then, after that crash from Pippa, it's now Natalie Lambrecht coming in. Whoa,
beautiful double back row kite loop there. Wow. Oh, just having a butt check there. It's gonna cost her some points. Unfortunately, it was one of the higher moves of the day here.
She just connects. I mean, that indicates to me that she may well be on a bigger kite size than most of them. I know Zara, I think, changed to an 8. But look, straight in the power zone, committed. How much of a butt check was this? Bit of a back slap.
Quite of a bounce. I think it would take 2 or 3 points off her score, at least. So that's unfortunate for Natalie, but she has 3 more attempts to try that again and to improve it. Currently, she has a 6.5 for her kite loop back roll. So if she would have landed this cleanly, it would have definitely given her a very, very nice score there.
We've got butt check, back check, head check, hand check. We've even had, these are all very well pointed out by Ruben Lenton during some of the commentary I've had with him, that it's not always the back, sometimes the hand pushes you up, but it's, or the butt. The butt check is, I guess, what it's defined as in our sport.
Still getting a pretty good score there, 7.1 for that kite loop back roll. So it is improving her other kite loop back roll, which was a 6.5.
I think it was the aggression of it. Contra loop,
front roll contra loop. Yeah, and it's also the difference in height and angle that Natalie's really showing and giving her the high scores here.
Do we have a face check? Can you land after going in like that?
A head slide.
Probably head slide. Better. Nice replay then of Francesca. Will be looking to get onto the podium. She knows what it takes to get to the final. Had to settle. I mean, she effectively did get to the podium last year. 4th place for her, Lord of Trams 2023. So she'll be hoping to go just that one better.
So I'm probably going to go for that, for a laid back here. I was expecting her to go for a double front row contra, but getting that laid back here is a smart idea as well, since she doesn't have a back roll, a kite loop in her trick list yet.
Bit more laid out on that one for her. She really gets the body extended when that power comes in. Right, what has Pippa van Ursel got for us here? She's won here twice before. She's been out with injury for quite some time. She's going for the mega loop board off. Can she get the board on? Yes, she can. She can get the board on. Will it be a top score for her? It wasn't super high, Ryan, but it is one of the most technical moves. And looking at the conditions, there's not many of those going on right now.
Taking off there, putting the board back on quickly.
Is that what you consider as a judge? Not many people are doing this right now in this heat, so I need to reward it perhaps? Or
no, not necessarily. It's not the tricks that I look at, it's more the execution that I look at. And this is a very technical trick there by Pippa, but not executed at the height and power that I would like to see for a very high score for that trick. Natalie before getting a 9.1, which she got for the same trick, but it definitely executed at a lot more height. So I'm curious to see what the judges are going to give Pippa here.
Uh-oh. Oh, it didn't look like she was going to get the kite quite round there, Natalie. So I hope she's all right landing on that board there. Will this wind come pumping through a bit now from the northwest direction? Looked like she had that sort of angle.
Went for that kite loop board off there and just didn't have the height to land it. As we got a 7.37 there for Pippa van Ursel for that kite loop board off. So a very solid score for her. She's comfortable now in first position with 7.67, 7.7 and 7.37.
Back to Francesca, the lady from the United Kingdom. Just taking a break here. Currently down in 4th, but it's pretty close between them all. Wow, look at that. Not much separating them at all. 1.02 separating. Oh no, there's a 22.74. Apologies. That all goes out the window. So it's about 3.5 separating first and fourth right now. 3.5 points.
She's going to go for the kiteboard as well there. Oh, not having the height.
Yeah, nasty crash there. It really has just pulled back. So I wonder if the next rider in sequence might be tempted here just to wait a little bit. I guess it depends who it is. As a kite change going on here then. Pippa van Ursel getting rid of her D-Lab. She's got plenty of time. She's got Zara to go first. Changing in front of us here. I wish we could bring you these shots. We're just going to have to tell you. She waves frantically to her caddy, saying, I'm going to go bigger now. I've got to go bigger. I've done what I can with this smaller kite. I imagine she'll be changing up to an 8, perhaps.
That's what I think as well. The wind has definitely gotten a bit lighter here in this final. So smart move from her to recognize that, to go back to the beach and to switch up in size. Probably going to go to an 8 or a 7. She landed that kite board off on the 6. And the 6 gave her a bit more time because the kite loops a bit quicker, drops a bit quicker as well, but she was able to land that trick with a 6. And now we see Zara go for that boogie loop there.
She's intent on getting a bigger score with the kite loop front. Oh, she hasn't actually done one. We don't have. Do we not have a kite loop front roll?
I think the third trick for Zara was actually a kite loop, not a contra loop. But
yeah, I thought so. Okay, well, let's see how quick Pippa can go out there, because they look like there was more than enough power for Zara. Once again, big hello to you if you are tuning in. This is kiteboarding. Of course we want to see 45 knots, 40 knots out there, but you've got to be out there in it to win it. Sometimes we don't get them conditions, but we have to see the real expertise of the rider kicking in here. So it's not what I want to see.
I think that we can see now on the screen, there's Pippa riding back out. She definitely switched up. It looks like she's on 8 meter now.
Yeah, and the wind looks like it's filling in just a little bit more now. It's been switching. What we've had here, as we've been discussing, so much talk about why the wind's been so unstable. It's switching a bit from north to northwest. That's actually 2 different winds out here. The Mistral could make its way further down from Montpellier than it perhaps should. And the Mistral combining with the Tramontane wind is probably the best description I can give you as to why this has been a bit on and off. But it is what it is, and this is the final. And this, I know for a fact, after 20 years of kiteboarding myself and being in competitions, this is what happens in final. You don't just stop it because it's not the perfect win for the riders. You've got to test the riders to change their kites, show us their knowledge. It's what makes a real kiteboarder. And Pippa van Ursel here, currently in the lead of this final, has changed up a size. And will she go for just a big single here? Or she's going to go right foot forwards, I believe.
I think she needs to take off on this tack, because she has switched kites, taking quite some time to get back here upwind and aborting the previous tack. So she's going to need to perform a trick here. Preloading there, taking off into her back roll with an extra rotation there.
She needs to go into another.
And an added one.
Oh, what a stick. What a stick, Pippa van Ursel. That's how you do it. She knows how to take first place here. Those of you saying not windy enough, eat your words. Look at this move. Back roll, mega loop, into the second, into 3 eventually.
Beautiful control.
Absolutely textbook.
Yeah, very amazing control to see from Pippa here. Nice height on that kite loop and just following into those rotations with complete control. She shows that she's in control of the kite and the kite's not in control of her. And now it's the other 3 girls that would have probably seen that and really need to bring something big here to the table, which they are capable of, to try and take that first position from Pippa.
We're in Les Baccarets, of course we are, for the 6th time at the Lords of Tram. On your screens now, Natalie Lambrecht. What can she do? She goes for the mega loop board off. It's a lovely move, but she's crashed it. She looked like she had that landing, but for her, no, she's just repairing the bar quickly now, and we're now getting close to the last move for these riders. What was that for her? That was her 6th trick attempt.
Last trick attempts here then for all these ladies, as Natalie just crashed her kite board off. All still up for grabs though, but Pippa is sitting very comfortably in first place with an 8.77 for that last trick, the triple back row kite loop.
She's coming in to change again though. Another pit stop. Told you she might be down on that 6. There's a lot of action to happen here. That's not going to work out from Francesca Miani, who crashes big time in this final, occupying 4th at the moment. A change again from Pippa. I said she'd be back down to that 6 before the end of this. Changing in from that 8 now after that huge double back roll mega loop, as you see a replay of Francesca, who just had some problems getting the board back on her feet here. Zara will go for her 7th trick attempt, and then Pippa's going to have to go back out instantly again and perform a move. Will she be tempted to throw maybe a double? Zara now, what must she be thinking after changing up a size? She needs that 6 now for the doubles. There she is, Zara Hugenrad. Did she change up? She did, didn't she, to a 7 or an 8? So what is going through her mind? It's Natalie Lambrecht currently in 2nd, Zara 3rd, but Pippa is out in front at the moment, and I think she's going to be hard to catch.
Yeah, it's going to need to be something big here from Zara and Natalie to catch up to Pippa. It's unfortunately for Francesca, she's going to miss out on the podium there, having crashed her last trick attempt. Pippa riding back in here onto the water with the 6, indicating that the wind definitely has picked up again, which could play into the hands of Zara and Natalie, being the more heavyweight riders. Pippa has switched down, smart of her, because the other 2 girls are still on the 8, being able to hold on to that big kite a bit better than the lighter weight Pippa. But it's definitely going to come down to these last tricks that's gonna see who's going to fill out the podium in which way.
It's done her a favour there, that delay, getting the board back to Francesca. Are they being given another trick attempt? As far as I know, this is just 7, because I'm surprised that Francesca has gone back out there after having 7. But this is a big moment in this heat. She actually needs somewhere in the region of a 9 if she's going to do anything about trying to get into 1st place. It might well be that she has to try and settle for 2nd, even at this stage, with it not all
there we go, last trick attempt. Beautiful buoy loop then from Zara, but unfortunately I don't think that's going to be enough to get a good enough score then to become 1st in this heat. So we're going to see the replay here. Yeah, very nice and controlled. I think she did need a bit of a bigger move there to get that high 9.
We're not far off saying that it's done and dusted here. Pippa, she will have Natalie to go next, but it's very difficult for Natalie to replace a 6, which would push her score all the way back down to around a 14. Pippa's already on 23.84. She needs borderline 9.5 or 10, does Natalie Lambrecht, to do anything about that. That's if Pippa doesn't put more scores on the board here. So if Pippa can go more, get some more points on the board here. It's a 7.37, her lowest score at the moment. Unless they've got another trick attempt that I'm not aware of, because we've had 7 trick attempts this whole competition. Pippa has got one hand on the Lords of Tram trophy, which she knows all too well. It probably lives in her cabinet. She's won it 2 times before. Michaeli Souls had to take it out of her cabinet. She's not here this year after winning last year. Back from injury, this would be such a big result for Pippa van Ursel, who looks like she's been training behind the scenes and maybe in front of the scenes. Quite public about her training and recovery from her injuries. Look at that big cloud cover coming over right now. She's taking her time with this last move, because it is her last move, and this indicates to me that this is the last trick attempt for the riders, because Francesca now coming in. Right foot forwards then, Pippa. Is she going to be able to do anything about this? And she'll be wanting to go for this and not hold things up too much that the wind drops.
There she goes. Going up then.
Oh, she wanted a huge mega loop, well, into a bit of a rewind.
Falling into the rotation there. Not what she wanted, but definitely just a good trick to get there. Replay here. Look, she's wanted to grab the board there, but just not getting her hand close enough to the handle. As now it's going to be all or nothing here for Natalie. She needs a very big move here to be 1st. She has solidified at least her 2nd place here. And she has the time to wait a bit for the gust, but she's taking off straight away here.
Needs more than a 9.7.
Kite board off. Crashing it.
And a nasty landing. So it appears to be all over here with a big crash at the end. She needed more than a 9.71 if she was going to win that. But what a comeback for Pippa van Ursel, who's going to take the win here in the ladies department. It's her 3rd victory at the Lords of Tram. That's quite some statistic. She always wins here.
Yeah, amazing to see Pippa van Eersel here back on top of the podium. She has been out for 2 years not competing, and she's gonna be very, very, very happy to be back on the water and then take her first victory on her first event back. Huge congratulations to Pippa. She must be happy. It looked like she was so much in control of her tricks, been training very hard. She's gonna be very, very happy about that win.
Wow. That was an interesting final. The wind didn't really go berserk, but it did play ball. We did have enough good action, and Pippa just went from gear to gear. Such control she showed, and that setup for her was working so well, especially during the lighter parts of that final. Who would have thought that the opening move from Zara was a double kite loop at the start of that? You know, let's just go back to that. 7.13, I think she scored.
She did,
that double, you know. So there was wind at the start of that. It didn't continue so much. She changed to the 8. And I think, didn't Pippa change kites twice during that final?
Went to the 8 and then went back to the 6.
They're now just breaking it to her. That wonderful moment as a competitor.
There's her coach, Loic, training with together with her. And she see a very, very big smile on the face of Pippa.
She'll be over the moon, and this will mean so much to her. It will mean a lot to any rider, but for one coming back from injury. How long has she been injured for now?
For 2 years.
2 years. Well, so much has happened in 2 years. Well, when I think back. Oh dear, that's a biggie for Francesca, who's just
Natalie,
showing.
no?
Oh, sorry, for Natalie, just showing to the crowd that board exploded.
Yeah, Pippa riding now back to the beach. She will be received there with a Dutch flag. 2 Dutchies on top of the podium, Jamie Overbeek and Pippa van Eersel. As we see there, Natalie congratulating Pippa on the victory. Beautiful moment to see here. Natalie is second, vice world champion of last year, being second here at the GKA Kite World Tour. As we're gonna go to the beach to receive these athletes, to congratulate them with their victories and their podium position.
And you're going to have the difficult job to talk awkwardly about the podium here, Mariah, because I've got to go to do the podium. But it's been an absolute pleasure to talk with you and have the insight that you have for all of these moves, both not only just as a top judge, but a top rider as well. So I just want to thank you for joining me up here, and I'm going to head down. Thanks to all of you for tuning in and listening. We aren't finished yet because we are going to show you this podium, and I better get down there. Goodbye, everyone, from me.
Thanks, Lewis, for the kind words, and we're just gonna watch here as these riders will receive their flags. Here we see the crowd then going to the podium as these riders will be crowned here. 2 Dutch winners here on the Lords of Tram 2024. As you see, a giant smile here from Pippa, and I can't hide my own smile. I'm good friends with Pippa, and I'm very happy to see her. A big cheer from her. As I get goosebumps for Pippa, being out 2 years. She struggled a lot with her injury. Having 2 times in a row her knee injury. Mentally, it's very challenging to then get back on the water. These riders are pushing their own level with risking their limbs, their body each time they go out, and very nice to see here that Pippa can take that top spot on the podium, being congratulated there by all the people around her. Tom Hardman giving her a big hug. Amazing to see this. And no one will be able to wipe that smile off of her face. Big hug again there from Loic, her coach. I don't think there's anyone with a bigger smile on the beach than Pippa at the moment. As the crowd is moving back then to the podium positions. Beautiful to see all the athletes from the final here. Zara Hogeraad and Nathalie Lambrecht on the podium as well. And Francesca Mening from the UK. There, Francesca receiving her flag from the UK. Big hug there from Zara to Pippa, and a big hug from Natalie. As Natalie receives the Swedish flag. It's picture time for these ladies who have battled it out here in the Tramontana winds. Amazing performance from them. Challenging wind conditions. They were up into 40 knots. They were up in 25 knots. A nice shot there of Zara Hogeraad with probably the biggest double loop ever landed in competition in the last heat. Natalie perhaps feeling her arm a bit there, having crashed on the side on that last Kyle Bordov. We're going to go to the podium shortly, as we see there, Pippa moving into the shot. Here are the 4 ladies, the winners of the Lords of Tram 2024, within the red Leica. Current leader in the World Tour then, Pippa van Iersel. Let's see if we can get a nice shot of all these 4 ladies here in the right order. First place Pippa, second place Nathalie Lambrecht from Sweden, third place Dutchie Zara Hogeraad, and fourth place Francesca Meni from the UK. Look at those smiles. Tom telling them they should actually switch around. Let's get the picture right then. Flags waving. They should hold the Dutch flag together. There we go. Amazing performance again by these ladies. And let's not forget that we have another Dutchie on the podium there. Jamie Overbeek, and followed up by Jeremy Berlando in second. Edgar Ulrich from France in third. And Lorenzo Casati from Italy in fourth. So I do feel the container shaking now as the Tramontana winds come back here. Big hugs there from Jason Broderick to Pippa. As we see the crowd gathered all around these athletes as they'll move their way to the podium. We see here the crowd is moving slowly to the podium. If you're watching at home, stay tuned in to the live stream as we're going to go to the podium very shortly as we see all the crowd moving towards the podium there. We're going to crown our champions here at the Lords of Tram 2024. Thank you for listening to me for the past 3 days. I've had a fun time commentating here in the live stream booth together with Louis, very experienced commentator, and first time commentating for me. I'm expected to be back at the next GKA event, but then again as a judge, as we've got all the surfer operations done with the watches. So thank you for listening to me, and stay tuned here on the live stream to watch the podium and the crowning of these amazing athletes.
ici. Voilà, et on aimerait bien que ça perdure. Ils nous accompagnent, ils croient dans la glisse, ils nous donnent les moyens techniques, humains et financiers d'être là. Et c'est grâce à eux qu'on peut exister ici. D'accord, ça c'est important. La Fédé de voile, évidemment, la French Federation. Et Anéo, qui est un partenaire qui nous suit depuis longtemps, avec Pierre Sinodinos, qui est quelqu'un qui croit dur comme fer dans la glisse, qui est passionné, qui en fait aussi. C'est une société qui nous permet de conseils en entreprise, voilà, qui nous accompagne et qui nous coach et qui nous permet d'avancer. C'est la même. Un petit applaudissement, ça fait pas de mal. Je voudrais dans la foulée un gros big up à la SNSM, les Coast Guard. Merci à eux, à Guillaume Benoît, un ami fidèle qui me suit depuis le début, depuis les débuts à Gruissant. Voilà, merci à vous les gars. C'est chouette de vous avoir. Ils sont venus avec beaucoup de matos. La protection civile évidemment, merci à vous. Ok, on a évidemment le restaurant le Sunset à côté qui s'est donné du mal. Ça a changé de propriétaire cet hiver. Ils viennent d'arriver avec JT, Marie-Léa, Lucas et Julien Chaussette. Chaussard pour les intimes. Ah non, c'est l'inverse. Chaussard et Chaussette. Ok, pareil, on leur met un petit coup, c'est bientôt. Merci. Merci à eux, avec l'école Surf and Kite à côté. Ça, c'est vraiment top. On a des beaux locaux, on a un beau spot. On va remercier le Canigou aussi, qui est présent derrière nous tout le temps. Lui, il bouge pas, il est fidèle. On a une petite mascotte dauphin aussi, qui se promène, c'est magnifique. Ok. Voilà, donc vraiment, merci à vous. Merci à tous les athlètes, sportifs, athlètes, riders. Make some noise for the athletes and riders. Thank you. Ils prennent énormément de risques. Les conditions changeantes, variables. On n'a pas d'événement sans athlètes. Il n'y a pas d'athlète sans événement, etc., etc. Il n'y a pas d'événement sans sponsor, sans public, sans soutien. Donc, merci encore. Un dernier bruit, c'est important. On a passé des mois à bosser là-dessus, ok? Voilà, donc je suis très fier de mes équipes, très fier du travail accompli. Il y a toujours des aléas, mais on fait au mieux pour que ce soit comblé. Voilà, je voudrais dire merci à des légendes de notre sport qui nous accompagnent, comme Lewis Kratzerm, qui est là depuis le début. Voilà, légende du kite, c'est la même, on peut y mettre. Il a ridé le King of the Air pendant longtemps. Il y avait Aaron Adlow aussi qui nous font des énormes feedbacks, qui nous permettent d'avancer, qui croient dans le projet, qui nous font avancer. Thank you for your feedback and your trust on our project. Thank you, my friend. I really appreciate it. Je regardais ces mecs-là dans les magazines il y a un moment et je suis content de pouvoir travailler avec eux aujourd'hui et qui nous apportent leur expérience. Voilà. Donc vraiment, merci beaucoup. Et un grand big up encore à la ville de Port-Barcarès qui vraiment nous permet de mettre des gros moyens et de pouvoir rayonner dans le monde entier et dans le monde du big air. Donc évidemment, il y en a d'autres partenaires, il y a d'autres gens autour de nous. J'en oublie, j'ai pas le temps de tous vous citer. À tous nos bénévoles, à toute notre team, voilà, à tous ceux qui nous ont accompagnés. Merci, merci encore. Allez, je vais passer la main, une petite minute à Lewis pour qu'il vous fasse une petite partie en anglais parce que c'est international. Donc on va avoir du mal. Allez, je vous le passe. Merci encore à vous. Un peu de bruit pour une légende du kite, s'il vous plaît.
Merci. And a round of applause for Tristan as well. Tristan, thank you for that lovely introduction. Firstly, on behalf of the GKA and Qatar Airways, I would like to thank our sponsors and partners here, Duotone, Ion, Anio, and of course, Les Baccares. What an amazing place. Without those people, we wouldn't be able to put on this event. I've been going around the world for a very long time following kiteboarding. Nowhere can I come, do a prize giving and see people jumping 25 meters in the background. This is such a wonderful place to come. And this is clearly one of the flagship spots for big air of kiteboarding. I think we've had a lot of the introductions done and the thank yous by Tristan, so we're going to go straight on into the English part of the prize giving. But firstly, I just want to say some spectacular riding, difficult, challenging conditions. But that's part of kiteboarding. It's part of the win, and it's what we know as kiteboarders. And some of the efforts from the riders out there were absolutely incredible. Let's start with the ladies. I can see here the checks. Look at the man holding the checks here. He's desperate not to let them go. That's a one-way ticket to the wake park. So whoever's going to come up and distribute them is Tristan. He does everything. I believe he's going to come up now. So we're going to start with the ladies. And a great final Who would have thought it would have started with a double loop to start with and then riders changing up and back down again? But I'd like to invite up... Well, I'm not going to do it. They don't sound ready just yet. So what I am going to do before we move on here is I want to thank in English the rescue team here. I myself know what it's like to have an injury out on the water. There was no jet ski for me that day. But here, there's multiple jet skis here ready to go. So thank you to you guys. Every time I look out of the Livestream booth, big welcome and thank you to you guys. You are paying such accurate attention. Every time I look outside the Livestream booth, you have watched every landing and every crash. So it's just lovely to have you here. So, looks like they're checking the numbers on the checks. I think you need to add another 0, guys. It's wrong. All right, you coming up here, Tristan. We're going to start with the ladies. In 4th place, making it through to another final here from Great Britain, Francesca Maini. Come on, round of applause. Where? Over here? Oh yeah, with the champagne. Another finalist here again. And always a special moment for me when a Brit is on the podium. Well done, Francesca. All right. I'm going to stand out the way here. Oh, nice trophies this year. And a check. Pretty good, that. Okay, well done. Round of applause then, Francesca, in 4th place. In 3rd place, demonstrating some great double loops that we've seen here. From the Netherlands, Zara Hugenreis. Always impressive to see you riding, Zara. And having to fight all the way to get to the final as well through round 2.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Zara. You might get blown off the podium. It feels like that up here. Let's make some more noise then for Zara Hugenrad in 3rd place. In 2nd place, from Sweden, demonstrating some huge mega loops and mega loop board offs during this event. Incredible riding, Natalie Lambrecht. Well done, Natalie. Nice to see you up here again. And a nice big check for you, Natalie. Round of applause then for Natalie. And it's been some time since I've been able to say the name of the next rider. 2 years out from injury. What a story. And when I looked at my statistics and saw she'd actually won here twice before already, it fills me with great joy to welcome up here your champion of the Lords of Tram 2024 from the Netherlands, Pippa van Ursel. Wow, what a feeling. Yes, Pippa. Congratulations, Pippa.
Thank you.
Oh, 3, sorry. Sorry, I always get that wrong with the Dutch. We don't kiss anyone in England, we're terrible. You like look away, and I'm conveniently positioned upwind of this champagne, so I should be driving. So round of applause then for your riders in 4th place. Francesca Miani, 3rd place. Oh, hold on. In 3rd place, Zara Hugenrad. 2nd, Natalie Lambrecht and Pippa van Ursel. And I am going to go and do an interview. Just so you know, before you get your champagne out, I do want to speak with Pippa, okay? I do want to keep dry here for now. Round of applause then. These are your top 4 riders in the women's department. And now, Pippa, I have to come in here and just speak with you. Let's move this champagne, please. Hold off. Okay. Pippa, you've been out with injury for 2 years. What a moment this must feel for you. Are you on top of the world right now?
It is honestly unbelievable, and you know, when I was out of injury, the only thing I dreamed of was coming back on competition, and I imagined standing on top of the podium a couple of times, but now it's real, and it's just, I'm super thankful also for my sponsors and for my family, friends, my whole team for standing behind me through thick and thin, literally, because this literally has cost me blood, sweat and tears, and it hasn't been easy at all, but there's no better way to start it again.
Pippa, very well deserved. I'm so glad for you. These are our ladies finalists. A big round of applause for all of them for you. Congratulations. You're welcome to do your champagne now, and there's no way I can be got. Oh, hold on. Okay, just keep looking, girls, I'm being told. Look at Samu. There's Samu. Everybody look at Samu. Yeah. Oh, no, he's done. Sorry to embarrass you there. One more round of applause there for the ladies. Come on, let's get your champagne out. I'm going down here. What's going on here? Oh, the hats. Here we go then. Are you ready, girls? I wouldn't want to be standing over there right now. You're going to get it. Woo! Well done, ladies. There are your finalists here. Francesca Miley, Zara Hugenrad, Natalie Lambrecht and Pippa van Ursel. Well done, ladies. Well done, Pippa. And there is the classic, the famous hat that we have here. That's another one to add to your collection. You've got quite the outfit, I'm sure, when you go out to choose from. All right, now we're going to move on to the men. Don't lose those checks. Yeah, you want to make sure they're the right ones as well. You want your right check as well. So let's talk a little bit about the men then. Of course, we had that incredible day of drama yesterday and very difficult conditions, especially today when we started things. We couldn't wait all day for conditions today with what happened yesterday, so we got things done nice and early in the men. Where are our 4 finalists? I can see them just down there. All right, going into the men announcements. And making it into 4th place in the men, it's Lorenzo Casati. Always on the podium these days. I'm going to say Spain and Italy. From Spain and Italy, representing both Lorenzo Casati. Here is your check. Congratulations, yet another final for him. And this man here, I'm not sure if you know this person in France, but I'm pretty sure you might do. A French rider on the podium here at the Lords of Tram. In 3rd place, Edgar Ulrich. Congratulations, Edgar. Well done.
Thank you, Lewis. Thank you. Yeah.
Two kisses for Edgar Ulrich. He settles for 3rd here on the podium, but I'm sure you're aware he's won other competitions before. Such a great guy in kiteboarding. And I'm told, well done, Edgar Ulrich. Edgar, it sounds like you've got quite some fans over here in France. And these 2 riders need no introduction as well. In 2nd place flying under the Spanish flag I have here, Jeremy Belando. Congrats. Italy, Spain. They're so lucky, those countries. They both get to celebrate. Well done, Jeremy Belando. And it is my pleasure to introduce the winner of the 2024 Lords of Tram from the Netherlands, Jamie Overbeek. Well done, Jamie. What a moment for you, Jamie. I'm going to say hello as well. Yeah. I get a hug. And one more reminder before we go through the champagne here. I'm going to have a nice interview with Jamie. Jamie, spend as much time as you can. Is this more mind games with the back of that board from Mr. Overbeek here? When was the last time you see that logo on the top of the podium? There's a quiz question for you. Round of applause then for our men. Let's go in for a quick interview first. Oh, go on then, give them a round of applause because I do want to speak to Jamie Overbeek. So, before we get onto the champagne with the men, Jamie, I really do want to have a quick chat with you, so I'm going to come here. Do you mind if I hold your check and give you the microphone? Yeah. See you later. No, okay. So, Jamie, Jamie, it's very well documented about your journey through kiteboarding and how you've been going through this. You're a free man as such. You get to ride any of the equipment you want right now. I might not ever get to... This does look a bit ridiculous, sorry. I might not ever get to introduce a rider up here that hasn't got a direct kite sponsor. Is this, do you feel, giving you an edge right now, being able to choose anything you want to ride?
Yeah, I'm just feeling better than ever, and I was just super confident in this competition. I trained super hard for this, and yeah, thanks to my family for supporting me, always driving me to the kite spot so I can train even in super light wind days, and yeah, it just all paid off.
Jamie, I'm going to give you your check back here, because I can see you're getting desperate to get onto the champagne. And lastly, for me, this is definitely your moment, Jamie. You looked very relaxed in the final throughout. I just want to make sure these riders are looking at our photographer here. But here are our top 4 riders then. Lorenzo Casati, Edgar Ulrich, Jeremy Belando, and Jamie Overbeek. Congratulations to all 4 of you. I'm now going to step down as you perform the liquid celebrations. Oh, that's very kind to wait. Now get them in the face, Edgar. Oh, he cheated. That's cheating. Whoa! Cool, that was some experience there. Funny if that broke. One more round of applause then for your riders as they make their way off. And I'm coming back on. Let's have all of the winners. So we want 8 riders up here. Stay here, please, men. We're going to get the ladies back up here as well. One more photo opportunity for you here to get all of your riders. And also it's your chance to take a picture of the Whippica brand on the podium. You might not ever get to do that. Okay then, make some noise then for our top 4 in the men and the women here at the Lords of Tram event. It's been wonderful down here. We look forward to coming back to see you next year, congratulations to you all. But you have to wear the hat. Come on, you have to wear the hat. You have to wear, well, you've got the sponsor pick, now you've got the hat pick. Okay, au revoir, thank you everybody, merci beaucoup. Bye-bye. Okay, could the top 3 women and men come and meet Gemma? Oh, the top 3 women, please come and see Gemma.
Luis, congratulations.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back.
The party is just starting now. We're gonna put the show on.
World champions will be crowned, legends will be made. This is going to be epic.
This is a dream come true.
And let's go for the next one.
Only a chosen few heed the call. A magnetic force drawing athletes towards a challenge like no other. When the cold, dense, violent tramontane wind lashes the coastline below the eastern Pyrenees, Barcarès becomes a battleground for a select group of athletes from across the globe. We are ready to crown a new Lord and Queen of Tramontane.
The double loop goes on there nicely. And when it comes through, oh my word, that is absolutely massive, Lewis. Be unlikely. Whoa! Oh my word.
From the 29th of March to the 28th of April, the world's best men, women, legends and young guns will defy the limits of the sport in the wildest conditions. Are you ready for takeoff?